Zhuanghong looked at Yi Futian curiously and asked, "What did you do?" He knew a little bit about Li Daozi. He was proud and aloof by nature, but his swordsmanship was unparalleled. There were few people in the Divine Palace whom he considered worth his time, and it was said that he was rushing towards the Renhuang level. There were only 3 swords left for him to comprehend on Sword Comprehension Mountain, and once he did so, he could forge a sword wheel of the Great Path and reach the Renhuang Plain. If he was waiting for Yi Futian on Sword Comprehension Mountain, then this man before his eyes must have done some incredible things at the land of proving the way. "Nothing. This is probably because I defeated his little brother," said Yi Futian. No, given Li Daozi's personality, if it had just been the fact that his little brother was defeated at your hands in the land of proving the way, he would not go through the trouble of waiting for you on Sword Comprehension Mountain. He wants to test himself by fighting you. Thus, you must be an uncommonly skilled swordsman yourself, said Zhuanghong with a smile. Yi Futian had called himself the swordsman of Taishan Mountain. Shunjing defeated all the proud sons of heaven by himself at the land of proving the way, including Bai Xiao, a personal disciple from our own palace, said the man who had come with a slight smile. Zhuanghong looked at Yi Futian. So that's how it was. In that case, there was nothing strange at all about Li Daozi waiting for him on Sword Comprehension Mountain. "Are you going now?" he asked with a smile. A man who could move mountains with a thought was naturally no ordinary man. "What is this place?" asked Yi Futian. These mountains were all mountains of the way and were holy lands for cultivation. Since he had come here, he naturally wanted to spend some time cultivating. "These are the celestial worthy mountains," answered Zhuanghong. A celestial worthy from the Divine Palace once used this place to comprehend the way, and his will still exists in all of these mountains. It is very well suited to one of the techniques of the Divine Palace. Here you can sense the way of pressure and power. "You so must have cultivated this technique, Brother Zhuang," said Yi Futian. Zhuanghong nodded. "In that case, I am going to spend some time here cultivating," Yi Futian continued. "What about Sword Cultivation Mountain?" asked Zhuanghong. "He is the one who is waiting for me." "I don't want to go to him," said Yi Futian with a smile and a shrug. Zhuanghong was stunned, but what he said made sense. "Then go ahead and cultivate," he said with a smile. Yi Futian nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. Then he brought out a piece of fruit of the way and popped it into his mouth, biting into it right as he sat there. Zhuanghong looked at Yi Futian in shock. He was so shameless. Yi Futian looked at Zhuanghong's darkening expression and blinked. He took another bite. "This piece of fruit of the way is very large," he said while he was chewing. "It is truly worthy of being from the divine tree of comprehension." Upon saying this, he continued chewing with relish. He quickly finished eating the fruit as Zhuanghong watched him wide-eyed and slack-jawed. "I am going to cultivate now, Brother Zhuang," said Yi Futian when he had finished eating. He closed his eyes and suddenly, the sound the roaring great path rang out from within him, filling the air in a flash. It resonated with the mountains. In that instant, Zhuanghong felt a terrible pressure. He looked up at the mountains around them and saw that they seemed to come to life. Faces appeared upon all of them. "Amazing," said Zhuanghong approvingly. Xinjing's feeling for and comprehension of the great path was simply astounding. No wonder he had been able to move the mountains with a single thought. As he thought of this, he returned to the stone that he had originally been sitting on and shut his eyes in cultivation. For a time, the two of them had terrible power of the great path bursting forth from them, putting pressure on everything in the vast area. Yi Futian kept cultivating there quietly. Although he was traveling around under the identity of the swordsman Shenjing, he could not really only cultivate swordsmanship. In order to reach the Renhuang level, he had to forge a wheel of the Great Path, and he naturally did not want to forge just one kind. His world tree life spirit gave him a great advantage in terms of cultivation that he would be able to continue to use when he reached the Renhuang Plain. So how could he waste it? So, he ate another piece of fruit. At this moment, he needed the fruit of the way far more than anyone else. A day passed. Sword Comprehension Mountain had many ancient peaks, and each one was its own sword mountain that contained mighty sword will. Many people had gathered there. Some had come to cultivate, and some had come to join in the fun. The news that Li Daozi had come to Sword Comprehension Mountain to wait for Shanjing had spread, and many people wanted to watch. Li Daozi was the foremost member of the younger generation of the Sword Palace. Who would be stronger, him or the swordsman from Taishan Mountain? At that moment, many people were standing before one of the sword mountains. Someone asked, "Has Xinjing still not come?" Someone said that Xinjing is cultivating at the Celestial Worthy Mountains. Someone beside him answered, "The Celestial Worthy Mountains are not a place for swordsmanship. What is he doing there?" Who knows? Many people were discussing this. Wan Shuyi and Yaya were there as well. They had not come because of the news, but because they wanted to comprehend the way of swordsmanship. Dong! At that moment, the sound of a bell ringing filled the air. Everyone looked off in the distance. It seemed that a wave of divine power was spreading throughout the heavens and the earth. The bell rang again, and suddenly a group of figures soared through the sky in the directions that the divine power was coming from. The divine palace had summoned its new disciples. Of course, many of them did not go but stayed there cultivating. Soon, many people were gathered together in a public square in the divine palace. Many of the disciples of the divine palace had come to join in the fun as well. Up on a stairway, there were several elders of the divine palace, as well as some of their personal disciples. They were looking down at the new arrivals, and one of them said, "Here we go again. I wonder how the new disciples will be this time." Given their trip to the land of proving the way, there should be many powerful figures among them. There are also many people from top forces who were on the quota here. They are prepared to enter the divine palace. Li Daozi's brother, Li Sun, is here as well. Someone pointed to where Li Sun was. He was going to enter the divine palace to cultivate. Someone looked off in a certain direction and smiled. "How is it that you had time to come here today, brothery?" At that moment, a figure with an imposing presence appeared. He had a powerful aura that seemed to be innate. It was the prince of the heavenly mandate realm, Etianyu. "The master must have asked you to come here and choose disciples," said one of the young men with a smile. "These new disciples are certainly lucky that you came out here to greet them personally," said someone else beside him. Etianyu smiled slightly and nodded. He walked to the edge of the stairs and looked down at everyone. There was another outstanding-looking person beside him. The two of them were so imposing that few people dared look directly at them. But everyone's attention was on them. One glance at the two of them was enough to tell that they were extraordinary, even within the divine palace. "I heard that a genius appeared during this trip to the land of proving the way," whispered Etianyu. "You're interested in that matter too?" asked the woman beside him with a smile. Li Daozi went to Sword Comprehension Mountain because of him. He must be outstanding in some way, so I want to meet him. "I wonder if he came here because he wants to join the divine palace," said Etianyu. There were few people in the divine palace who could compare to him, but Li Daozi of Sword Palace was one of those few. "He probably won't come," said the woman. "I heard that he is cultivating at the Celestial Worthy Mountains. Zhuanghong is there as well." "Zhuanghong? He must be close to the Runhuang level by now," Etianyu said quietly. The woman nodded. "However, you must be even closer than Li Daozi and Zhuanghong, right?" Etianyu looked off into the distance. "What does it matter how close I am? I still have a long way to go. And even once I do take that step, I will still have a long road ahead of me." The Runhuang level was not his destination. It would only be the start of his cultivation journey. At that moment, he involuntarily thought of two people, Gu Donglu of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and Yi Futian. Where had they gone after the dissolution of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven? How far had they gone in their cultivation? Whenever he thought of this, Etianyu was reminded that he could never let himself relax. He needed to advance faster than the two of them. They would fight again in the future, continuing the battles that they had fought before. At that moment, the elders of the divine palace walked out and began selecting disciples. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Yi Futian. He had been cultivating at the Celestial Worthy Mountains all along. He could not miss the chance to cultivate in such perfect surroundings. He was prepared to spend some time here at the divine palace, which must have many incredible places like this. Nearly a month passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Futian spent the whole time cultivating at the Celestial Worthy Mountains. Li Daozi spent the whole time at Sword Comprehension Mountain. One day, brilliant sword light shone from the highest 3 peaks of Sword Comprehension Mountain. Sword will rushed into the sky, and everyone all throughout the divine palace looked up and saw a dazzling sword. Li Daozi had comprehended yet another sword. He only has 2 more to go, everyone thought. In less than a year, the divine palace would have a sword emperor. That swordsman from Taishan Mountain hasn't gone there yet? Someone asked. He has been cultivating at the celestial worthy mountains all along. Is he trying to avoid Li Daozi? According to what the people who went to the land of proving the way said, this Shanjing is extremely proud. He defeated all kinds of heroes all by himself. He is not afraid of fighting. He must truly just be cultivating there. Moreover, someone went there and felt all the will there. He is certainly resonating with the celestial worthy mountains. He is not only cultivating in swordsmanship. At that moment, a divine power covered the celestial worthy mountains, as if something was coming to an end. In a flash, infinite will of the great path entered Yi Futian's body, making him become incredibly tall and mighty. He opened his eyes and slowly rose. In front of him, Zhuanghong opened his eyes as well and said, "Have you finished cultivating?" Yi Futian nodded. "Yes." "Where are you going next?" asked Zhuanghong. "To Sword Comprehension Mountain," replied Yi Futian. Zhuanghong smiled. "I will go with you." On saying this, the 2 of them began walking together. Some people saw Yi Futian and Zhuanghong leaving. A look of surprise came over their faces. Had he finally finished his cultivation? The 2 of them shot through the air off into the distance in a certain direction. "They are going towards Sword Comprehension Mountain," someone said. Soon, the news was all over the divine palace. Yi Futian had left the celestial worthy mountains and was heading for Sword Comprehension Mountain. When they received the news, many people left what they were doing and began traveling. Even those powerful personal disciples would be there at Sword Comprehension Mountain. Many cultivators had gathered together at Sword Comprehension Mountain. Some swordsmen had been cultivating here all along, and others had come because they had heard about Shen Jing and had specifically come to see him. He was the genius who had defeated all the other geniuses of the higher heavens realm. Although he was already so famous throughout the divine palace, the more he refused to show his hand, the more the people of the palace wanted to know how strong he was. Especially since a swordsman as powerful as Li Daozi was waiting here at Sword Comprehension Mountain for him. At that moment, 2 figures were streaking through the sky towards the mountain. Everyone stared at them as soon as they appeared. He had finally come. They had all been waiting for a long time. "Brother Zhuanghong," whispered everyone when they saw the figure beside Yi Futian. Zhuanghong was another extremely prestigious figure within the divine palace. Apparently, Shen Jing had been spending his time at Celestial Worthy Mountain, cultivating with Zhuanghong. "Brother Zhuang," people said as the 2 of them arrived, and many of them bowed. This made a look of surprise come over Yi Futian's face. He looked strangely at the man beside him. It seemed like he had an incredibly high position within the divine palace. No wonder he had put so much pressure upon him when they had first met. However, they had not fought. Otherwise, he would truly know Zhuanghong's power. Yi Futian saw some familiar faces. Fighting will appeared in many of their eyes when they looked at him. It seemed like they wanted to see just how strong this man who was so highly regarded was. Moreover, there was someone else there who surprised Yi Futian. Yi Tianyu was there as well. However, Yi Futian's gaze did not linger on Yi Tianyu. He just looked at him for a moment and then looked elsewhere. "Zhuanghong," said Yi Tianyu. Zhuanghong turned his gaze upon him, then at the woman beside him. "Are you 2 together?" Previously, although there had been developments in the relationship between the 2 of them, they had not reached the step of actually being together. But now, they were standing shoulder to shoulder. Could it be that he had been completely focusing on cultivating up to the Renhuang level, and thus had overlooked things going on the Divine Palace? Yi Tianyu smiled thinly but did not answer. His gaze fell upon Yi Futian, and he said, "I am Yi Tianyu, a disciple of the Divine Palace." "I am Yi Man, a disciple of the Divine Palace," the woman beside him said to Yi Futian. Although she was smiling at him, Yi Futian could faintly feel her powerful arrogance. She had a sense of nobility about her that seemed inborn. She seemed to be a good match for Yi Tianyu. Moreover, her surname was Yi, just like his. These two are not from the higher heavens realm. They come from other realms within the 9 supreme regions. However, they are both members of top forces. It is said that one of them is the prince of a divine dynasty, and the other is a princess of an ancient nation, so they both are of incredibly high status. They are both very talented and are very well suited to each other. Zhuang Hong transmitted to Yi Futian, giving him a simple introduction to these two. Yi Futian knew of Yi Tianyu but had never realized that Yi Man was also not from the higher heavens realm. Was it because they were both far from home that they developed feelings for each other? I am Shanjing of Taishan Mountain. Yi Futian nodded to each of them in turn. I have heard of the peerless swordsman of Taishan Mountain, Shanjing. Now all the disciples of the Divine Palace want to see you. And this has now become my wish as well, said Yi Tianyu with a smile, seeming very polite. At that moment, Yi Tianyu was acting completely different than when he had seen him in the heavenly mandate realm. Of course, this could be because he was in a different mood. No need to be so polite, said Yi Futian with a slight smile. Yi Tianyu said no more. He had come today only because he was curious. Li Daozi was, after all, someone who was at the same level of fame as him. Thus, the battle between him and the swordsman from Taishan Mountain was worth paying attention to. At that moment, an incredibly cold will descended upon Yi Futian. He frowned and turned his gaze. He saw a group of figures appear. These people were surrounded by an incredibly cold aura that felt as cold as ice that would never melt in 1,000 years. There seemed to be wind and snow in their eyes, and everyone they looked at seemed extremely cold. There was someone in the group that Yi Futian recognized, one whom he had left a deep impression on. After all, he had seized the stream of life from her, and then taken her fruit of the way. How could he have not left a deep impression? The woman was Lu Qingyao, and there was a young man in a white robe with her. His hair was as white as snow, and his facial features were exquisite, but his aura was cold. He was the one who had the strongest aura among them. He looked back at Yi Futian when he felt his eyes on her. At that moment, Yi Futian felt he had entered another world, a world of endless snow and ice. His thoughts seemed to freeze as if he was in a field of snow. His blood seemed to have been infected by ice as well. With just a glance, Yi Futian seemed to have been covered in a layer of ice, and it seemed like he had turned into an ice sculpture. Huh! A look of surprise came over Yi Futian's face. Li Daozi had not done anything yet, and someone else wanted to fight Yi Futian first? Moreover, this was a personal disciple of 2 of the palaces within the Divine Palace. That was how talented he was. 2 of the top figures of the age were teaching him. Lu Qingyao was his sworn sister, and Bai Xiao, the personal disciple of Lord Underworld, who had been wounded by Yi Futian, was his sworn brother. This man was also a personal disciple of Lord Underworld. This was Jiang Su, one of the top figures within the Divine Palace. Yi Futian's blood rushed faster when he felt the cold will enter him. Terrible yet majestic sword will swept out from within him, driving away the cold will. His eyes flashed like swords as he looked back at his opponent. In a flash, the space around the 2 of them was subject to an immense amount of pressure. Falling snow seemed to fill the sky, and there was incredibly sharp sword will among the flying snowflakes. Neither of them moved, but they seemed to have entered another world. It was a world of endless snow and sword will. Yi Futian stood facing his opponent. This Jiangsu had already formed a soul of the way, and his divine spirit was incredibly frightening. Jiangsu was trying to freeze his spiritual soul. What are they doing? A look of surprise came over the faces of the people on Sword Comprehension Mountain. The temperature around them was falling continuously, and sword will had already spread off into the distance. But the 2 of them still had not moved. It seemed that they were both in a meditative state. Their spiritual souls are fighting, someone said. Whoosh! A wild ice storm blew all around them, swallowing up Yi Futian and the others. But the fierce sword will was not diminished. It continued to flow around them endlessly. A destructive sound rang out as the great path roared within Yi Futian, destroying everything. There was a clear, crisp sound as if something had snapped. Suddenly, the ice storm began to weaken, and the sword will dissipated as well. The ice on Yi Futian melted, and Jiang Su's eyes became normal once again. He looked long and hard at Yi Futian, then said, "It seems that Sister Lu's defeat was not a fluke." Beside him, Lu Qingyao glanced at him. She was speechless. It seemed like Brother Jiangsu was also admitting how powerful this man was. Do you wish to test me any more? Yi Futian asked Jiangsu. Li Daozi has been waiting here for you for a long time. This matter is now between the two of you, answered Jiangsu. The snow and ice disappeared, as he was no longer unleashing his power. Previously, he had just been testing Yi Futian to see how powerful his spiritual soul was. The will within him could not be stopped. He was clearly a powerful being. Yi Futian turned and looked towards Sword Comprehension Mountain with its 81 peaks. Each peak looked like a sword reaching up into the heavens, trying to pierce through the clouds. His eyes seemed to pierce across the distance. Within all of those sword peaks, he saw a figure sitting quietly in front of the second-to-last mountain. He seemed to not have realized that Yi Futian had arrived and was not paying attention. Yi Futian started forward. At that moment, someone rose into the air, looked towards where Li Daozi was, and called out, "Brother Li, Shunjing is here." Li Daozi seemed not to hear him. He still sat where he was. But at that moment, sword will burst out from among the sword mountains, and sword light flashed all around. The sword will seemed endless as it flowed around. The one who had called forth all this power seemed to be the man who was sitting there without moving. You are the one I have been waiting for. Let us comprehend the next sword stroke here and now, came a misty voice that resounded through the air. Everyone could hear the arrogance in that voice. He had been waiting here for Shunjing for a long time. But if Shunjing could not comprehend the next sword stroke then and there, then what right did he have to make him wait? And what right did he have to make him draw his sword? Li Daozi did not only want to fight this battle because Yi Futian had defeated his brother Li Sun. If that had been all, then he would not come here. What he wanted was to find a swordsman who was his equal so that he could prove himself. Everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian. Someone said, "All right, Shunjing, comprehend the next sword stroke." A look of surprise came over Yi Futian's face when he heard this. He smiled and walked towards the mountains. He could see sword will flowing within the mountains. I did not come to Sword Comprehension Mountain to challenge anyone, nor to prove anything. If I comprehend the next sword stroke, it won't be for anyone else. It will simply be because I am cultivating the way of swordsmanship. Yi Futian stepped forward as he said this. His thoughts flowed, and in an instant, endless sword will shot up into the clouds, transforming into a sword that stuck up from one of the mountains. Then another one came from a second mountain, then a third. Brilliant sword light shone from the peaks one by one, making everyone stare at the sight. Was he comprehending the sword strokes? How was he doing it so fast? Li Daozi had his pride. If Yi Futian could not comprehend these swords right in front of him, then he would not be qualified to fight him. Yi Futian was the same. He had not come here because Li Daozi was waiting for him, nor because he wanted to challenge Li Daozi. He had only come because this was a good place to cultivate swordsmanship. Everyone watched as Yi Futian walked forward. With every step, more swords shot up from the mountain peaks around him. The sword will of the great path burst forth, flowing towards him and casting brilliant light. Everyone was speechless as they watched this scene. How had he comprehended these swords so fast? Even the personal disciples were staring at Yi Futian, especially the people of the Sword Palace of the Divine Palace. They were looking at him particularly sharply. Sword Comprehension Mountain was the place you had to go if you were a swordsman, but as far as they could remember, no one in their generation had comprehended the swords this fast. Had Li Daozi, the most powerful person below the Ran Huang level in the Sword Palace, even been able to do that? That was amazing. Zhuang Hong looked at Yi Futian speechlessly. It was enough that he had moved the mountain with a single thought, and now he was able to comprehend swords so effortlessly. Yi Tianyu and Yi Man came up to him, and Yi Tianyu said, "He comprehended the swords with a single thought. Is there anyone else in the Sword Palace who can do that?" "Historically, there probably was someone," said Zhuang Hong. "But as far as I know, no one in this generation has done so." When Li Daozi first joined the Sword Palace, he was able to comprehend 49 swords in a single day, which shocked everyone in the Divine Palace, and the Lord of the Sword Palace took him as his personal disciple. "So, he wants to break Li Daozi's record," said Yi Tianyu softly. "You came here with him, So must have been able to sense how extraordinary he is. Have you ever fought him? Zhuanghang shook his head, saying, "This man is extremely interesting." Yi Futian had moved the mountains with a single thought when he came to the celestial worthy palace, which had made Zhuanghang very interested in him. Later, he had spent his time cultivating and had eaten a piece of fruit of the way right in front of him. He was truly shameless. "Who do you think is a better swordsman, him or Li Daozi?" asked Tianyu. He was also quite interested. "We will know when they fight," answered Zhuanghang. Li Daozi had been cultivating in the Divine Palace for many years and had been taught swordsmanship personally by the Lord of the Sword Palace, so his current combat ability was incredible. Even though Yi Futian had made a name for himself during the battle at the Land of Proving the Way, he would not dare say that he would definitely defeat Li Daozi. It was hard to see which one of them would be stronger. Endless sword will flowed between the peaks as Yi Futian strode forward. Sword will flowed out from each peak that he passed. It was as if the swords were resonating with the great path. He shone with celestial brilliance as the sword fill swirled around him. The sword will was even flowing through his veins and engraved and on his bones. His blood surged and seethed. Is he even human? Wan Shuyi had been cultivating swordsmanship on Sword Comprehension Mountain for a while, but his progress had been slow. Now that he saw how well Yi Futian was doing, he was speechless. He was one of the best swordsmen of Taishan Mountain. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen to come here. So why was the distance between him and Yi Futian so great? "Look at his eyes," said Luoyue beside him. She was staring at Yi Futian's eyes, which at that moment were extremely enchanting. They were deep beyond all compare. They were like sword eyes, and also like eyes of the way. They could see through the worldly great path with a single glance. Perhaps he has cultivated some special power that lets him see the sword will within Sword Comprehension Mountain. Wan Shuyi was also fixated on his eyes. In fact, it seemed that he had actually guessed the truth. Yi Futian naturally did not know what they were all thinking. At that moment, he was completely immersed in a state of selflessness. He could not see other people, only swords. Within his divine spirit, those mountains were no longer mountains. They were made of sword will. The sword will that each mountain contained was different. It seemed that the elders of the Divine Palace had inscribed the sword will on each mountain. In his current mystical state, each of the sword mountains seemed to transform into swords. Unreal figures practiced swordsmanship, engraving it upon his mind. An endless sword will flowed into him, making it feel like he was under incredible pressure. His life will was so magnificent that it pushed his body to its limits. He took out a piece of fruit of the way and put it in his mouth. "He's doing it again." Zhuanghang had the urge to hit Yi Futian. Everyone else watched with mouth and eyes wide open, especially those who had competed with him in the Land of Proving the Way. Those who had been defeated in battle by him were even more speechless as they watched this. This was too much. "How many sword mountains is that?" someone whispered. He seemed to be asking himself. "The sword will is flowing from 32 sword mountains, and they are all resonating with him," someone answered quietly. They all trembled inwardly. Although Yi Futian was slowing down, he had not stopped yet. It was just that the length of time between each step was growing. He finally stopped walking forward. He returned to his original place and stood there quietly, sensing the world around him. The sound of sword will whistled throughout him. "He finally stopped," said many people. However, after only a short time, he moved again. He was submerged in endless sword will as he stepped forward, and powerful sword will flowed out from the mountains behind him once again, shooting towards him. Interesting, many people thought to themselves. Yi Futian had very quickly surpassed everything that Li Daozi had done. Li Daozi and Yi Futian had spoken to each other arrogantly. Now, the swordsman from Taishan Mountain had responded to Li Daozi with his actions. He had come here to comprehend the way of swordsmanship. It had nothing to do with Li Daozi. 48 swords. Many of the people on Sword Comprehension Mountain were very interested in Yi Futian now. It was very common for people to come to Sword Comprehension Mountain to cultivate the way of swordsmanship, and most people would not pay them any attention. But Yi Futian had attracted a lot of attention because of the issue with Li Daozi. Then he had shocked everyone with the number of swords he had comprehended. Now everyone forgot about their cultivation, and they watched him comprehend the way of swordsmanship. As Futian continued forward, the swords of the 49th Sword Peak whistled as they flowed towards Futian. Within about an hour, he had comprehended 49 swords. This had taken Li Daozi an entire day. At that moment, Li Daozi was still seated in cultivation at the second peak, not caring about anything else. It seemed as if none of this mattered to him. His body shone with brilliant light, and his sword will surge to the heavens. It seemed like he would be able to cut through the very heavens with a single thought. Li Sun appeared not far behind him. He had been watching Futian all along. He sighed inwardly. He would never have thought that such a genius swordsman would come from Taishin Mountain. At that moment, Li Daozi suddenly asked a question with his eyes closed. 49 swords? He seemed to be talking to himself. Yes, 49 swords. Li Sun had a dark look on his face. Li Daozi nodded slightly, then continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. He still lacked 2 swords, but he was not far from the Renhuang level. He had needed a strong swordsman to appear so that he could test himself. It was good that Futian was here. He was not surprised at all that Futian had completely surpassed what he had done before. He was completely calm, and he waited quietly. He had already confirmed that Futian could make it to where he was now. Futian stopped once again after having comprehended 49 swords. He sat back down in his original place. He had finished his fruit, and his whole body was covered in endless sword will, like he was in a cocoon. This time he stopped for a while. It was not that he was unable to understand the next ones. It was just that he had realized the first 49 words were different from the ones that came after. The first 49 swords were of a single style. This meant that no matter how many there were, at their most basic level, they were all the same sword. But after these swords, the rest were different. It seems like he sensed it, thought the people of the Sword Palace as they watched Futian. The first 49 swords were the foundation of Sword Comprehension Mountain. A genius swordsman of the Divine Palace had once put forward the idea that all of the different sword styles in the world could trace their roots to these 49 swords. As long as you had these 49 swords as your base, you could create infinite different sword styles. After the genius swordsman had created these 49 swords, the sword cultivators of the Divine Palace had carved their sword will into the mountain peaks. Afterward, many powerful sword emperors had taken these 49 swords as their foundation and created many different sword styles. These were carved into the later mountains. Thus, the current Sword Comprehension Mountain had been created. Futian sat there calmly, without any distractions. It was as if he had entered into a world of pure swordsmanship. The images of 49 swords appeared around him, and each one was different. It felt like these 49 swords were carved into his mind. Even though this was not some incredible sword art or ultimate school of swordsmanship, Futian could still feel the brilliance of those swords. If he could completely comprehend these 49 swords, then he could cultivate any sword art in the future. It would be possible for him to create even greater sword arts with less effort. Time passed, and Futian was still sitting there without even the slightest reaction. It seemed as if he was completely immersed in comprehending the way of swordsmanship. How has he still not moved? A look of surprise came over everyone's face. Half a day had already passed. He had comprehended 49 swords in about an hour, but he had not moved since then. "He's waiting," said someone. They waited for more than a day. Futian was still sitting there, not reacting to anything around him. In the past, Li Daozi comprehended 49 swords in a day, but it seemed like he was able to advance quickly from there. Shun Jing comprehended 49 swords in an hour, but he has not moved since then. Could it be that he was resorting to trickery? Maybe he had not truly comprehended them, and is now spending all this time to do so? Someone surmised. One day was actually a very short period of time, and it was normal to be comprehending for this long. But Futian had performed so brilliantly before. He had comprehended 49 swords in an hour, which was at odds with what he was doing now. Moreover, Futian had not reacted to anything in all that time. He was just cultivating. Everyone waited like this for 3 days. Everyone thought that it would have been quicker, but Futian sat there the whole time, comprehending the way of swordsmanship. Some people ran out of patience and said, "It looks like we expected too much. Let's go." On saying this, they flashed away. Once they had taken the leave, other people followed, feeling a bit disappointed. They did not know how long they would have to wait. They had their own cultivation to work on and did not want to waste too much time here. However, at that moment, the endless sword will flowed back into Futian's body. He opened his eyes and looked forward. He stood up. He is finished. Everyone was speechless. The time they had waited for had finally come. 3 days. Perhaps we expected too much, said Yiman as she saw Futian move. We've already waited 3 days. Might as well watch, whispered Tianyu. Yiman did not say anything else. Futian walked forward to the 50th peak. 49 swords in 3 days, and from now on, he will be even slower. I don't know if I can wait until he finally fights Li Daozi, someone said. Futian continued forward step by step and walked past the 50th peak. Just as everyone was discussing this, the sword mountain suddenly burst forth with sword light that shone upon Futian's body. He was bathed in brilliant sword light, and he continued walking forward. Then, the 51st mountain lit up. He had comprehended a sword in a single step. Those who had been about to leave suddenly froze, as if they were completely unable to move. They stared at Futian in shock. He had comprehended 49 swords in a single hour, then had sat in contemplation for 3 days. And just when everyone had been sure that he would spend even more time here, he had finally returned to his former state. By the time he had taken a single step, a sword had already been comprehended. But how is that even possible? After the first 49 swords, the rest were no longer representative of a single sword style. How could he have comprehended one of them with a single thought? A group of figures flashed over towards Futian. They stared at the figure that was bathed in the endless, brilliant light of the way. No one in the divine palace could compare with the speed with which he had comprehended the first 49 swords. Was he trying to create some sort of unprecedented historical event here? Could it be that the 3 days he had spent in contemplation had been used to form the basis for today's performance? This guy is putting the disciples of Sword Palace to shame. Zhuang Hong had stayed the whole time. How could the swordsmen of the Sword Palace maintain any of their dignity after watching Futian? Although Li Daozi had comprehended 49 swords in a day, he had needed to spend a little bit of time after each sword, as each one grew more and more difficult. But Futian had gone right to the 51st sword after the 50th, as if there had been no difference between them and the first and second swords. He had comprehended them in a single thought. Yaya was among the crowd as well. She had comprehended many swords in the past few days as well, but at that moment, she was also speechless seeing how easily Futian comprehended these swords. When had the swords of Sword Comprehension Mountain been this easy to comprehend? At that moment, Futian was walking through the mountains. He looked at the 52nd sword peak with eyes still flashing with a brilliant, marvelous light. In a flash, the images of swords were imprinted in his mind. He could tell just by looking at what kind of sword wool that was. Great oaks grow from the smallest acorns, and everything rises up from the cornerstone. He had spent 3 days contemplating swordsmanship. He had thoroughly comprehended everything on the basis of those first 49 swords. He had achieved mastery through a comprehensive study of swordsmanship. Now, any sword that was born from those 49 swords would not fail him. Now he was even able to easily comprehend the first few swords just by looking at them. Suddenly, more sword images appeared in Futian's mind. Sword will move towards him from the peak, and sword light shot up into the sky. He began to walk forward again, as light and easy as a cloud. He had comprehended the 52nd sword. Although Futian was carefree and unrestrained, the cultivators who were watching him were absolutely speechless. Although he had paused for a moment, it had only been for a brief period of time. He had still comprehended the next sword with a single thought. Many people were thinking the same thing as Yaya. Could the swords of Sword Comprehension Mountain really be so easy to comprehend? It seemed to have been absolutely effortless. But if so, why could the disciples of Sword Palace not do it so easily? Could this swordsman from Taishan Mountain really be that talented? None of the disciples of Sword Palace could compare to him. Afterward, he contemplated the 53rd sword, the 54th, the 55th. He began to slow down. He was no longer able to comprehend them in a single moment. But even though he was slowing down, that was only compared to everything that he had done before. As far as those watching were concerned, he was still doing it in the space of a single thought. He looked at each sword mountain for only a moment, then he would comprehend the sword. He was going so fast that within an hour he had comprehended up to the 72nd sword. How many days did it take for Li Daozi to comprehend 72 swords? The disciples of Sword Palace asked each other. They were naturally comparing him and Yi Futian. 7 days, someone answered. The memory was still fresh. After all, when Li Daozi came to the Divine Palace to seek the way, he had gone to Sword Comprehension Mountain and had caused a stir. Thus, many people still remembered it. The amount of time that he had taken to comprehend all those swords was something that most people could not match. Now he had been surpassed. In fact, the word surpassed was not strong enough to describe what had happened. Li Daozi had taken 7 days to comprehend 72 swords. Yi Futian had done it in an hour. This made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. A single hour. It was almost frightening. It is meaningless to compare him to Li Daozi, said the man who had spoken before with a sight. As far as I know, this is the fastest that anyone in the history of the Divine Palace has comprehended 72 swords. Many people heard him say this, and they blinked in surprise as their hearts trembled once again. A swordsman from Taishan Mountain had come here and broken the record. At that moment, many elders opened their eyes within various halls and temples in the Divine Palace. Their senses stretched out through space and descended upon Sword Comprehension Mountain. One of the elders in Sword Palace even stopped cultivating. He stepped high up into the air and looked across the distance towards Sword Comprehension Mountain. At that moment, several figures walked to his side and looked off into the distance, whispering, 72 swords. 72 swords, and in only 1 hour, answered the elder softly. He seemed very calm, but he was disturbed on the inside. Otherwise, why would someone who was as high level as him care about some junior? Moreover, why would he go out himself and reveal to the world that he was paying such close attention? Is that a record? Asked the man beside him. Yes, answered the elder with a nod. It was only 1 word, but everyone there could feel the weight of that word. He had set a record for contemplating the first 72 swords, and now there were only 9 left. But the record for these last 9 swords could probably not be broken. After all, this depended on the cultivator's level, and Yi Futian was not at a high enough level. Comprehending the 81st sword meant that you would forge a sword wheel of the Great Path and become a sword emperor. And the elder had heard that Shunjing had just reached the nirvana level at the land of proving the way. How could he become a Runhuang so quickly? But even so, this record for comprehending 72 swords was enough to prove this man's genius talent. Is he a personal disciple of Lord Taishan? Someone asked. Such an outstandingly talented swordsman who had cultivated at Taishan Mountain could not be just an ordinary cultivator. Moreover, he had been part of the quota of people who went to the land of proving the way. This implied that Taishan Mountain had known how outstanding he was. Lord Taishan said that he would never take another disciple. Perhaps they are not master and disciple in name, but are in reality, someone answered. Everyone nodded to themselves. This was probably the case. Such a talented swordsman must have been personally taught by Lord Taishan. If that is the case, then it is truly a pity, sighed the old man. He was a man who appreciated talent, and he wished to take a disciple. But since this man was a disciple of Lord Taishan, he would not be able to steal him. Also, Shunjing had not expressed any interest in entering the Divine Palace. Moreover, there was only one person at the Divine Palace who could compare with Lord Taishan given his current level. So how could he even think of stealing his disciple? Even if the Sword Palace made a move, they would not have the advantage. At that moment, Yi Futian was not thinking about any of this. How could he know that an elder in the Divine Palace had already taken notice of him? After the 72nd sword, Yi Futian's steps slowed, but he continued forward. He looked at the 73rd sword peak. His eyes seemed to be filled with radiant light. He could clearly feel the true will of swordsmanship within that peak. This was the reason that he had been able to comprehend the first 49 peaks so easily. But at that moment, even though he could feel the will within, and he wanted to link up with it, it would not be easy. The image of a sword appeared in his mind, seeming to be extremely profound. This was an ultimate sword art that had been formed from the first 49 sword arts. Even he would have a hard time comprehending this one. Futian stopped for a moment. Finally, the 73rd sword peak shone with brilliant light. It resonated with Futian, and a bridge of sword will seem to form between them. He's still so fast. Everyone was shocked by this. Endless sword will appeared around Futian as well. Sword will flowed through his veins, and he had forged a swordsman's body. He continued forward and began comprehending the 74th sword. This time, he spent half an hour comprehending it. The 75th sword took 2 hours. The 76th sword took 5. The 77th sword took an entire day. Everyone waited 3 whole days before he comprehended the 78th sword. There were only 3 sword peaks left that he had not comprehended. In less than 10 days, he had comprehended 78 swords, and there were only 3 left. Everyone felt numb. They had no words to express the astonishment in their hearts. They had never seen talent like this before. However long it took him to comprehend the final swords, the people here would wait that long. Before Li Daozi had come here this time, he had also only had 3 swords left, and now he only had 2. But how long had it taken until he had reached this point? And how long had it taken Shanjing of Taishan Mountain? Futian's body had transformed into a sword body of the Great Path, and sword will flowed all over him. He looked towards the last 3 sword peaks. Sword will wrapped around the 79th sword peak. From what he could see, this was not just a simple mountain, but was instead a sculpture of a sword god. The Great Path filled the mountain. He saw the image of a sword god and then saw many sword shadows appear, each one looking incomparably powerful. You cannot comprehend this sword. Take some time to sit and contemplate it, said Li Daozi as he sat there. Futian looked at him, then smiled and nodded. He did not continue trying to comprehend it. It seemed as if he had taken the other man's words to heart, and so he sat down and began contemplating. This made everyone look surprised. Futian really trusted Li Daozi that much? In fact, Futian had not stopped because of Li Daozi's words. He had done so because, as soon as he had seen that sword art, he had realized that he could not comprehend it. The first 49 swords were one level, and the next ones had been another level. These last 3 were at a level all their own. If he wanted to comprehend them, he needed to thoroughly understand all of the previous sword arts. Thus, when he heard what Li Daozi said, he sat right down and began cultivating. In fact, even if Li Daozi had not said anything, he would have done that. Li Daozi did not look back at him, but when he sensed what Futian was doing, he rejoiced inwardly. He rejoiced that this swordsman from Taishan Mountain was even more talented than he had imagined. He rejoiced that even though they were foes, he was still willing to listen to his advice. This was an opponent who was worthy of respect. He was looking forward to their battle. Futian was cultivating in front of a sword peak, acting like nothing in the outside world mattered to him. At that moment, the only things he was thinking about were swords. The images of countless swords appeared in his mind, but Futian still was not able to comprehend their most important elements. Although he could clearly see what kinds of swords they were, he could not understand their essence. He knew that this sword art was fast, extremely fast. You would become one with your sword. There would be swords everywhere, and you would be everywhere. After comprehending for a while, Futian shifted his gaze from the sword peak and looked to another one to his right. This was the mountain that Li Daozi was at, the second of the sword peaks. Their 2 mountains were not very different, and in fact, it could even be said that they were parallel. At that moment, Li Daozi was immersed in his cultivation. As Futian was looking at the sword peak, sword will flowed across his body, making everyone look surprised. What was Futian trying to do? He had still not comprehended the 3rd mountain. Was he planning on skipping it and going right to the 2nd one? Futian could sense endless sword will gathering at the sword peak. Thousands of swords appeared in his mind, producing a certain resonance with each other and with the Great Path. This formed a particular frequency, and in the end, all the swords merged into one, making the sword will become even more terrible. So sharp. Futian said quietly. Although he was not able to comprehend these 2 swords, he could still sense what the essences of these 2 sword mountains were. In the past, the cultivators of these sword mountains had informed everyone that they could use the 49 sword styles as the basis to create more sword styles. In the end, all the swordsmanship was the same, and each style had the same two essences: speed and sharpness. Incredible speed and incredible sharpness were what every swordsman sought after. The sword was the king of the battlefield, the master of all attacks. It was fast and fierce. If a sword were not fast, then at this level, it would be hard for it to hurt anyone. If it was not sharp, it could not break through anyone's defenses. Swordsmen pursued ultimate speed and ultimate sharpness. They all pursued a superior form of swordsmanship. Futian had not been comprehending for very long. He stared at the sword peak with a profound look in his eyes. His thoughts entered the mountain, but he soon withdrew his divine spirit. He understood now. No wonder Zhuanghong had said to him that when he comprehended the 81 swords, he would be able to forge a sword wheel of the great path. In fact, one could say that sentence in the negative as well. If you could not forge a sword wheel of the great path, then you could not comprehend the 81st sword. The two were connected. He was absolutely unable to comprehend this sword right now. He did not know if he had to actually reach the Renhuang Plain before he could comprehend it, but at the very least, it was impossible to do in such a short time. Once he had understood all this, Futian returned to the third mountain. He looked at the endless fast swords and the countless sword shadows. He sat there in contemplation for 7 days. No one left over the course of these 7 days, and even more people came to watch. He only had 3 swords left, and they wanted to see if he could comprehend them all, or at least how many of them he could comprehend. Once he had done so, would Li Daozi fight him? At that moment, Futian was dazzling. He seemed to have formed a true sword body, and it was not just him. The sword peak was shining brightly. Endless sword will float over it. A beam of sword light shot up from Futian into the air, cutting through the sky. It moved incredibly quickly, then disappeared in an instant. A sword slash appeared in the air. Whoosh! Then there was a second sword, and then a third. Sword after sword shot into the air, and beams of sword light bloomed. Soon, endless sword marks appeared on Futian's body, and countless sword shadows were flying through the air. It seemed to be responding to Futian. Sword shadows shrieked across the sword peak and then shot up into the clouds. He had comprehended the 71st sword. Shunjing had done the same thing as Li Daozi. Only the last 2 swords were left. Moreover, the time that Shunjing had taken to do so was not at all comparable to the time that Li Daozi had taken. It was a new record for sure. He's going to go all the way, whispered Zhuanghong. He is going to continue. He is going to comprehend all the swords except for the last one. He is truly a masterfully talented swordsman, Tianyu said. He now wanted to fight Futian more than ever. How would he have felt if he had known Futian's true identity? Would he still want to fight him? The disciples of Sword Palace were speechless. Would Futian be able to comprehend all the swords? He had already comprehended so many in such a short time, and had caught up to Li Daozi. At that moment, Li Daozi opened his eyes as he at there cultivating before the 80th sword mountain. He stood up and turned around. His long robe whipped in the wind. Sword will flowed out of his eyes as he looked at Futian. Futian had comprehended 79 swords, just like him. Futian could naturally feel Li Daozi's sword will. He looked back at him. He was the foremost junior member of the divine swordly family, the strongest person below the Renhuang level at Sword Palace, and one of the strongest people in the divine palace. He had been waiting for him here. If he had not been able to comprehend this many swords, then he would not have had the right to face him and would have no right to be arrogant. But he had not comprehended all these swords because of Li Daozi. He had done it just for the purpose of comprehending swordsmanship. But at this moment, he and Li Daozi were standing at the same point. They were both right in front of the 80th sword peak. Li Daozi looked at Futian and said, "I am Li Daozi, a member of the Li family and a disciple of Sword Palace." Li Daozi obviously wanted to fight. The fact that he had introduced himself like that showed how much he respected his opponent. The fact that Futian had made it this far showed that he was worthy of respect. He would fight Futian to test his swordsmanship and to seek the path. His swordsmanship was not quite good enough, so he had to seize any opportunity he could get to improve. He was not sure if this talented, brilliant, famous swordsman from Taishan Mountain would be able to give him this opportunity. "I am Shanjing, a musician and swordsman from Taishan Mountain," said Futian. Previously, he had introduced himself as a musician, but now that he had displayed his talent for swordsmanship, he had begun introducing himself as both a musician and a swordsman. "The two of us have comprehended the same amount of swords. Neither of us will have the advantage in this battle," said Li Daozi. As he said this, he raised his hand. In a flash, endless sharp swords appeared on all the peaks, then floated up into the air. They shone with brilliant light and reflected off of each other. All of the swords pointed at Futian. Previously, Zhuanghong and Futian had moved mountains at Celestial Worthy Mountain. Now Li Daozi was using mountains as his swords. Everyone looked up at the 79 peaks. Swords floated in the air above them all, and all of them were pointed towards Futian. Terrifying sword will spread out from each one of them, and at the same time, they were trembling and resonating with each other. And not only that, but sword will was flowing around the swords as well, and each thread of sword will seemed like an actual sword. Li Daozi stood on the 80th mountain like a sword master. He was bathed in endless sword light. What powerful sword will! Everyone was looking up into the air at the floating words. This was Li Daozi's power. He was the most powerful person at the Sword Palace below the Renhuang level, and he was not far from reaching the Renhuang Plain. Li Daozi waved his hand, and then chopped it towards Futian. "Instant sword," he spat. This was the instant sword of the divine swordly family, but Li Daozi had used the endless sword will from the mountains to form it. At that moment, endless sword light pierced through the air and shot towards Futian in an instant. There were 79 sword mountains and 79 swords. Futian was about to be destroyed by this sword will. It seemed like he would be turned into dust. As Li Daozi attacked, Futian seemed to produce a certain resonance with the sword mountains. As the swords descended from the sky, he pointed upwards. As he pointed, a beam of brilliant sword light erupted above, and a light curtain swept out around him. No one could see Futian being covered by all the swords. It just looked like a chaotic scene. 79 swords descended, surrounded by endless sword will, and they smashed into Futian. But Futian pulled out a single sword, and this sword resonated with the sword mountains. The 79 sword peaks linked up with his sword, forming a celestial sword curtain that protected Futian from above. The disciples of Sword Palace trembled as they beheld this scene. The two of them were displaying dazzling swordsmanship. It was simply terrifying. Both Li Daozi and Shanjing were geniuses with a sword. When he saw that he had been blocked, Li Daozi still had no expression, and there was not the slightest trace of disturbance in his eyes. He stepped forward, his robe flapping in the wind. Not a single sword above Futian had been destroyed, and they produced a sharp sound. The sword will around them grew stronger and stronger, and more swords flew over from the mountains. Li Daozi stretched out his hand downward. A powerful pressure surged down, and every one of the swords shrieked as they cut through the sword curtain bit by bit as they were forced downward. Futian stretched out both his hands, and the sword will flowing off the sword mountains not only transformed into a sword curtain, many sharp swords formed and appeared around him. "Go," he said. Countless swords spiraled upwards, sweeping out from within his sword curtain and smashing into his opponent's swords and violently destroying them. A powerful storm of sword will whipped up between them. They are well matched, thought everyone. Their swords seemed to be of equal power as they faced each other and were destroyed. At that moment, they were not the only ones who were watching the battle. They could faintly sense that there seemed to be people from the divine palace whose divine spirits were descending upon them. They were observing the fight. Many Renhuang-level figures must have been secretly watching. At that moment, there were several sword emperors within the divine palace standing together and looking off into the distance. Li Daozi has been cultivating at the divine palace for a long time, and his sword arts are quite impressive. Shanjing is incredibly talented, and he has a powerful ability to comprehend swords. But in terms of comparing their sword will, I am more interested in Li Daozi, said one of them. It is unlikely that he will lose, said someone else. No one else expressed their thoughts. The elder nodded, then continued to watch the battle from a distance. Even he could not see the outcome of this battle. After all, the two of them were displaying incredible power. Li Daozi stared at Yi Futian. The two of them had both comprehended 79 swords, and thus were well matched in terms of how well they were able to use the sword will of the sword peaks. Victory or defeat would be determined by their own power then. Li Daozi's body shone brilliantly. He formed a seal with both hands, and dazzling light bloomed from his body. Endless sword chi flowed over him and swept up into the sky where it formed a divine sword. When this sword was formed, there was endless chanting between heaven and earth, and it seemed as if all things were bowing down to it. This was Li Daozi's sword spirit. In the instant that it appeared, strange illusions appeared in the sky, and endless sword light shone. Golden runes descended from on high, filling the vast area. Each one seemed to contain sword will. The sword spirit split apart. The one sword split into two, then into three, then into countless swords. Soon, the sky was filled with swords, each one with a rune filled with sword will etched upon it. Yi Futian looked all around him as they fell. The endless runes were flowing towards him, summoning sword will from the mountain peaks. Li Daozi's swords covered sword comprehension mountain. Sword will surged within Yi Futian. His sword spirit appeared, and although it was not as brilliant as Li Daozi's, it had a more powerful aura, which made a terrible burst of sword light sweep out around him. Crack! There was a sharp sound. The swords imprinted with runes fell swiftly towards Yi Futian, leaving golden sword marks in the air itself. Whoosh! Yi Futian looked up, and with a single thought, a sword pierced through the storm of sword chi, leaving a slash mark through the air as it cut through the sky. At the moment that the two swords met, they cut through each other. They both shattered into pieces and then disappeared. However, the sky split open, and there was a horrific noise as more golden divine swords fell from the air towards Yi Futian. Heaven-splitting swords appeared all around Yi Futian, destroying the oncoming golden swords. But up in the sky, the golden swords had formed a river of swords that was rushing wildly towards Yi Futian to swallow him up. Yi Futian looked up into the sky. All of the swords would reach him in a moment. Powerful sword will surged from him, and he let loose with the cleave of all things. In a flash, countless words slashed into the air with the cleave of all things. They were not only fast, but they were also cutting in different directions, completely destroying the river of swords. Countless people were watching from a distance. The area where the two of them were fighting had been swallowed up by swords. This sword will, the cultivators who were watching were speechless. Any one of those swords could have killed a Nirvana-level cultivator. With so many swords falling, they could have destroyed an army of saints. The 79th sword peak resonated with the two of them, and sword will surged up into the sky. Li Daozi looked at Yi Futian and stepped forward. He was floating up in the air, an endless sword will gathered together around him, integrating itself into his sword spirit. At the same time, numerous divine swords appeared around his sword spirit. They all shot forward at once, as if propelled by a single thought. Whoosh! The swords fell, making it seem like they were in a world of swords, and the apocalypse was coming. Heaven-slaying sword light shone from a massive falling sky, soared up in the air, and shot towards Yi Futian. Endless sword will thundered above Yi Futian's head as the cleave of all things swept all around him. He raised his sword spirit with both hands and sliced it into the sky. The sword will flowed backward, destroying everything within it. Slice, slice. The terrible sound of swords slashing rang out, and the air itself seemed to be cut by terrible sword marks. A divine sword descended from the sky through the backward flowing sword will, resisting all methods used to stop it. Even the fleeting divine storm could not disrupt it. It cut through the storm of fleeting divine swords as it fell towards Yi Futian. The divine swordly family's sword of doomsday versus Lord Taishuan's fleeting divine sword. Which one is stronger? Everyone was shaken as they watched the magnificent scene unfolding before their eyes. They wanted to see which of the two combatants was stronger. The sword of doomsday was the ultimate technique of the divine swordly family, but the one that Li Daozi was using now surpassed even that. He had integrated what he had learned in the divine palace into it. Each sword seal in the river of swords contained incomparably terrible killing power within it. Futian's eyes grew cold when he saw the sword of doomsday piercing through the storm. He pointed into the sky, and the fleeting divine swords suddenly dissipated, then reformed and shot towards Li Daozi. The fleeting divine swords could not destroy the sword of doomsday, but neither could the sword of doomsday destroy the fleeting divine swords. The two of them used different sword techniques. Their attacks had destroyed each other, but they could not pierce each other's defenses. Li Daozi looked at the oncoming swords, but his expression was unchanged. His body transformed into that of a sword god. An endless sword will burst forth from him. Swordsmanship flowed through his veins, and sword marks were etched into his bones. His whole self seemed like a sword. His thousands of swords gathered together into one. An incomparably brilliant sword light shone from him. If he could not block the fleeting divine swords, then he would not try to. Crack! Divine sword light pierced through him, but he still looked unperturbed. Countless sword runes appeared all over his body, giving forth powerful sword will that collided with the oncoming swords. Even amidst the destructive storm, he still gazed down at Futian. He had already forged a sword body, which he had transformed into. The fleeting divine swords would never be able to destroy him. He wanted to see if Futian could withstand the sword of doomsday, a sword body of the great path. Everyone trembled as they stared at Li Daozi. This was crazy. As the two swordsmen fought, it was not a battle between two swords, but rather a battle between a man and a sword. As he watched the sword of doomsday coming towards him, Futian's figure flashed, and he disappeared from where he had been. The sword of doomsday seemed to have locked onto him, and it pursued him, but Futian pierced through the heavens and the earth like he was a word himself, and flew up to the highest part of the sky. Li Daozi withstood his sword. Could it be that Shun Jing does not dare to directly face Li Daozi's sword? Someone asked. However, Futian had not yet forged a sword body of the Great Path, so there was nothing unusual about this. But this Shun Jing was so fast. He was skilled at the Great Path of space. Whoosh! The sword of doomsday flew back to Li Daozi and entered his body, reconnecting with his sword spirit. His sword will grew even more ferocious. He had felt his opponent's fleeting divine sword threaten his life spirit, and so he had summoned his sword spirit back to defend himself. Futian had reached the highest part of the sky, and he was level with the mountain peaks. He looked at Li Daozi. He had cultivated his defenses to be incredibly formidable, so even the fleeting divine sword could not destroy them. He had a boy of the great path, and his flesh was made of pure will. He was truly at the limits of the Saint Plane. Li Daozi's flesh resonated with the great path. He looked up at Futian. Was he trying to avoid his sword? He closed his eyes and sensed the great path of swordsmanship with his divine spirit. An incomparably brilliant light shone from all the sword peaks, and many divine swords shot forth from them, floating through the air as they covered the sky. In a flash, the entire area was completely covered in flying divine swords. Burying swordsmanship, the disciples of Divine Palace felt their hearts tremble. Moreover, this was not the end. Li Daozi continued to form sword seals, which flew through the air endlessly. Suddenly, countless swords appeared within all the sword will, all of them pointing at Futian. The sword light that streamed from them was powerful enough to split the air itself. Rending swordsmanship, everyone trembled once again. Li Daozi stepped forward, and everyone could see that he was flying among not only swords but also human figures. These human figures merged with the swords as they flew through the air. Transforming swordsmanship, the disciples of the Divine Palace were shaken to their core. This was a sword technique that only someone who had formed a soul of the way could perform. Li Daozi was still a step away from doing so, but he had still managed to use transforming swordsmanship, meaning that he was breaking through his limits. He had sought out Shun Jing so that he could test himself and break into the next level. In the end, there were thousands of swords pointing at Futian, and he was buried within them. How is this sword? Li Daozi said to Futian. Previously, Futian had evaded his sword, but how could he do that with this one? You have a lot of swords here, but this is all just a bit too flashy. Since you have cultivated the way of swordsmanship, You must know that a single sword can cut through 1,000, answered Yi Futian. Li Daozi looked at him and said, Show me. One sword could cut through 1,000? How could that be? He had so many swords, and none of them was anything less than a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Even those watching the battle thought that Yi Futian was being arrogant. He actually thought that Li Daozi was being too flashy. Every one of the swords that he had formed was incredibly powerful. How could Shun Jing cut through them all with a single sword? His fleeting divine sword was not strong enough. It would not be able to defeat Li Daozi's sword technique. Yi Futian looked down, with sword wool flowing all around him. All of the sword peaks lit up with sword light. Come here, swords, called Yi Futian. Suddenly, countless swords flew from the peaks towards him, circling in the air above him. The people watching could see many of the peaks lighting up, including the 80th. Everyone looked shocked. He had comprehended the 80th sword. There was only one left. In the instant that the 80th sword peak lit up, the countless swords roared and shook as they resonated with Yi Futian's body. A terrible storm of sword wool whipped through the sky. Returned to each other. The countless swords that were resonating at the same frequency merged together, and suddenly a burst of sword wool exploded, causing all the swords in the sky to clank and clatter. Attack! Shouted Li Daozi. His swords buried the sky, but at that moment, a terrible storm of sword will was building up on Yi Futian's sword. Bang! 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 All of the swords were shattered into dust. Every sword in the sky was destroyed. Everyone watched this scene in shock. How strong was this sword of Yi Futian's? Yi Futian formed a seal with both hands, and the countless sword images that stretched as far as the eye could see lit up and resonated with each other. At that moment, it seemed like there was only a single sword. Go, said Yi Futian, and the sword shot out. Everything in this sword's path was destroyed. The sword of Doomsday in front of Li Daozi shot out to meet it, but it was still shattered by the oncoming sword. The sword reached its destination, appearing right in front of Li Daozi's forehead. One sword to break all methods. Everyone's eyes were fixated there, staring at the scene in front of them. Yi Futian did not exaggerate. He did it with his sword. All swords resonated into a sword, and no matter what was thrown at it, be it burying, splitting, turning, or even the divine sword of Doomsday, they were all smashed and destroyed with only his sword. Feeling the sword might spreading out from the sword in front of Li Daozi's brow chakra, many gradually came to their senses again. As the first person of the divine swordly family, and the direct disciple of the palace lord of the divine sword palace, and the premier swordsman under Renhuang, Li Daozi, was defeated by Shun Jing, the swordsman from Taishan Mountain. Li Daozi, who was one of the strongest figures in his generation at the divine palace, had lost some of his luster in the eyes of the others. However, everyone was more shocked by Yi Futian's strength. This disciple, secretly taught by Lord Taishan, who had given him instruction on swordsmanship and music, aside from his absolute domineering comprehension of swordsmanship. There were 81 sword peaks on the sword comprehension mountain. He only heard that the last sword peak remained unsolved. Now he relied on the comprehension of the 80th sword peak to defeat Li Daozi by the sword. The battle of the trial and the battle today was enough to spread the name of Shun Jing from Taishan Mountain all over the world. After today, there would definitely be a place for him in the future of the upper heavens realm. Of course, the premise was that he would not fall before he got there. Li Daozi gazed at the sword in front of his brow chakra. He felt extremely complicated at the moment. He had lost to a swordsman from Taishan Mountain. This battle was initiated by him, and it wasn't simply because he wanted revenge for Li Sun, as that would be meaningless. What he wanted was to use Yi Futian's sword to refine his own sword. So he kept waiting until Yi Futian had resolved the sword before him. Otherwise, he thought that the other really did not even have the qualifications to challenge him. His patience was rewarded. Yi Futian had finally arrived, and he did not disappoint. He exhibited super abilities in swordsmanship, and in the end, the 80th sword of the solution finally pointed to him. So, this is the 80th sword, Li Daozi mumbled. Just as his voice fell, the infinite sword will between heaven and earth resonated, and an extremely brilliant divine light erupted from his body, just like a sword. The resonating swordsmanship finally united, and an extremely bright glow of the swordsmanship bloomed from his body, directly breaking the sword in front of his brow chakra. Yi Futian didn't interfere, but merely looked at Li Daozi quietly. The 80th sword peak and Li Daozi had created a certain resonance, and there was sword will flowing to his body. Li Daozi leaned slightly forward toward Yi Futian, saluted him with the sword, and then turned to walk toward the last sword mountain. This bow appeared to be showing Yi Futian his gratitude for testing his sword. Even though he was defeated, his strength was, in fact, progressing. Although Li Daozi was the first person of the descendant of the divine Swordly family, the family had high hopes for him, and Li Daozi had always carried these many hopes and dreams on his back. However, he never thought that he would be unparalleled. There would always be someone else out there stronger than him. For example, in the divine palace, there was a person that even he would need to respect, someone by consensus of the divine palace regarded as the first person of the descendants. Now there appeared a genius talent who had defeated him. This was not an entirely unacceptable reality. What he wanted to do was to continually surpass himself, not just be invincible in the world. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there were countless outstanding figures who could truly be invincible. That man was hailed as the first of the descendants at the divine palace and was even reputed as the strongest this generation had seen in the upper heavens realm. No one could compete with him. Maybe there was no one who could match his likes in the entire 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In the way of cultivation, only by constantly surpassing oneself could one surpass all others naturally, even those who he once looked up to. His sword did not seek to be unparalleled, but only to move forward. As long as he did not retreat, he would not dishonor the swordsmanship. Yi Futian watched as Li Daozi was walking away. Li Daozi had come to the last sword peak to comprehend. It was as if he wanted to unlock the last sword to cast the divine wheel of the Great Path and complete this last step to break through into Renhuang. Everyone at Comprehension Sword Mountain understood Li Daozi's intention. No one would look down on him because he was defeated. How many in this generation at Divine Palace dared to boast that they could best Li Daozi? If someone could, then there was probably only one person who could do it. What right did they have to look down on Li Daozi because of his defeat? Li Daozi's defeat was not because he was weak, but only because he had met a stronger opponent. Yi Futian had unlocked one more sword than him, and perhaps it was because of this sword that Li Daozi was slightly at a disadvantage. Suppose Li Daozi had unlocked the battle of the 80th sword a little earlier. There would no telling about the outcome. Of course, there were no ifs. Defeat was defeat. It's just that, even in defeat, Li Daozi was still the peerless swordsman, the extraordinary figure of the divine palace. Likewise, Yi Futian walked toward that last sword mountain. Everyone thought that he had already broken the record of Sword Comprehension Mountain, and only the last sword was left. Could it be that he would not overlook this sword? However, he was not yet at the realm, so it should be difficult to resolve it. Yi Futian studied it for a moment, and then gave up. He knew that he could not unlock the sword for the time being. Turning around, Yi Futian moved away, wanting to leave. Everyone was slightly relieved. He had given it up after all. If Yi Futian were able to unlock this sword, it would be an unimaginable horror, as he had just broken into nirvana not that long ago. How about it? Yi Tianyu smiled and asked Yi Man, who was beside him. Yi Man looked at Yi Futian and said, "The speed of his unlocking the sword is unparalleled, and his perception is extremely outstanding. He's a rare talent. If he is willing to stay at the Divine Palace to cultivate, there must be many powerful characters who would be willing to accept him as a direct disciple." That goes without saying. His battle with Li Daozi was probably seen by many at the Sword Palace, Yi Tianyu whispered. He was obviously correct on that account. Indeed, the Sword Palace had watched this battle closely. "Let's go." Lifting his feet, Yi Tianyu walked toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian naturally noticed Yi Tianyu coming this way and stopped. Yi Tianyu laughed, saying, "Brother Shanjing's sword would be hard-pressed to find its equal at the Divine Palace." "Not even you?" Yi Futian suddenly asked. Yi Tianyu was surprised when he heard the question. Clearly, he didn't expect Yi Futian to speak like this. There was no match in the Divine Palace, and Yi Tianyu himself was also a disciple of the Divine Palace. Next to him, Yi Man frowned when she heard Yi Futian's blunt words. This was clearly a sign of contempt for anyone other than himself. To her, this was a great disrespect to Yi Tianyu. Just thinking out loud, "Please don't take it to heart," Yi Futian said with a smile. "It's okay." Yi Tianyu didn't mind. He appeared quite diplomatic in the divine palace. "Of course, not including him," said Yi Man, who was next to him. Yi Tianyu may not have cared, but she cared. She looked at Yi Futian with cold indifference. Even though Shun Jing was talented enough, he lacked respect for others in his speech. Yi Futian glanced at Yi Man and smiled. "If there is ever a chance, I would like to experience it for myself." As he finished speaking, Yi Futian walked past Yi Tianyu. Since their first battle, hopefully, Yi Tianyu had not just been sitting around and had made no progress. They tested the land of trials, and the top disciples from the divine palace each had their own share of fruits of the way, and Yi Tianyu also had this qualification. If he was progressing, then Yi Tianyu must have been progressing as well. It was just that his level of strength at this point was an unknown. However, it was bound to be stronger than the previous battle. Yi Man had great confidence in Yi Tianyu. Yi Tianyu was a little surprised. His intention was to be friendly with Yi Futian, but Yi Futian seemed to be of the mind of rejecting such goodwill. How did he and Zhuang Hong come together before? As Yi Tianyu watched Yi Futian's departing figure, Yi Man's face displayed some displeasure. She said, "This victory over Li Daozi presumably made him think that he is invincible when it comes to divine palace. He is a little too conceited. It's normal for such characters to be proud like this." Yi Tianyu didn't take it to heart, but felt that this cultivator from Taishan Mountain was very sure of himself. Yi Man was speechless when she heard Yi Tianyu's response. Presently, Yi Tianyu's personality seemed to have changed, and there was no telling if it was related to what had happened in the heavenly mandate realm. Actually, trying is also fine. It could be exciting, Zhuang Hong, who was next to him, said with a smile. Yi Tianyu glanced at him and asked, "Why didn't you guys try it before?" "He didn't ask me to try." Zhuang Hong smiled. "Now, do you think Xinjing can be beaten?" Yi Tianyu asked. "I'm not sure, and now there's only one person at the Divine Palace who could say that with certainty," Zhuang Hong said. He was not so delusional. He wasn't even sure if he could beat Li Daozi. Except for him, no one could boast of confidence in defeating Shun Jing, who had bested Li Daozi. For a definitive victory, indeed, it was only him. Yi Tianyu nodded in agreement, demonstrating just how much they respect this he that they were all talking about. Publicly recognized at Shangxiao Divine Palace as the premier talent who represented this generation, and regarded by the elders of the Divine Palace as the future leader of Divine Palace, he was the hope of the Divine Palace. It was thought that he might become its strongest character. Yi Futian didn't know what Yi Tianyu was thinking. Yi Tianyu did not recognize him and therefore wanted to be on his good side. But he and Yi Tianyu were destined to stand on opposite sides, and naturally, he would not be too friendly with him. At this time, Yi Futian flickered. Suddenly, he seemed to detect something and stopped involuntarily, asking, "Who's there?" Just as his voice fell, two shadows descended like swords. They came in front of Yi Futian. One of them showed a surprised look and asked, "Did you feel it?" "Well," Yi Futian nodded and looked at the other. "What can I do for you?" "You have excellent swordsmanship, and someone in the Sword Palace wants to see you. Would you be willing to go?" The person asked Yi Futian. A surprised look flashed across Yi Futian's eyes. At Sword Palace, someone wanted to see him. Li Daozi was the first person of the descendants at the Sword Palace. This battle must have attracted the attention of Sword Palace. Now, they wanted to see him. Their intention was self-evident. He also guessed that the person who wanted to see him was not a simple character. Otherwise, it was not sincere enough. Li Daozi was a disciple under the palace lord. If he defeated Li Daozi, who should he be under? "I do not wish to go," Yi Futian replied. The Runhuang opposite him was stunned for a moment when he heard his reply. He looked at Yi Futian, somewhat bewildered. This was the first time they encountered someone who refused so quickly, without hesitation. Shun Jing must have already guessed this person's identity. Even so, he still refused without hesitation. He must be, without a doubt, a disciple of Lord Taishan. Seeing that the other was still looking at him, Yi Futian couldn't help but ask, Is there anything else the elder wishes to say? Several Renhuang from the Sword Palace looked at Yi Futian, shocked. Then one of them said, "Sorry to disturb you. Then allow me to bid you farewell." Yi Futian smiled and bowed with his hands together, then flickered away. Several Renhuang from the Sword Palace looked awkward. One murmured, "He's pretty confident. We are getting old, and we don't understand young people's world anymore." Those on the side also remarked with a sigh. Even if he was really the secret disciple of Lord Taishin, the palace lord of the Sword Palace was not some nobody. If he wanted to meet Yi Futian was more or less obliged to accept. Even if it were just some random advisement, it would only do him good. But he made everything so simple. "Let's see where he's going," they continued. If Yi Futian was unwilling to meet with the palace lord of Sword Palace, where was he going? "Watch him," another also said. They weren't deliberately following Yi Futian to hurt him, but that they were feeling mad about the whole affair. At the same time, they were curious to see how he planned to cultivate in the Divine Palace. Yi Futian was well on his way. He didn't really have any thoughts about not wanting to meet the palace lord of the Sword Palace. He just didn't think it was necessary. After all, he would never cultivate under the palace lord of the Sword Palace, so there was no need to waste time. With so many treasured holy lands in the Divine Palace, like Celestial Worthy Mountain and Sword Comprehension Mountain, wouldn't it be nice to just cultivate there? He had brushed aside the people from Taishin Mountain and Little Phoenix, just so that he could cultivate in peace for some time. Since there were such great conditions for cultivation, he couldn't let it just go to waste. Next, Yi Futian went around different places to cultivate. There were palaces for enlightenment, mountain caves to seek the way, and even in the process of this, he had some confrontations with the disciples of the Divine Palace. It was not intentional on his part, but now that Shunjing's name was well known, there were some genius-level characters at the Divine Palace who wanted to practice with him. They would deliberately find excuses to fight him. The result was always the same, and he brutally beat many disciples of the Divine Palace without mercy. There was even a woman with outstanding talent who was also beaten badly by him. He didn't show any pity or exception, which shocked everyone that he could have been so brutal. In a brief time, Shunjing made a fierce reputation for himself at the Divine Palace. Many looked was him and wanted to beat him, but most of them would not succeed. Everyone really felt that there was only one person at the Divine Palace who could definitely beat Yi Futian. But why would he make a move? Now, his only goal was to cast the dive wheel of the Great Path. Not just the divine wheel of the Great Path in the simplest sense, or he would have done it already. He had been suppressing his own realm, wanting to cast the divine wheel of extraordinary magnitude. Now, more and more people in the Divine Palace were paying attention to Yi Futian's movement. At this time, Yi Futian came to a place with beautiful scenery. Stepping across the stairs, there was a lake in front of him. It was very vast, like a miniature of the Sea of the Path. At the end of the lake was a most sacred palace, and this scenery seemed familiar. When Yi Futian went to the Sea of the Path for trial, he had seen something like this scenery before him. Except over there, the landscape was a little ethereal and surreal, and over here, the scene in front of him was more real. It was as if an actual Fey palace right in front of him. "What place is this?" Yi Futian whispered. He moved forward and walked to the edge of the sea. There was a very strong will of the way that permeated from the front, which compelled him to move over there to take a better look. He faintly felt that there seemed to be something calling him, but of course, this slippery feeling was hard to discern. Was it real or not? It was difficult for him to say. No matter where this was, Yi Futian understood that it must have been an extraordinary place. In the direction of the two banks, a group of sacred palaces congregated, exuding a solemn feeling. Traces of sword will whistled and turned into a sword, and the sword entered into the Path River. Yi Futian stepped forward and walked on the sword that he had summoned. He drove toward the Path River. No matter where this was, the receiving receptionist had already told him when he entered the Divine Palace that he was once in. He could go anywhere in the Divine Palace as long as he was physically able to do so. However, he would be doing so at his own risk. Because of this, he had been wandering around inside the Divine Palace as long as it was suitable for cultivation. There was no restraint in his heart because his goals were very simple. Cultivate, and cultivate some more. to cast the divine wheel of the great path as soon as possible and set foot into the realm of Renhuang. Everything else could wait until the entry into the realm of Renhuang. The Saint Plane may be regarded as powerful among common folks, but among those top forces, it was far from enough. But his talent was destined to be the center among all the top forces, not existing in some mediocre crowds. Therefore, the only way was to become stronger. From the moment when Futian stepped into Path River, there was an uproar at the Divine Palace. The news spread quickly, and at this time, somewhere inside the Divine Palace, a group of disciples from the Divine Palace were talking amongst themselves. Shunjing stepped into the Path River? Someone asked. MMM. The person next to him nodded. It is said that the sword has entered the Path River. No one blocked him? Asked the man who just spoke. No one. Are the ancestral lands of the Divine Palace to be polluted by outsiders? That disciple's expression slightly changed. And they didn't stop him? Perhaps the elder at the Divine Palace had their own thoughts on this. But even if he had entered the Path River, it is still impossible for Shan Jing to enter the ancestral temple. The person next to him did not seem to mind, saying, even though his talent was unmatched, but over the years, who have you ever heard of entering the temple? It's him, the person next to him whispered. That legendary figure from the Divine Palace was the first in the world, an undisputed first at that. Yes, and now, he is there. If Xinjing goes, he might meet him there, the person next to him said. Xinjing really knows how to choose a place. He had to choose the ancestral temple, unless he asked around and knew of the place. At this time, not just the disciples of the Divine Palace, but even many of the prominent figures were also closely watching Futian's every move. At the Sword Palace, the Sword Emperor, who had invited Futian on that day, was there. Looking into the distance, he could vaguely see a sacred palace. He actually went there. The Sword Emperor looked disturbed. Futian had gone to many places these days, but now he had found his way there. Extraordinary people will go to extraordinary places. It is expected that he would eventually find his way here. It's just that he's been wreaking havoc in the Divine Palace, and many disciples have suffered at his hands. He needs to be put in his place, the person next to him said with a smile, kind of expecting Futian to be humbled. He was really getting out of line and needed to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, he would really think that there was no one to defend the Divine Palace. Moreover, he went to various places to cultivate and often reaped great rewards. It would be refreshing to see him being humbled for once, not always getting whatever he wanted so easily. At the Sword Comprehension Mountain, Li Daozi was still unlocking the last sword. At this time, that last sword mountain was shining brightly, and there seemed to be swords flowing. Likewise, there was also a terrible breath of swordsmanship that flowed upon the body of Li Daozi, which was felt by many. They knew faintly that after that battle, Li Daozi was getting closer and closer to the breakthrough. Li Daozi unlocked the sword here, but Shun Jing went to the Path River instead. Wan Shuyi, Luoyue, and Yaya were still here unlocking the swords. At this time, Wan Shuyi came to Yaya's side and said, he has gone to Path River. So I heard, Yaya replied. The premier person of the current generation at the Divine Palace is there. I heard that this person could have become an emperor already, but would not enter the gate of the Great Path even when he could, all for creating a most extraordinary divine wheel of the Great Path. It was said that this person not only ranks number 1 of the current generation at the Divine Palace, but was also known as the first person under Renhuang in all of Upper Heaven's realm, said Wan Shuyi. Yaya looked indifferent, and Wan Shuyi had no idea what she was thinking, so he continued. At the end of Path River is the Divine Temple, an ancestral land of the Divine Palace, mysterious and unknown. If he goes there, will he? What do you want to say? Yaya looked at Wan Shuyi. Should we persuade him to come back? Wan Shuyi said to Yaya. Futian's talent could be described as unparalleled. Naturally, he trusted him implicitly. Before, he had heard a lot of things about Futian, and none of them caused any concerns except this time. He was a bit worried. The first among the current generation of Upper Heaven's realm at the ancestral lands of the Divine Palace. No matter the former or the latter, it was enough to give people pause. After all, Futian was not a disciple of the Divine Palace, so it was difficult to predict what kind of danger he would encounter should he embark there. Yaya seemed to be deep in contemplation. The ancestral land of the divine palace? A look of worry flashed across her eyes, and upon seeing Yaya's expression, Wan Shuyi knew that she felt the same as him, fearing any accidents that could happen to Shenjing. If any accidents occur in the ancestral lands of the divine palace, will the divine palace blame him? Yaya asked Wan Shuyi. Huh. Wan Shuyi looked at Yaya without blinking. What would happen if there was some accident at the ancestral lands of the divine palace? Not what would happen if something happened to Yi Futian. Looking into Yaya's eyes, he thought, is this girl for real? What accident could happen at the ancestral lands? Wan Shuyi took a breath and asked, like, if it was demolished or something else? Yaya asked in a low voice, would the divine palace blame us? Wan Shuyi was speechless. He looked at Yaya with a strange look. He was worried about Shenjing, but this woman worried about the ancestral land of the divine palace? What was the thinking behind that? It seemed that Shenjing's friend was not normal. When he came to his senses, Wan Shuyi whispered, I shouldn't think so. Oh, Yaya nodded. I'm going to continue to cultivate then. Wan Shuyi glanced at Yaya and said, sorry to disturb you. Then, he turned away. Sorry for the disturbance. Yi Futian's entry into the Path River caused a great sensation in the Divine Palace. The disciples of the Divine Palace were all focused on this event. This person who had defeated Li Daozi, the first person of the current generation of the Sword Palace, had now gone to the most sacred place in the Divine Palace. For so many years, only one person had stepped into it, and now he was in it. Shenjing, a swordsman from Taishan Mountain, would he be able to enter? Yi Futian had no idea that his trip had caused such great unrest. He didn't even know the exact place he wanted to go. He just had a feeling that this place was extraordinary, a place where hidden paths might certainly be suitable for cultivation, so he wanted to take a look. He even had doubts in his heart. Why is this place so quiet? He wondered. In the Path River, there was no one else but him, and there were no disciples of the Divine Palace. This left Yi Futian somewhat baffled. Were the disciples of the Divine Palace that lazy? Was it because they didn't cherish the spiritual resources in the Divine Palace? He had no idea about the kind of place that he had come to. It was not because the disciples of the Divine Palace did not want to come. It was a question if they could get in. The sword entered the Path River and drove toward the palace. In Yi Futian's present state, he thought that he would soon reach his destination. Although this river was very long, it could not be easily crossed. However, he found that even as the sword moved forward, it was still in Path River, and it seemed to stop when it reached the center of the river. Or rather, the distance to the palace ahead always remained the same. He looked down at the sword under his feet. The sword was still moving forward, even causing some ripples as it shuttled in the water. However, no matter how far he moved, it seemed that he was still in the same place. What's going on? Yi Futian looked confused. He couldn't get close. It seemed within reach, clearly in front of him, but at the same time, it seemed to be far beyond the horizon. But he was in the pinnacle of St. Plain, so there was no way he did not understand his own feelings. This time, the mysterious palace was real and solid, unlike the nebulous quality of the land of proving the way. If so, how could it be? He couldn't understand it, unless there was way to prevent him? This was the only explanation. However, what kind of will of the way could possibly produce such a condition? Yi Futian appeared deep in thought, and he stopped. The sword did not move forward. Everything seemed to be standing still. Space will of the way. Yi Futian whispered. Only the space will of the way could produce such a spectacle. He and his sword were in a space of the great path, bound by the great path, unable to fathom its truth. But this time, he didn't even feel the existence of the space will of the way in reality. If there was really a space of the great path, then it must also exist in the void. Pest! The sharp sound of sword roar emerged, and swords appeared around Yi Futian's body. Some of them directly broke through the sky and shot toward the front, wanting to cross the Path River and reach the palace. However, he realized that although the swords were extremely fast, they could never reach the destination. He integrated his spiritual will into them, but he still couldn't sense the cause. Many swords now appeared at his feet. Futian sat directly on the sword and closed his eyes, quietly experiencing everything around him as if to imprint all that he saw in the path river into his mind. If everything was so clear, then what was the power that prevented him from moving forward? Futian himself also cultivated the way of space, but at this moment, he fell into the way of space again. It only showed that his way of space was still not quite where it needed to be and was far from perfection. Otherwise, he would not have been trapped by the way of space. So close yet so far. Futian's eyes were tightly closed, and everything seemed to have stopped. Time and space stopped flowing in Futian's mind, as if he was the only one between heaven and earth at this moment. He sat there quietly. At this moment, he was like a lonely boat in the vast ocean. Loneliness surrounding him, he wanted to find the answer. As time passed, Futian sat there as if he had never moved. This caused a lot of discussion inside the divine palace. Sure enough, and as expected, even though Futian had defeated Li Daozi, he was still trapped in the Path River and could move no further. This was Path River. It led to the ancestral land of the divine palace, and there were no other shortcuts. Only by crossing the Path River could one gain entry into the ancestral land. For many years, how many excellent characters wanted to enter but couldn't? Futian's talent was widely recognized by people of the divine palace. Even if many of them were unhappy with him, they still had to acknowledge Futian's powerful perception. However, this was the Path River, after all. Sure enough, he was still trapped inside, unable to move forward. Even some others had gone to the place where the Path River was and watched the figure who was stuck in the Path River, unable to move forward. The figure sat on the sword seemed lonely. It was as if he was the only person in the world. Zhuanghong also came. He looked at Futian and felt some strangeness. Where couldn't this guy go? But he had come to the Path River. Never mind that the Path River was difficult to cross because even if he could, there was still the one that restrained inside to consider. But Futian seemed to understand everything in this instant. There was no one at the Path River. This beyond reach alone was enough to repel countless geniuses because they simply could not get across. It was just a short distance away, yet it was beyond reach. The sword didn't move, and Futian didn't seem to have stopped moving at all. But he got it. He now knew what it meant to be beyond reach. What's going on? Just then, there was a cry of exclamation at the edge of the Path River, and many people looked in Futian's direction in shock. It's getting closer, isn't it? They were shocked to find that Futian was getting closer to the divine temple of the ancestral land. How could this be? He didn't seem to have moved? Someone frowned, puzzled. Moreover, Futian was still approaching the divine temple of the ancestral land. He sat there as if he had done nothing at all. Awesome, Zhuanghong praised. What an incredible display. Brother Zhuang, what is going on? A disciple from the divine palace asked. How would I know? Zhuanghong replied. The man looked at him, dumbfounded. If he didn't know what was going on, why the excitement? However, I could venture a guess, Zhuanghong replied. Everyone at the Path River of the ancestral land knows that this place is beyond reach, probably because it has the way of space hidden within it. Therefore, the only thing that could unlock the way of space in this place is the way of space. To overcome the way with the way. Zhuanghong's deduction was correct. Futian opened his eyes and saw that he was very close to the divine palace of the ancestral land. There was beyond reach in the Path River, and the only thing that could unlock it was to reach for the beyond. Futian finally understood at this moment. It was not that no one wanted to come here, but that they could not get here. But how many at the divine palace could get through beyond reach? Beyond reach, reaching the beyond. Anyone who wanted to cross the Path River must first need to understand the way of space and unlock it. Except reaching the beyond, he couldn't think of any other ways to solve it, but perhaps other top geniuses had other solutions. The sword was already near the palace in front, and every time he moved forward, he was getting closer. At this moment, suddenly, another invisible force descended, causing the forward-moving sword to stop. Time and space seemed to have once again fallen into a state of arrest. This time it was not a stillness dictated by him, but was forced upon him. Everything seemed to have stopped flowing. Even the will of the great path between heaven and earth had stopped. In Yi Futian's perception, everything seemed to disappear at this moment. It was as if there was only this path river in the world. There was no path, only river. The swords beneath Yi Futian disappeared into thin air. He was suspended alone on the path river with no will of the way. It was as if he could float there naturally. But except for this, there was just nothingness. What is this now? Yi Futian was a little speechless. Was this path river so difficult to cross? It was just that beyond reach seemed simple and easy to unlock, but the truth was that it was extremely difficult. If it was any other person, they might have never been able to take that step. However, he had just made that step and immediately fell into such a situation again. Where was this exactly? What place is this path river? He wondered. And what exactly was that sacred palace in front of him? Why was this place so difficult to enter? It seemed that no one came here, not because of their laziness in cultivation, nor because it was an ordinary place for cultivation, but because everyone knew that they may not be able to cross. So, what place was this? What was this sacred palace in front of the path river? What would happen after crossing over? When his thoughts turned to this, Yi Futian was a little jittery. He suddenly realized that the place he came for this time might not be quite so innocuous. But the matter at hand seemed to be how he could cross the path river to reach that sacred place. Yi Futian, who seemed to have been stuck in a space of absolute stillness, lifted his feet to walk forward. There were ripples under his feet as if he was stepping on water. There was a booming sound coming from inside his body. It was as if the way inside his body was extending outward, moving forward. However, this was the same situation as before. Shockingly, Yi Futian found he was standing in the same place, unable to move forward. This was Yi Futian's face was becoming incredibly entertaining to behold. This time, it was obvious that they were not being trapped by beyond reach, which could not be unlocked by the method used previously. So, what was it this time? He stopped again. Many disciples of the divine palace gathered by the shore and watched Yi Futian's every move. It would not be easy to cross the path river. Just as they were thinking about it, traces of invisible breaths inside Yi Futian's body spread throughout the world and seemed to link with heaven and earth. Soon, he seemed to once again getting a grip on perceiving the real world. Lifting his feet, Yi Futian took a step, and his body disappeared from where he was. His figure crossed the path river directly and appeared at the end of the path river. Countless eyes were fixated on this scene. Everyone looked at Yi Futian in amazement. Was it really as simple as stepping over? This made a lot of people feel strange. In all these years, the path river that had only been crossed by one person in the past, had it really blocked Yi Futian? At this moment, had Yi Futian really crossed the path river? Ahead, there should be other obstacles blocking his way. Once Yi Futian took this step to cross the path river, beyond reach and reaching the beyond seemed to be separated by one step. Once Yi Futian took this step to cross the path river, beyond reach and reaching the beyond seemed to be separated by one step. Unable to pass, he would always be in the path river. But if he was able to, he could cross it in one step. At this time, Yi Futian was standing in front of a golden great path. The divine palace in front stood towering above the sky, magnificent and sacred, impervious to spiritual will. There were palaces standing on the left and right of it. To Yi Futian, each palace exuded the might pressure of the great path. This golden great path was an ancient great path, which contained extremely powerful might of the great path. To walk through might not be an easy task. Furthermore, the end of this ancient golden great path was sacred and ethereal. There seemed to be someone standing there, but it was somewhat unreal. Was someone finally there? It seemed that someone was here, after all. At this time, Yi Futian had realized that this place was unusual, and whoever could come was definitely the most top genius at the Divine Palace. Yi Futian didn't know that, at the moment, only one person had ever come to this ancestral land of the Divine Palace before him. It was the premier person of the current generation of the Divine Palace, hailed as the most unparalleled genius of Upper Heaven's realm. Unparalleled in the world meant overshadowing Yi Tianyu and Li Daozi. With everyone else at one level and him at another level, he could not be called unparalleled. What is this place? Futian was becoming more and more curious. What exactly was this sacred place? Could it be that it was the place of cultivation for the great figures of the divine palace? Or were there hidden secrets in the divine palace? No matter what place this was, he wanted to go in and take a look. Futian lifted his feet and walked forward. Just one step, and there was an extremely violent storm of the great path that came from this ancient golden great path. There was great pressure everywhere on this ancient great path. Futian had a feeling that divine gods were standing there, guarding the front of the ancient path that he walked on. All these statues of the gods seemed illusory and yet solid at the same time. His spiritual will felt it, and the oppressive forces of the great path that bloomed from it also felt so real. This moment gave Futian a familiar feeling, like the feeling he had when he was at a place of comprehension in the divine palace, celestial worthy mountain, where he met Zhuanghong. But the coercion of the gods here was even more real and terrifying. It was stronger than that of celestial worthy mountain. The blood inside Futian's body roiled and roared, making a booming sound of the great path. He lifted his feet and forcing his way forward. He let out a violent roar. His clothes fluttered, and his hair was flying. His body seemed to bear a great amount of weight, and it was not easy to take even one step forward. Boom! Futian moved forward one step at a time. Each time he took a step, there was a roaring sound of the great path that burst from his body. The great path was unified into one. It turned into a path of boundless power, forcing each step forward. He walked past a palace, but on this road of the golden great path, this distance seemed insubstantial. The road of the illusory great path seemed so long in his eyes. At this moment, Futian suddenly developed a strong sense of crisis. In the perception of will, he seemed to perceive a ghostly figure again. It was as if the god of the underworld appeared directly in his mind. He seemed to see a pair of ghostly eyes, piercing his mind and attacking his spiritual soul. Futian's face showed concern. On his journey to the trial, he had met a direct disciple from the divine palace, Bai Xiu, who seemed to be a disciple of Lord Underworld. So, what kind of ability was this? There were all the ways preached by the divine palace hidden within this ancient road of the great path. Various types of abilities erupted here and transformed the ways to attack those who were coming forward. If so, would he be subjected to later attacks of melody, sword method, or any other aggressive attacks? The flesh and spiritual soul had to brave tremendous force of oppression at the same time. Futian struggled to move forward under such oppression. Sure enough, he had not taken a few steps before he heard a melody. The great path resonated with it and sharply increased the intensity of the previous oppression. Boom! Under the terrific impact of the great path and its power, Futian's body stumbled backward. He slid several steps before he could get a hold of himself. His brows were knit tightly together. His eyes glanced at the ancient road of great path ahead. Was this road really that difficult to get through? But just exactly what road was this? One had to withstand all kinds of attack methods of the divine palace, and the combat strength of each force seemed to be determined according to his own strength and the strength of his realm. The stronger he was, the stronger the attack power of the great path. There was nowhere to hide. Futian stopped. Instead of rushing forward, he took his time to adjust his breath. Previously, crossing the path river required comprehension, but now what really mattered was one's own true great strength. There were no shortcuts on this road, and there were no tricks to get around it. Forcing his way through was the only option. At this time, on the other side of the path river, many were standing on the bank of the river. They looked ahead, but Futian was no longer visible. Futian had already disappeared in the path river. Has he gotten over and entered the ancestral land? Someone asked. Not yet. A genius talent who knew something about path river shook his head and said, it's just a small step to cross the path river. The road afterward is even more difficult to walk. More difficult? Someone mused. Then why did this path river trap so many other extraordinary characters? Difficulty is relative. It is not that the path river was not difficult to cross. Even many of the disciples of the path boat at the divine palace could not cross the path river. There are only very few who could cross. Look, someone is trying right now. The speaker pointed ahead, and there were already several people who were walking toward the path river. When Futian crossed, they wanted to try it themselves also, but they were still there, unable to advance after the first step. So, how difficult is it to get into the ancestral land? For so many years, there was only one person who entered it. It was more than just difficult, the person next to him said thoughtfully. That person looked in the direction of Path River when he heard this. How outstanding was that unusual character who had crossed the Path River and entered the ancestral land of the Divine Palace. Even the disciples of the Divine Palace had not many opportunities to see him, much less speak to him. He was not just a direct disciple, but the disciple of the 9 halls. The 9 halls taught one person jointly, unheard of in the Divine Palace. It was said that the Divine Palace intended to train him to become the true premier person in the upper heavens realm in the future. He was also moving toward that goal. No one else could surpass him, as it was difficult enough to even catch up with him. He was in his own realm. No one else could be mentioned with him in the same breath. After rumors spread that he was a descendant of the divine gods, some people claimed that there was divine blood in his body. Some even said that he was the reincarnation of the Almighty. No matter the rumors, it all served as a testament to his strength. Today, an outsider appeared in the Divine Palace and also had forced his way into the ancestral land of the Divine Palace. He had already crossed the Path River. Would the two of them meet in the ancestral land? Would Shunjing, a swordsman from Taishan Mountain, cross the road? It was probably very difficult. Indeed, incredibly difficult. Futian was still in front of the golden ancient road of the Great Path at this time. His body was radiant all over, and there was a roaring sound of the Great Path resounding inside his body. There was a strong and powerful breath of the Great Path circulating inside of him. His entire person seemed to have turned into a sword, an indestructible and omnipresent sword. The sword moved forward. It traversed the void and stepped onto the ancient road of the Great Path. Extreme pressure of the Great Path came forth and slammed on him, but from inside Futian's body, there was a whistling sound of the sword. Sword will reached for the sky. It crossed through the pressure of the Great Path and continued to shuttle forward without slowing. On the contrary, he seemed to want to speed up and pass through it quickly. Boom! The melody sounded again. That was the power of divine sound, which caused the Great Path to resonate in unison and expanded its oppressive forces. Pissed! Sharp and shrill sounds were heard, and Futian's body also seemed to emit the sounds of melody, resonating with the sword. A power of the fleeting swordsmanship now swept out and defied the Great Path. All around Futian, a terrifying storm of the Great Path now surged. Boom! 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 This ancient road of the Great Path was alive, and it seemed to be able to perceive everything that Futian was doing. As Futian accelerated forward, godlike statues appeared at the same time. An infinite sword will erupted and swept toward Futian. Bang! Futian felt this continuing, increasing strength, and he suddenly stomped. The Great Path inside his body roared, and the sound of a thundering elephant came out. It resonated with the Great Path. The divine elephant stomped on the sky. It was like a bona fide divine elephant had come down to the world. The shadow of the divine elephant shrouded the body, towering like a demon god, stabilizing the body by sheer willpower. It continued to step forward savagely. This was the secret method of the divine elephants, the divine elephant stomping the sky. If this ability had erupted outside, Tianyu should have recognized him easily, but according to his observations of the Divine Palace, it was true that it did not interfere with the quarrels of the outside world and did not participate in the friction between disciples. Otherwise, as an outsider, he would not have been allowed to wreak such havoc in the Divine Palace, plunder many treasured lands to cultivate, and beaten many of Divine Palace's own disciples. No elders had come forward to mediate, but had just let them do whatever they wanted. Therefore, the grudge between him and Tianyu would not be mediated by the Divine Palace. It did not matter if the Divine Palace knew his identity. He seemed to be goaded by this ancient road of the Great Path to become extremely competitive. The more he was not allowed to set foot in it, the more he wanted to force his way through. Under the technique of divine elephant stomping the sky, he was even more centered, and the power of the great path was more violent and terrifying. Every step he took shocked the earth and suppressed all the offensive attacks. He would like to see how the road of the great path could block his way. Boom, 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 statues descended, and the entire ancient road of the great path was full of incomparable power. On this road of the great path, there was a tremendous storm. The great path roared between heaven and earth, trying to destroy all existence. In Yi Futian's mind, godlike statues appeared. At this moment, he was withstanding such indescribable pressure of might. The celestial soul attraction also bloomed, and the divine will rushed toward the sky. To counter against the attacks of the divine will within the great path, the divine elephant stomping the sky was integrated into the momentum of heaven and earth. Every step was earth-shattering, and the sword will of the great path surrounded his entire body. Yi Futian's entire body was holy and radiant, like the furnace of the great path. Each step he took was forcibly passing through this golden road of the great path. In the golden ancient road of the great path, the roaring sound of the great path continued as Yi Futian forced his way forward. He used all the will of the way that his body could muster in order to fortify his own might to the extreme. His goal was to cross the golden ancient road in the most aggressive manner possible and reach the end. Those elusive and surreal statues collapsed and shattered, and the pressure that had descended finally dissipated completely. Yi Futian stood at the end of the ancient road, which was also in front of that sacred palace. A holy and solemn atmosphere enveloped this space. Faintly, the ancient noble atmosphere could be felt, which made Yi Futian even more certain that this place was very likely very important in the divine palace. It seemed it was fate that he had mistakenly broken into it as a place of comprehension and spiritual cultivation. He thought it was a place of common comprehension before, but he did not expect that it would be so difficult to get in. Judging from the level of defense, could other disciples of the divine palace step in here? If the answer was no, he could totally believe that. But ahead, there seemed to be a person. The great doors of the sacred yet ethereal palace were wide open, but that figure sat outside the palace. He was dressed very simply, and his hair casually fell on his shoulders. He sat atop the stairs with his eyes closed, not releasing any breath released from his body. Although Yi Futian was here, he still sat there quietly as if he was completely unaware of it at all. It was as if he was the only person in this world. Yi Futian glanced at the man in front of the palace above the stairs, and all he saw was his back. Although he did not know the man, he could feel his loneliness. He sat there as though he were independent of this world, that all the entanglements of the world had nothing to do with him. What kind of realm was this? One was reluctant to disturb his cultivation even in the slightest. Here, it seemed that any little movement would be a transgression. Yi Futian stood there quietly for a moment. He then slowly raised his feet and walked up the stairs, step by step, toward the upper ground. After a while, he came behind the figure, facing the sacred palace that was in front of them. It was a palace filled with great mystery. The cultivator who had been sitting there, had he entered it already? The person seemed to have been sitting here for a long time, so he should have gone inside already. Yi Futian looked at him again, and when he saw that the other was still irresponsive, he raised his feet and prepared to walk past him. "You are not a disciple of the divine palace?" At this time, a voice came out, and it was from the mysterious figure who had been sitting there. His voice was clear and powerful. It was as if it could imprint itself onto the minds of the others. Even though he was speaking, he sat there with his eyes closed, not turning his head. He did not even look at Yi Futian. "No," Yi Futian replied. "I was invited by the divine palace for the trial, and then entered the divine palace to cultivate and came here. May I ask, what is this place?" Yi Futian asked. He was becoming more and more curious. What was this place? It was so mysterious, solemn, and magnificent that even the most genius talents could not come here at all. "Ancestral land. Divine temple," the man answered. Yi Futian heard his words, and his heart trembled slightly. Even though he had guessed that this place was highly unusual, the response still shocked him. The ancestral land of the divine palace, the divine temple. Divine palace was the premier holy land in upper heaven's realm, as well as its most prestigious holy place for spiritual cultivation. This was the ancestral land of the divine palace. No wonder it was so difficult to get in. Just that river and the ancient road of the Great Path alone were enough to deter most people. It was basically impossible for the disciples cultivating at the divine palace to come. He had come accidentally, but the figure sitting in front of him was surely an exception as well. If not a disciple of the divine palace, then don't enter the ancestral land of the divine palace. Go back, the figure continued. His voice was extremely calm, without any trace of emotion. It was as if stating something that was extremely ordinary, and his tone did not betray any feelings. Futian didn't get angry when he heard the response. It was not entirely unreasonable. The ancestral land was of great significance to principalities of spiritual cultivation, and it was unlike ordinary places of cultivation as it may truly contain the core of inheritance. Since he was not admitted to the divine palace to cultivate, he was not a disciple of the divine palace. It would be inappropriate to say that he was seeking inheritance in the ancestral land. However, it had taken him a lot to get here, and to not enter now as he was right in front of the door was, more or less, an unreasonable request. Although, in theory, it was inappropriate for him to enter the ancestral land of the divine palace, the divine palace had not stopped him after all. The guides had also said that any location was allowed so long as one could reach it. Therefore, he had gotten here with his own power, and he would enter the ancestral land as long as he could. He did not consider that against the rules of the divine palace. I still want to go in and take a look, Futian said. The other did not respond. Futian looked ahead and lifted his feet, walking toward the divine temple. He spat. Just because one is not a disciple of the divine palace does not mean they should not enter the ancestral land of the divine palace. However, the elders of the divine palace once said that as long as one could enter, then one may enter. So, my apologies in advance. As he was speaking, he continued to move forward, wanting to enter the ancestral land. Quite right. As long as you are able to enter, you may enter. However, whether you can enter the divine temple is not really decided by you. At this time, a hollow and ethereal voice came and sounded in Futian's ears. He glanced at the person in front of him, frowning. The person who spoke was not the one in front of him. There were others in the divine temple. He stopped advancing. His eyes were fixed on the divine temple. What's your name? That ethereal voice was heard again. This time, he faintly felt that the person who spoke was the divine temple itself, not the figure who was in front of him. It was someone using the temple to speak. Shunjing of Taishan Mountain, Futian replied. Wrong, the other responded. Futian's expression changed. How? He asked. You are not a cultivator from Taishan Mountain, nor are you Shunjing, the other said. Futian's heart trembled slightly. Suddenly, caution flashed across his eyes. He refocused his eyes. I did come from Taishan Mountain, Futian responded. Everything is an illusion. Is it true just because you came from Taishan Mountain? The other continued. Futian understood that his disguise might have been detected by the other. He felt as though, standing before this divine temple and being shrouded in that sacred breath, he no longer had any secrets. Everything would be easily exposed. What is true and what is false? Futian continued. Is what's true and false really that important? It didn't matter what his true identity was. If the divine palace did not participate in external disputes, then it mattered not who he was. Whether he was from Taishan Mountain or the heavenly mandate realm, there was no difference to the divine palace. The other was silent for a moment, as if to contemplate Futian's statement. A few moments later, a sigh came from the divine temple. You are right. What is true and what is false? The world is false, and so is the great path. What is the point of pursuing the truth? After a moment of silence, the other let out a gentle sigh. It was a sigh that made everyone felt a sense of desolation. Futian was surprised when he heard this. What did it mean? The world was false, and the great path was also. He didn't understand. I don't understand, Futian looked in front of him and said. Why do you cultivate? The other did not respond to Futian directly, but asked instead why he cultivated. Futian also asked himself for what did he cultivate. He thought about it for a moment, but realized that he understood nothing. In the past, I cultivated in many things, and it is the same now, but my mentality at the moment is that I must cultivate. There are too many things that require cultivation. Futian sighed with emotion. It was as if he no longer remembered his original intention for cultivation. What for? The pride of being born an emperor. He seemed to have forgotten the lofty ambitions he once had. Now, he was asked the reason for his cultivation. It was mostly that time was carrying him forward and that he no longer had a choice not to cultivate. I had to cultivate. A low mumble was heard as if to discern Futian's answer. This reflection told the stories of many cultivators. Out of those who cultivated in the world, how many still remember their original intention? Too many of them were forced to continue with their cultivation. Sailing against the currents, if not advancing, retreating was the only outcome. Yet retreat was not possible. That mysterious breath disappeared, and the ethereal voice seemed to no longer exist. "Elder," Futian asked, but there was no response. "May I enter?" Futian asked. There was still no response. It was as if the other had completely fallen into a state of quietude, leaving Futian to choose for himself. At the very most, he probably would not interfere. "I will assume that Elder's silence means agreement," Futian bowed slightly and said. Since there was no outward disagreement, then it was up to him. As long as he could enter, he would enter. As he was speaking, Futian continued to move forward. Futian passed by the figure who was sitting there, trying to walk past him. However, at this moment, he suddenly stopped. An extremely powerful force of the great path fell on him and compelled him to stop. As his eyes slowly moved, Futian looked at the figure sitting there, and on the other's body, an extremely bright divine light was released. Boom! An extremely unbridled breath slammed into Futian's body. It even rushed into his spiritual will. The breath of the great path inside his body roared as if it encountered a great threat, hence the roar. The young man who had been sitting there opened his eyes. He looked forward. Anyone who was not a disciple of the Divine Palace had no right to enter the ancestral land of the Divine Palace. Chapter 1553, Huangzhong. On the bank of the Path River, many Divine Palace disciples showed up, and they all gazed at the Path River in the distance. Now, nobody knew what happened to Futian. Had he stepped into the divine temple of the ancestral land? Had he met that person? Was he having a difficult time? There were many figures in the Path River at this time, and some talented cultivators had already entered the Path River. Among them, someone had even crossed the Path River and embarked on the Golden Road, which made many people watch in awe. However, the person was not a disciple of the Divine Palace, but from the outside. He was the disciple of the Golden Divine Nation, Gai Shi. At this moment, Gai Shi was stopped by the Golden Ancient Road of Path. He was bathed in golden divine light, and golden beams were shot from his eyes. He looked straight forward. Even though his cultivation in martial arts was accomplished, he still could not break through the Golden Road and was trapped here. He saw that Futian had walked out of the ancient road and stepped in front of the palace in front of him. Besides Futian, there was another figure. Gai Shi had heard of that man. Although this person rarely walked outside, he was very famous. Even though he had not yet become a Renhuang, he had already attracted the attention of the world, especially among the top powers who all knew his name. Gai Shi's elders also often mentioned this person to him. Some thought that he would inherit the position of the Divine Palace Lord, and some said that he would not stay in the Divine Palace forever, that there would be a place for him in the higher heavens realm, the center of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They all gave high praise to him. He was the disciple of the 9 palaces, jointly cultivated by all masters of the palaces. He was a symbol of a generation. Before, Gai Shi was somewhat dissatisfied when he first heard about him and had sought opportunities to fight with him. This time, he also wanted to meet him in the Divine Palace. However, the person had entered the ancestral land, but he was blocked outside. Not only that, but he also met another person on this trip, Shunjing of the Taishan Mountain. Shunjing defeated him and stepped on the Golden Ancient Road. Gai Shi began to question himself. Could it be that he was inferior to those two? Thinking of this, his body became more dazzling in the divine light, and he continued striding forward. He wanted to walk there. Behind him, There even appeared many phantoms of the ancient golden deities, whose might suppressed the world. The sigh of the deities came, which made the might of the great path burgeon from his body. He immediately stepped forward and set off a storm of the great path. He would not yield to anyone and did not think he was inferior to others. Read more chapter on VIP novel. Calm. Futian looked at the figure sitting forward and asked, "What do you mean?" The men of the divine palace didn't stop him, but this disciple of divine palace sat here and wanted to stop him? The person didn't speak, still sitting there quietly. He looked at the palace in front, with a pair of eyes lacking luster. He said, "You should retreat." He didn't explain why, but just wanted to let Futian retreat. Looking at him, Futian could feel that this lonely figure seemed to contain ultimate pride. The great path in Futian's body roared. He watched the person and continue moving forward. He didn't say anything, either. Even the elders of the divine palace didn't care, so how dare a disciple of the divine palace tell him to retreat? However, he could tell that this person was strong, very strong, and might even be the strongest disciple in the divine palace. He was more powerful than Li Daozi, who gave him much pressure. Otherwise, he would not be here. However, even so, how dare he let Futian, who had come here, go back? Since he had come to the divine shrine of the ancestral land, Futian had to take a look inside. "My name is Huangzhong," the person in front of Futian said. His voice was sonorous like the bell of the great path. The moment his voice fell, there seemed to be countless golden ancient bells appearing between the heaven and the earth. The sound circulated around the world and completely wrapped Futian inside. The bells rang through the world, and the sound of the great path roared. The destructive storms of the great path directly attacked Futian, forming one giant storm of the great path. Futian instantly felt a terrifying force of attack on the great path. It was not only from the flesh, but also from the soul. That person was standing still and didn't even look back at Futian. He was looking forward, and those ancient bells of the great law just rotated around his body frantically. The power of the attack was just the killing power of the great path brought by the sound of bells. Those killing powers were like golden lightning, splitting the void sky and breaking the souls of the deities. This attacking power of the great path was stronger than Li Daozi's sword. Futian could feel that Huangzhong had indeed reached the limit between Nirvana and Renhuang Plains. The ancient bells of the path all over the sky were transformed by the mind, and the roaring might in his body seemed to become light of the wheel of the great path. This person might have already become half a Renhuang and was only a step away from the Renhuang Plain. In fact, Futian still underestimated Huangzhong's level. Huangzhong had been in his current plane for many years, and he could actually enter the Renhuang Plain at any time, even at this moment. But he still chose not to enter the Renhuang Plain because he wanted to build a different divine wheel of the great path. Only in this way, after entering the Renhuang Plain, could he be different from other Renhuang figures and have a higher starting point. He was born extraordinary, so he was supposed to do extraordinary things. The Renhuang Plain people dreamed of others was nothing important to him. Even if he became a Renhuang, he would just want to be a peerless one. The fairy soul bloomed from Futian's body, and there was fairy light shining around his body as if a fairy phantom showed up. At the same time, the sound of divine elephants roared in his body. The great path roared, and there seemed to be numerous phantoms of divine elephants that suppressed the eternal sky. Divine elephants stomping the sky was released, and Futian forcibly moved forward. The power of the divine elephant swept out with the dazzling sword of immortal souls, annihilating the light of the great path. Huangzhong slowly turned around and looked at Futian. He still looked so ordinary, but the light of the path surrounding his body was so unusual. This was the first time Huangzhong turned around to look at Futian and feel the life force from his body. He said, "Divine elephant stomping the sky skill of the heavenly mandate realm elephant clan, celestial soul attraction of celestial gate of vast heaven, swordsmanship of Taishan mountain." Futian heard Huangzhong's words and showed surprise. A real top-level talented figure like him could recognize the unique abilities being released at one glance. He had much more knowledge than normal people. Here was the higher heavens realm, and Huangzhong cultivated in the Shangxiao Divine Palace. Yet, He could easily recognize two abilities obtained from the heavenly mandate realm, which reflected how vast his knowledge was. It seems that you are from the heavenly mandate realm, Huang Zhong continued. Divine elephant stomping the sky and the celestial soul attraction came from the demon divine elephant clan and the fairy power celestial gate of vast heaven, respectively. Still, this person could use both of them, so he could tell Yi Futian was not a simple person. It was no wonder he could get here. I'm from the heavenly mandate realm, Yi Futian. In the palace, the lingering voice came out again, which made Yi Futian stunned. He felt quite impressed in his heart. In front of the great people of the divine palace, not only was the technique of disguise easily seen through, but after he showed his skills, his true identity was also easily recognized. But this was also normal. Huang Zhong was a disciple of the divine palace, and although he might not know what happened in the heavenly mandate realm, the battle of the heavenly mandate realm was very influential. It even affected the whole political pattern of the heavenly mandate realm. Some disciples of the divine palace were also there. Elders of the divine palace must know about the event and maybe had been concerned about the matter, so it was normal for them to recognize him. Sir, since you know me, you should understand that I use the name of Shun Jing, given my current circumstances. Please forgive me, Yi Futian looked at the shrine and said. Since the other side knew him, then he should also know about the disintegration of the celestial gate and could understand why he was disguised. The other side was silent for a moment, and Huang Zhong did not continue to attack. And then, another voice came from the shrine. The two most legendary descendants of the heavenly mandate realm today are Yi Futian and Gu Donglu. Now, one of them is here. The person standing in front of you is the most legendary person of the young generation of the higher heavens realm. It could be accidental, but it could also be inevitable, the voice said from the shrine. The most legendary figure was destined to meet the same legendary character because they had no other opponents. It was destiny. Yi Futian glanced at Huang Zhong when he heard these words. This person was hailed as the most legendary figure of the younger generation in the higher heavens realm. No wonder he was here alone, and he was so powerful. Although they hadn't started to fight, Yi Futian could feel strong pressure from him, far from what Li Daozi could offer. It seemed that this person was not at the same level as Li Daozi. Now I get it, Huang Zhong whispered as if he also felt relieved. No wonder Yi Futian could come here. Was it because he was one of the most legendary figures in the heavenly mandate realm? Even so, since his realm was far superior to that of Yi Futian, if the two confronted each other, it would still be unfair. Looking at Yi Futian's figure, Huang Zhong raised his hand, and the ancient bells of the Great Path suddenly covered the sky and chimed together, like making a chant of the Great Path. Terrifying golden lightning madly thrust out. Above the sky, there seemed to be many towering phantoms showing up like real deities. Huang Zhong's finger pointed at Yi Futian, and there seemed to be golden divine wheels of the Great Path sweeping out. They suppressed the eternal world, breaking the void sky, and destroying the souls. At this moment, everything seemed to be on the brink of collapse. The light of the deed of thorough comprehension exploded from Yi Futian's body, and the might of the Great Path was released to the limit, and a majestic giant phantom of the shocking divine elephant appeared. He raised his palm to bombard the void sky, and the elephant rushed out. The fleeting divine sword also swept out to defend the approaching attack. Clang! It seemed that as the ancient bell of annihilation sounded, the wheel of the Great Path destroyed everything. Giant phantoms of the elephants collapsed and shattered, and the light of the sword was annihilated into nothingness. In front of the ancient bell of the Great Path, everything should be shattered into nothingness. Clang, clang, clang. The bell resounded through the world, and the sound of destruction lingered for a long time. Yi Futian's body roared and flew out of the shock. The body was about to burst, but there was a strong might wrapping around the body and sustaining his life force. His body descended from the stairs, but he still looked up at Huang Zhong. With the physique of the Great Path, the soul of the Great Path, Huang Zhong was not just half a step from becoming a Renhuang. It could even be said that he was but a line away from the Renhuang plane. He stood there and took a glance at Yi Futian, then turned around and sat there again. His eyes were closed as if nothing had happened just now. Go in, Huang Zhong said. He didn't stop him anymore. Yi Futian glanced at Huangzhong and didn't know what he meant. Previously, he wanted to stop him, but after he shot, now he just stopped. With his ability, if Huangzhong wanted to stop Yi Futian, it was not easy for Yi Futian to break into the shrine. Huangzhong gave up and did not hinder his way. Yi Futian retrieved his thoughts and kept walking forward toward the shrine where his thought could not invade. Yi Futian stepped into the shrine, and an extremely strong sense of the great path enveloped his body, and the will was very intense. Yi Futian looked up into the void sky and could perceive that there were endless ancient characters of the great path dripping down. His eyes became extremely bright. He was able to see through the nothingness. This world seemed to have changed accordingly, as well. The infinite characters floating between the sky and earth seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power. They are all laws of the great path. Yi Futian thought, his heart trembling. Here was the ancestral land of the divine palace, the holy shrine. No wonder Huangzhong did not allow himself to set foot in it. The real ancestral shrine contained the true essence of divine palace. In such a place, there were no guards to stop him. Huangzhong also came here to comprehend the path, and of course, even the golden road of the great path itself could stop countless people. Yi Futian kept walking forward. Among the endless characters floating between the sky and the earth, there were also some statues, like the deities he'd seen before. Whether it was Celestial Worthy Mountain or the Sword Mountain, or the power released by Huangzhong, they all somewhat shared similarities. It was as if they all came from this shrine. Sword Lord, Yi Futian walked to a statue and murmured. The infinite sword spells floated between the sky and the earth and turned into flowing rivers of swords. He had the same feeling once in the Sword Comprehension Mountain. The statue was also engraved with handwriting, which recorded the life of this heroic figure. Wanlu Swordlord invented the 49 techniques of Comprehension Sword and derived infinite sword skills from the 49 techniques. He once slashed off the 7 layers of Celestial Ditch with one single strike. What does this mean? Yi Futian whispered. He looked at the statue as if there was very intimidating sword hidden above the statue. Here was a more suitable place than Sword Comprehension Mountain to comprehend the path. This Wanlu Swordlord should be the ancestor of the Sword Palace. Yi Futian looked at it for a moment and walked to the other side. He saw a statue like a god. That was the Zhunshur Skylord who made a breakthrough in the path, suppressed the world, and could shatter the 7 layers of the Celestial Ditch. Yi Futian frowned. He continued to look at the next statue. One of the statues was sitting and playing the zither. There were infinite notes floating in front of the statue. Yi Futian knew from a glance that this statue should be the ancestor of the Divine Music Palace. Yi Futian walked through the statues, a little bit shocked. Eventually, he came to the front of the shrine, where there was no statue, but only a stone stele, which released very bright light of the great path, enveloping the whole shrine. Above the stele, there were 2 lines of writing. Have a heart for the world and establish a life for the people. These 2 lines of writing went straight into Yi Futian's mind, as if it turned into a voice echoing in his mind. It was like the sound of the great path, lingering for a long time. At this moment, Yi Futian felt a sense of awe. He was deeply moved, and his heart beat fast. Have a heart for the world and establish a life for the people. Inherit the sacred knowledge of the past, and create peace for the future. What kind of bravery was this? And what kind of place was this top 1 holy land in the higher heavens realm? He only knew that the Shangxiao Divine Palace preached to the world and was never involved in worldly affairs. It seemed to be a place for academic study, so after they opened the land of proving the way, all the top forces in the higher heavens realm were invited to enter. In each and every aspect, this place was indeed a respectable and pure holy land for cultivation. However, if it was just a holy land for cultivation, why did they have such a bold mind? What kind of mission did the Divine Palace carry? And undoubtedly, here was the most powerful place for cultivation in the Divine Palace. The statues of the ancestors of the 9 palaces stood here, and the mysterious life force of the Great Path enveloped the entire shrine. If so, why was it so difficult to set foot here? In his view, apart from Huangzhong, for other disciples in the Divine Palace, even close disciples like Yi Tianyu and Li Daozi, it was not easy to set foot here. He remembered that when he was outside the shrine, there was a voice inside, asking him why he cultivated. He replied that he had no choice but to cultivate. After that, the other side didn't say anything. Was this question a test? Futian looked at the gorgeous handwriting. It was as if it could be imprinted in his mind. He bowed slightly to the steel, full of respect. The boldness reflected in these 2 lines of handwriting was worthy of respect and awe. Futian lifted his head, looked at the steel, and said, "Sir, I have some doubts and need your advice." Although there was no one in the temple, there was the voice. Naturally, someone was here, even though he couldn't see it. Futian's words echoed in the shrine. After a moment of silence, finally, a voice sounded. "You can tell me," a hazy voice said. It was hard to tell where it came from. It seemed as if it was everywhere. "Where am I?" Futian asked. "Divine Shrine. The ancestral land of the Divine Palace," the voice responded. "Who built it?" Futian asked again. "Ancestors of the Divine Palace, of course," the other side said again. "Why was it built?" Futian asked again. There was silence in the shrine again, and the response was no longer fast. "The answer is what you have seen," the other side responded after a moment of silence. Apparently, he was referring to the handwriting on the stone stele, for the world and for the people. "I don't know what you mean," Futian said. He was not questioning it. He just didn't understand. The Divine Palace is the top 1 holy place for cultivation in the upper heavens realm, and even people from other realms come here to study. Since this is the case, why not let the disciples of the Divine Palace cultivate in this holy land of cultivation? Futian asked again. "The world has imperfections. If they can't get here, it's useless for them to come," the other side responded. Futian's heart trembled. There were imperfections in the world. On that day, on the Taishan mountain, when Lord Taishan made the breakthrough, he sighed and said that the world had imperfections. Why does the world have imperfections? Futian asked again. He was more and more confused. "The path of the heaven collapses," the other side said. Futian's heart trembled. The path of heaven collapsed, so the world had imperfections. "Sir, you have said before that the world we see is not real. So what is the real world?" Futian asked again. He didn't understand this sentence when it came from the shrine. "It's just like when I see you. You are not the real one. As for the real world, you need to explore it yourself," the other side responded with a certain expectation in its voice. "The purpose of this shrine is for us to comprehend these ancestors' paths, right? Why did Wang Zhong sit outside to cultivate?" Futian continued. "The purpose here is not to comprehend the ancestors' paths," the other side said. Futian was puzzled and asked, "What is it then?" "The world has imperfections, and the Great Path also has imperfections. The wheel of the Great Path made by cultivators is also flawed, not the perfect wheel of the Great Path. It can be said that there are obvious defects and cracks," the other side slowly said. Futian was very shocked when he heard this. Even the divine wheels of the Great Path created by Renhuang figures are also flawed? Futian asked. When reaching the Renhuang plain, one had already become a Renhuang of a district with great prestige. However, their divine wheels of the Great Path were also missing. This was unimaginable. Some people call it the ordinary wheel of the Great Path and say that Wang Zhong wants to create an ultimate wheel of the Great Path. But, in fact, in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, the divine wheel of the Great Path, which was built by the vast majority of Renhuang figures, could be said to be incomplete. It means this is the Great Path. It has imperfections. Futian listened quietly. Did many Renhuang figures know this cruel fact? He said that the world he saw was not a complete world. So what was the truth of this world? The true divine wheel of the Great Path is the golden divine wheel, and what's more, it is the divine wheel that contains dazzling light. Once it blooms, it is dazzling. The Great Path is as one, and the sun and the moon shine together. The hazy voice sounded quite emotional. It said, "Only those who have seen the real divine wheel will know the flaws of the divine wheel of the Great Path." So, is this the meaning of this shrine? Futian asked. He sensed that there seemed to be a very wonderful force in the shrine. It was likely that this force also cast the trees in the land of proving the way. "That's exactly the case," the other side responded. The shrine has become a world itself, making up for the defects of the path. Here, the path is not missing. If one can cultivate here and become a Ranhuang, one can cast a complete divine wheel of the great path. Of course, it is much more difficult than casting an ordinary wheel of the great path. If one can't cross the river of the path and walk through the golden road, it is meaningless to cultivate here. However, you and Huang Zhong were able to come here. Yi Futian was lost in thought. At this moment, many things came to his mind. It seemed that a lot of things were related to it. Or to say, from the beginning, his life had been given an extraordinary meaning. He was destined to be inextricably linked to this truth of the world. There must be a treasure in the shrine to make up for the defects of the path. If it is not the strength of the shrine itself, I am afraid it will bring bloody conflicts to the world, Yi Futian whispered. The moment his voice fell, suddenly, a strong pressure came onto him. Yi Futian looked normal and calmly looked forward. He heard the voice continue, "You are right. Although the palace is the top one holy place for the cultivation of the higher heavens realm, the threat always exists. Once the divine palace is weakened, it will bring many bloody conflicts." Ordinary people didn't know, but how could the top characters not know the secret of the imperfection of the world? There was a treasure in the divine palace to make up for the defects of the world. One could imagine how many people were coveting it. What Yi Futian said was very impolite. "I get it," Yi Futian said and nodded. He didn't ask the impolite question deliberately. He just wanted to confirm one thing. He had experienced many things on his way of cultivation, and he was a secret himself. "What do you get?" the voice asked. Yi Futian looked at the steel in front of him. The world had imperfections, but the divine palace wanted to raise a cultivator without imperfections. "Thank you for solving my confusion." Yi Futian saluted the steel slightly and said. Then he walked to a statue and sat down, cultivating with his eyes closed. He didn't answer because it also was his own secret. The world had imperfections, but his path had no imperfections. Yi Futian understood it. He really did. Although he still did not understand the truth of the world, he knew that his path must be the perfect one. Although he had many life spirits, his natal spirit was always just the world tree. It was the world ancient tree that gave him many life spirits and endowed him with the gift of cultivating various paths and even merging the great paths. This was probably related to his life experience. He was born to be extraordinary, and his godfather said that he was destined to be a king in the future. Although he did not know his identity, even a powerful person like Lord Taishian could not escape the fate of the world and had sighed that the great path was lacking when he made the breakthrough. Even the strongest figures could not escape their fates, but Yi Futian could easily cross over his own from the moment of birth. He was very clear about that even in this imperfect world of cultivation. His path must be the perfect one. The divine wheel of the great path he would create when he set foot on the Renhuang plain in the future must also be a wheel without defects, which was to say, the extraordinary wheel of the great path in the eyes of the world. His life spirit could make up for the shortcomings of the world. He stopped talking because he knew what it meant. The divine palace had a treasure to make up for the defects of the path, so they always had to be alert to any crisis that might be brought by it. The reason why no one dared to touch it was because of the palace's power. But what about Yi Futian? If someone knew that his life spirit could make up for the defects of the path, he would instantly become a target, and how many people would be staring at him? Even the top figures in the cultivation world would be coveting it, and he might even end up dying without knowing who killed him. No wonder his godfather told him not to show his life spirit outside when he was young. Ordinary people might not know it, but those powerful people were likely to be able to spy something from him. The powerful person in this shrine could see through his disguise at one glance, and if his life spirit was revealed from his life palace, how could the person not perceive its peculiarity? Yi Futian didn't talk anymore and just cultivated quietly in the corner, perceiving the true meaning of the ubiquitous great path. He was totally absorbed in cultivation, so the person would not doubt anything. As expected, after seeing Yi Futian cultivate, the powerful figure in the shrine also fell silent and did not speak again. Soon, the shrine was quiet again. In the shrine, Yi Futian was comprehending and cultivating, and there was a roaring sound in his body. Outside the shrine, Huang Zhong was also cultivating. More precisely, Huang Zhong was comprehending, and what he wanted to do was to build what he thought was the perfect wheel of the Great Path. Only in this way could he live up to his knowledge and talent. The two were cultivating inside and outside the shrine. Many of the disciples in the Divine Palace were challenging the Golden Ancient Road and the River of the Path. Gai Shi of the Golden Divine Nation had tried many times and failed, but he was still trying. He could endure that the peerless talent of Higher Heaven's realm. Huang Zhong passed it, but now, Yi Futian had also entered the shrine. Gai Shi was not content. Ordinary people might not know the truth of this world, but as the top descendant of the Golden Divine Nation, Gai Shi knew more than ordinary people. The top one figure of the Golden Divine Nation was a general of Donghuang the Great Emperor, so the senior leaders of the Golden Divine Nation knew some truths in the world, and Gai Shi also knew a little bit. He knew, so he wanted to be stronger. However, the Golden Ancient Road was full of many powerful attacks, and although he could break through some, he had never been able to cross completely and could only struggle again and again. In fact, what Gai Shi had achieved was beyond ordinary cultivators' ability. More people could not even pass the River of the Path, and just one step was extremely far to take. Although the shrine was just in front of them, for the disciples of the Divine Palace, it was endlessly distant and unreachable. At this time, many people inside and outside the River of the Path looked forward, and many of them were disciples of the Divine Palace. Both Gai Shi and Shunjing have crossed the River of the Path. Did they enter the shrine? Many people discussed the matter amongst themselves. It's not an easy thing for them. Who is more promising to enter? Shunjing, someone said. In those two battles, he proved his unparalleled talent, and in the land of proving the way, he defeated Gai Shi. This time Lord Taixian chose an extraordinary figure to inherit his swordsmanship, and he has gained fame on this trip to the Divine Palace. Is Shunjing's trip to shrine also guided by Lord Taixian? Someone wondered aloud. Very possible. Many people said and began to think. There was no doubt that the swordsman in training Shunjing of Taixian Mountain was a direct disciple of Lord Taixian. Everyone had known about it, and it did not require confirmation. If Lord Taixian had known that he got a direct disciple out of thin air, nobody knew what he would think. Perhaps he would turn the Divine Palace upside down. Or perhaps Lord Taixian wouldn't mind at all. Time passed by, and Gai Shi eventually gave up and returned, which made many people sigh. Some people asked Gai Shi whether Shunjing of Taixian Mountain had entered the shrine, but Gai Shi did not answer. He did not leave either. He chose to stay outside the River of the Path. On this day, the last peak of Sword Comprehension Mountain suddenly gleamed with brilliant light, and then the 81 peaks of the Sword Comprehension Mountain shone together, and the sword will rushed up to the sky. At this moment, every cultivator in the Sword Comprehension Mountain looked in one direction, their hearts beating fast. In the Divine Palace, there were also many warriors looking at the direction where Sword Comprehension Mountain was located, with light shining in their eyes. A new breakthrough, someone whispered. Another Sword Emperor was born. Was he before Huang Zhong? Many people discussed, and their hearts trembled. Did the previous war really help him break his shackles? On the last sword peak of Jianshan, a figure like a sword stood proudly on the top of the mountain, and there was a monstrous sword wolf flowing all over him. A terrifying sword river appeared between the sky and earth and turned into a giant sword of the Great Path. That was the divine wheel of Great Path being cast. Li Daozi, who made the breakthrough, would become a sword emperor. Many people of the divine Swordly family were also here, and were all excited while watching this scene. Although there was a defeat, it did not affect Li Daozi's state of mind. No wonder he was the most outstanding figure of their generation in the divine Swordly family. On the top of one sword mountain, Wan Shuyi gazed in the direction of Li Daozi. Luoyue said, Li Daozi was defeated in that battle, but shortly after that, Li Daozi made a breakthrough. It seems that Li Daozi's heart of sword was clear and was not affected at all, and the battle became his aid instead. He was looking for someone to quench the sword, and he only needed 2 more parts. After that battle, Shunjing helped him complete one part, and only the last part was left. Now he accomplished it and succeeded, Wan Shui said. It is indeed outstanding. We still have a long way to go. Does this also prove that he is more outstanding? Luoyue whispered. Of course, Wan Shui nodded and said, among 10,000 cultivators, you can only find one like Li Daozi in the world, and in the whole generation of the higher heavens realm, there were only 2 people like him. Now, they are at the end of the river of the path. Can he enter the shrine? Luoyue asked. These days, there were many questions about whether or not Shenjing could enter the shrine. Every day, people discussed this matter. Wan Shui looked towards Yaya and remembered the conversation with her that day. At this moment, Yaya was still fully absorbed in her cultivation. She was a sword fanatic and was marvelous at swordsmanship, and even such a person had unparalleled confidence in Shenjing. So, he also had expectations. What if he really made it? After all, Shenjing had been in there for many days. Many months had passed. Although many people had left River of the Path, there were more and more discussions about Futian. The longer he stayed on the other side of the River of the Path, the more possible it was that he had entered the shrine. Gaishir's silence also made many people suspicious. On this day, there was no one here on the bank of the River of the Path, and only occasionally would someone come by to have a look. At this time, a figure came to the bank of River of the Path. He passed by and took a glance at the river. The towering palaces stood on both sides, but the whole space was still very quiet. Not yet, the man whispered, about to leave. He had no idea whether he had entered the shrine or not. But at this moment, just as he was just about to leave, he seemed to have noticed something. He paused a second and turned around and saw a figure standing above a sword and slowly coming from the River of the Path. He's come out, he thought to himself. His pupils contracted, and his heart trembled. Swordsman in training Shenjing of the Taishan Mountain walked out of the River of the Path. His temperament became more and more outstanding, and his life force was unfathomable. The sword floated above the River of the Path, and he steered the sword and came slowly towards this side at a steady speed. In his bright and deep eyes, there was no emotion. Seeing Futian getting closer, he asked, "My Taoist friend, have you gotten anything during this trip?" Futian looked up at him, smiling, and did not respond. "Have you ever entered there?" the man asked Futian. Since Futian didn't answer, instead of turning around, he just asked directly, "Where is there?" Futian asked. "The ancestral land." The person stared at Futian and said, "Maybe. I've been there," Futian whispered. He came up onto the bank of River of the Path. The man gave him a deep look and then flashed away in the air. Soon, the whole divine palace knew that Futian walked out of the River of the Path. Suddenly, the divine palace became noisy again. One after another, their bodies flickered, and the cultivators all moved in the same direction, toward where Futian appeared. In the divine palace, the news made the whole palace boiling. Shenjing of the Taishan Mountain entered the ancestral land of the divine palace, the shrine. For many years, only one disciple of the divine palace had stepped into the shrine. This person was still cultivating in the ancestral shrine, Huang Zhong, the top one figure among the descendants in the upper heavens realm. Today, there was one more person. Many people in the palace were even reluctant to believe it. Some cultivators in seclusion came out and wanted to ask Futian in person. At this time, in the divine palace, Futian walked towards the direction of Sword Comprehension Mountain. This trip to the divine palace was perfect for him. He completed all tasks and even had unexpected gains. It was time to leave after cultivating in the divine palace for so long. However, people kept coming towards him. Around him, disciples of the divine palace appeared one after another, all staring at him. The emotion in their stares was complicated, but no one stepped forward. They all just looked at him, as if he was a monster. Futian came out and headed towards Sword Comprehension Mountain. He came on this trip as a swordsman from Taishan Mountain. Besides Yaya, the others that he was acquainted with were those from Taishan Mountain, like Wan Shui, Luoyue, and Little Phoenix. Besides Little Phoenix, there were several others who were cultivating at Sword Comprehension Mountain, which was the place to cultivate swordsmanship. As for the others from Taishan Mountain, they were outside of his control. Disciples of the divine palace continued gathering and appearing beside him. Some disciples approached and asked, Shunjing, did you really get into the ancestral land? To the divine palace, this news was too shocking, especially for the direct disciples. They knew how difficult it was to enter the ancestral land. Now, Futian claimed that he had entered the ancestral land. One could imagine the shock felt by the disciples of the divine palace. An outsider had stepped into their ancestral land of the divine palace. The elders of the divine palace did not stop him. Huang Zhong, who was at the ancestral land, didn't stop Futian either. With Huang Zhong's realm of strength, who below Rinhunag could surpass him? What answer you wish for is the answer you'll get. Futian glanced at the other. He no longer wished to respond anymore. There were still so many questions, and if he said that he didn't go, no one wouldn't believe him. If so, there was no need to spend time chattering. The people of the divine palace could think whatever they wanted to. Since none of the great figures at the divine palace minded, the thoughts of the disciples of the divine palace were completely unimportant. Thus, Futian did not care either. The words carved on the stone tablet in the divine temple perhaps were the foundation of the divine palace. Brother Shen, what was in the divine temple of ancestral land? Someone walked up to Futian and asked, his eyes full of curiosity. Seeing this person, everyone was speechless for the moment. It was Zhuanghong. This guy actually thought of exploring the secrets of the ancestral land from Shenzhen. Indeed, apart from the key figures of the divine palace, probably only Huang Zhong would know what was in the ancestral land. Now that Futian had gone inside, how could they not be curious? This is the secret of the divine palace. Should I keep it or tell you? Futian looked at Zhuanghong with a smile. Zhuanghong looked stunned. He glared at Futian and said in a low voice, "You are an ass." Since he said that it was the secret of the divine palace, as the direct disciple of the divine palace, how could he dare to question any further? It would amount to probing secrets of the divine palace. Why couldn't this guy just reveal a little? Just a little bit, try hard to enter it, and there you will see the real divine palace. Futian patted Zhuanghong's shoulder, which made Zhuanghong's eyes shine with excitement as he stared at Futian. How thrilling was his suggestion. Only, he was even more curious. What would the real divine palace look like? Was the divine palace that they saw fake? I want to, but I am afraid I won't be able to, Zhuanghong mumbled to himself. The Path River was not so easy to cross. Futian didn't say anything more. It was really difficult to get through. At this time, Futian stopped and saw a figure standing in front of them. He was blocking Futian's way forward. Yin Sui. Futian looked at the person in front of him. It turned out to be an acquaintance. This person had traveled to the heavenly mandate realm with Tianyu and was a good friend of Tianyu. He was a disciple of the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace. Now Yin Sui, who had already entered Nirvana realm, was blocking his way. Yin Sui, disciple of Divine Music Palace. Yin Sui bowed slightly to Futian, his demeanor cordial and measured. No need for formality since you are blocking the way, Futian said with a smile. Blocking the road was, in itself, an act of rudeness. What can I do for you? Futian asked. Recently, I have been cultivating in solitude. After I came out, I heard that a legend had appeared in the land of proving the way. I heard that Shan Jing, a swordsman from Taishan Mountain and a disciple of Lord Taishan, defeated many powerful cultivators with one sword. I heard that even Li Daozi was no exception. Furthermore, he had entered the ancestral land of the Divine Palace, which is rumored to contain the ultimate method of the Divine Palace. Since Brother Shin had returned from the ancestral land, and maybe I'm overestimating my own strength, I would love to experience what Brother Shin learned in the ancestral land. Yin Sui spoke politely. Even if it was a challenge, he was still courteous, exhibiting great diplomacy. At this time, many disciples of Divine Music Palace and Tianyu were also present. They looked at Yin Sui, and Tianyu and Yin Sui were quite familiar with one another. Having seen the battle between Futian and Li Daozi, he was afraid that Yin Shi might not come out of this battle victorious. However, Yin Sui had always been arrogant. If he wanted to try, he couldn't really stop it. So he didn't speak, but looked on quietly. In fact, many people thought that Yin Sui would definitely be defeated. After all, Li Daozi was more famous than Yin Sui. Recently, Yi Futian had returned from ancestral land, so Yin Sui could not possibly be his equal. However, it was possible to see whether or not Yi Futian's strength had improved any more and whether or not he had gained anything in the ancestral land. You cannot. Yi Futian glanced at Yin Sui. His answer was straightforward, and he didn't give Yin Sui any leeway. He was also wondering, when did the people in the divine palace hear that he was a disciple of Lord Taishan? He had only met Lord Taishan once that day, and to call him a disciple was somewhat preposterous. What would Lord Taishan think if he knew? Would he think that Yi Futian was leading people to believe he was his disciple? Hearing Yi Futian's words, everyone in the divine palace was silent for a while. He was truly blunt about it. Yin Sui did not expect Yi Futian to be so frank, dismissing him with just 2 words, "You cannot." "Please advise," Yin Sui said. His voice was solemn. As his voice fell, lingering divine sounds of the great path meandered in the air. It turned into infinite musical notes, complementing the way of heaven and earth. A series of golden characters turned into terrible lightning and attacked Yi Futian. The roaring golden characters turned into a salient golden-winged rock, hacking through the void. Yi Futian was on the move, and everyone saw elusive afterimages, like golden lightning, sail across the void as a squealing sound was heard. Everyone saw that the golden remnant of the shadow passed through the golden-winged rock. Yi Futian actually directly split open the golden-winged rock using his hand in place of a sword. His entire body was dazzling, and he radiated a terrible divine light of swordsmanship. His finger pointed forward at Yin Sui. In this instant, the divine sound of the great path resonated throughout heaven and earth in harmony with Yi Futian's finger. It created a supreme swordsmanship. Divine sound. Yin Sui's expression changed to one with shock as the finger descended instantly and landed. With a popping sound, his body flew backward, and blood dripped down along his hanging arms. In that momentary confrontation, without much drama, Yin Sui bled from the corners of his mouth. His clothes were also stained with blood. His arms hung helplessly as blood continued to drip down. The hearts of many trembled. Though they could not see the swordplay clearly, they felt the divine sound and the swordsmanship. As for their true strength, it was unfathomable to many disciples of the divine palace. He has cultivated the divine sound, entered into the ancestral land, and the method of the divine palace truly exists in the ancestral land. Everyone was shocked. They focused intently on Yi Futian. If so, didn't that imply this swordsman from Taishan Mountain was stealing the arts from the divine palace? Yi Futian continued forward, walking past Yin Sui as his arms were just hanging there. He let Yi Futian walk past him, unable to do anything to stop him. Although the disciples of Divine Music Palace were not happy about it, no one tried to stop him again. With Yi Futian's strength, except for the one who was cultivating at the ancestral land, no one was certain they could stop him. Yi Futian continued ahead like a sword until he had arrived at Sword Comprehension Mountain. A person stood on top of the first mountain of Sword Comprehension Mountain like a sword from the heavens, looking down at Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his head to look up at him. It was Li Daozi of the divine swordly family, and the breath exuded from his body was the breath of Renhuang. Proving the way of Renhuang, Yi Futian said to himself. Whether it was a strengthening of his power or a transformation of his mind, he viewed Renhuang differently than he did before. Once, Emperor Xia and Emperor Li were legends to him, mythical figures who were unattainable. But today and right now, he felt that Renhuang was not so far out of reach, especially when the person who had lost to him not long ago had now entered the realm of Renhuang. Naturally, he was not likely to be impressed. It was only that different people experienced the way on different timelines, and Li Daozi's realm was deeper than his. Yi Futian didn't speak. He only looked up at Li Daozi, who seemed to be waiting for him here. Li Daozi looked at Yi Futian. Although he had entered into Renhuang, Yi Futian had entered the ancestral land of the Divine Palace, which was more difficult. Realm of Renhuang. There were many at the Divine Palace, but how many could enter the ancestral land? Therefore, there was nothing much to be proud of. Congratulations, Li Daozi said. Same. Yi Futian smiled. It looked like that Li Daozi was not here to fight. Indeed, It would be meaningless to pick a fight after the other had already entered Renhuang. Thank you for trying the sword, Li Daozi said again. He then shape-shifted into a sword and flickered away. Yi Futian smiled. This heir of the divine swordly family was kind of interesting. He continued to move forward and entered the sword comprehension mountain. Wan Shuyi and Luoyue looked at him with emotions in their hearts. Since this guy came down from the mountain, he began to show his edge and was becoming more and more legendary. Was this still the Shunjing that they knew? They hardly seemed to be the same person. Yi Futian smiled at them and walked forward until he reached the last sword mountain. The sword will float upon him, and the aurora of the sword shot out from his eyes. After a while, he turned and said to Wan Shuyi and Luoyue, "Let's go back," he said. "Very well." The two nodded and went along with him. Yaya also followed quietly. As soon as they turned around and started walking, they saw that the last sword peak of Sword Comprehension Mountain was shining with a brilliant sword light that rushed toward the sky. Then, 81 sword mountains lit up at the same time. The sword chi roared and circled the heavens as if to send them off. Everyone's heart beat violently, especially those disciples from Sword Palace of the Divine Palace. Without being in the realm of the Sword Emperor, the 81 swords had been unlocked. Even the last one was the same. This was another new record. No one had done it before. What exactly did he obtain in the ancestral land of the Divine Palace? In the void, Li Daozi, who was leaving, turned his head and glanced towards Sword Comprehension Mountain, many turbulent emotions in his heart. Not an emperor, yet he unlocked the 81 swords. Compared to him, he seemed to be lesser again. This title of Sword Emperor was nothing to be proud of at all. It seemed that, in the future, he still needed to concentrate on cultivation. Yi Futian walked toward the outside of the Divine Palace, prepared to leave. Many of those who had followed him into the Divine Palace were also leaving with him. After having stayed at the Divine Palace for many days, partially for his own private reasons. However, now that what needed to be done had been done, and since he didn't choose to cultivate at the Divine Palace, it was time to go back. In Linshao City, it had been a long time since the guides from the Divine Palace had led the cultivators into the Sea of the Path. Since then, many had returned, bringing with them news and rumors. For example, in the Battle of the Proving Ground in the Sea of the Path, the strongest person was not Li Sun of the Divine Swordly family, nor Qinzong of the Sky-Burying God Clan, nor Gai Shishir, the genius talent of the Golden Divine Nation. It was not even a disciple of the Divine Palace. Instead, it was someone that few people had heard of before. A swordsman from Taishan Mountain, Shun Jing. This swordsman from Taishan Mountain, who was famed in one battle, had defeated all enemies in the land of proving the way. He alone had plundered the divine tree of comprehension. Because of him, everyone from Taishan Mountain was able to get into the divine tree to comprehend. Afterward, as many cultivators had entered the Divine Palace, less and less news made way to Linshao City. Furthermore, although many had returned, those key characters, such as Shen Jing, who became famous in the one battle, as well as Gai Shishir and Qinzong, had not been seen since. Could it be that they had all entered the Divine Palace to cultivate? Many had already left, but some were still cultivating in Linshao City, waiting for news. They wanted to see what would happen this time. Naturally, all the top forces were stationed at Linshao City as well. At this time, on the coast of the Sea of the Path, many walked on the beach, and some enjoyed a drink or two in the taverns, looking out over that vast Sea of the Path. It was said that this sea was endless. The Divine Palace was located above the Fame Mountain of the Sea of the Path, but for those who were not disciples of the Divine Palace, unless taken by guides, there was no other way to enter the Divine Palace. Although there were countless who longed for it, they had no chance to enter. At this time, there was a sudden sound that came from the coast. Many turned their attention that way, looking in the direction of the Sea of the Path. Curiosity flashed through their eyes as they looked at the sea. Their eyes became brighter and brighter until finally, they saw in the distance, where the sea met the sky, figures sailing toward them. It was as if they were coming from the other end of the sky. They are back. Someone trembled inwardly. Those who had gone to the Divine Palace had returned from the Sea of the Path. Many heard whispers and turned to look over there. They saw that the group was not together but was made of different camps in different positions, but from a distance, it was as if they were all together. However, as they got closer, they could be seen more clearly. Cultivators of the divine Swordly family are here, and the cultivators of the sky-burying god clan. Everyone talked amongst themselves. Sure enough, it was the return of those who had gone to the divine palace to prove the way. It was unknown what they had gained on this trip. Who is Shunjing? Someone inquired. Many did not yet know who Shunjing was. Everyone searched, and quickly, their gaze fell in one direction. Over there, Yi Futian, Wan Shuyi, and Luoyue were together. However, there were still a few others from Taishin Mountain who were willingly following behind them. There are the people from Taishin Mountain, and the handsome figure in the front must be Shanjing. He became the apparent leader of those from Taishin Mountain. Someone pointed in the direction of Yi Futian. Suddenly, many were sizing him up. When he entered the sea of the path before, no one had noticed him. But now, he became famous because of the one battle. So, naturally, he was the focus of all the attention. Yi Futian and his party went all the way from the sea of the path, escorted by the guides from the divine palace. When everyone got to the shore, the guides from the divine palace turned around and left in the boat, carefree and at ease. Yi Futian stood on a dinghy. The wind from the sea caressed his robe. As the dinghy docked, he stepped off and said, "Let's go back to Taishin Mountain." Very well. Wan Shuyi nodded. Yi Futian's body flickered, and he landed on the shore. The group walked forward, preparing for their trip back home. In the sea of the path, people came through the air one after another, and they all went ashore. The people of Linshao City wanted to know what happened but had no idea who they should ask. At this time, someone realized that all the cultivators had gone in the same direction. Someone's eyes sparkled, and a faint smile flashed across their face. "Quite interesting," they said. Clearly, he had realized something and immediately caught up with the group. Yi Futian and his group kept moving forward, and they quickly reached Linshao City. He did not hurry, though. Instead, his brows were knitted together. Next to Yi Futian, Wan Shuyi and Luoyue took on a cold expression. Obviously, they both discovered that after they landed from the sea of the path, many did not go back but had followed them instead. Had some kind of tacit agreement had been made? Or had it been discussed in the divine palace in advance? More and more people had now gathered inside Linshao City, and many cultivators, while sensing something unusual, couldn't help but become greatly interested. It seemed that although everyone had returned from the divine palace, the matter was far from over. There was going to be a show to see. "They are here for you." Wan Shuyi transmitted his voice to Yi Futian. It was easy to understand that in the divine palace, Yi Futian's strength was unparalleled and that at the divine palace, it was not easy for anyone to touch him. Now that everyone had returned, they would soon be on their way back home, just as Yi Futian would also go back to Taishin Mountain. If they did not make a move now, they would not have another chance. No one would forget that Yi Futian, while in the land of proving the way, had taken many fruits of the way himself. Those fruits were fruits that could form the body of the Great Path. It was especially helpful to impact the realm of Renhuang. In addition, Yi Futian had obtained the inheritance of the Divine Palace in the ancestral land of the Divine Palace, which was equally alluring to the others. Therefore, if everyone wanted to make a move on Yi Futian together, it would not be so unexpected. Yi Futian nodded as he understood that as long as the people of the divine capital of Xiling was there, Luo Yuming must have hated him and wanted to slaughter him mercilessly. Now, the people of the divine capital of Xiling were in the dark, and Gai Shishir of the Golden Divine Nation had followed along as well. In addition, there were some other cultivators whom Yi Futian didn't even know. They had fought for the fruits of the way in the land of proving the way with him. Their realms were all unfathomable, and they were characters who had reached the top of the Saint Plain. They all desired the fruits. Presumably, they already had the same idea, and now that they had left the Divine Palace, they wouldn't want to miss the opportunity again. Yi Futian not only did not hurry to escape but slowed down his pace instead, casually walking around the city. His spiritual will shrouded his surroundings. Unconsciously, the space where Yi Futian was became somewhat suppressing for others, and those around him pulled away. It was as if they could predict what would happen. "You don't need to follow me," Yi Futian said. His body suddenly accelerated. He ditched Wan Shuyi and the others in an instant. You? Luoyue saw this and pointed forward, but Wan Shuyi caught her hand and shook his head. If those who were to attack were the top genius figures, they wouldn't be of great use to him. Except for Wan Shuyi's extraordinary comprehension of swordsmanship, everyone else might actually become Yi Futian's burden. And with Yi Futian's unparalleled strength, even if he was on his own, it was far easier to deal with him than with them. That, at least, there wouldn't be any constraints. Yi Futian walked forward alone, sword will whistling around him. His spiritual will shrouded the vast void around him. The wind and clouds roared above the sky, and there was a terrible death light lurking about. There were even places where bright golden divine light shot out, falling down with frightening breath. In the void, Gai Shi and the other cultivators were there. Yi Futian wouldn't be able to get away so easily. He took away the fruits of the way and entered the ancestral land of the Divine Palace. He was not a disciple of the Divine Palace. Thus, even if he was taken, it would have nothing to do with the Divine Palace. Moreover, they also wanted to know what secrets were hidden in the ancestral land of the Divine Palace. Boom! Divine thunder rolled above the sky like the apocalypse was upon them. Thunder clouds roared, blocking the sun overhead. A mighty power of Renhuang permeated and cascaded down, exuding a strong sense of threat. Shunjing, you alone took possession of the fruits of the way, a greedy act. Since you don't cultivate in many of the methods, why don't you give up some of the fruits, and we'll leave? A voice said from the void, obviously unwilling to start a war with Yi Futian. However, for the opportunity of proving the way, they had to fight for it. The might of the Renhuang divine implement. Yi Futian glanced up at the void. The land of proving the way strictly forbade the use of Renhuang-level divine implements. But in reality, many of those who entered the Sea of the Path were powerful figures who were equipped with Renhuang-level divine implements. Now, outside of the Sea of the Path, if it was strength alone, no one could best Yi Futian. But this was a pillage. Who would care to be fair? Clearly, any means would be used. Yi Futian's expression was cold and indifferent. Sword will circled his body, and there was murderous intent in his eyes. They were out of the land of proving the way, and they were all out of the divine palace. Were they still unwilling to give up? The fact that this person was in possession of a Renhuang-level divine implement didn't bother him. What alarmed him was that someone like Gai Shi, whose divine implement must be supremely powerful, was surely extremely powerful. And these people were staring at him. They could strike at any time. Respectfully, I would like to advise everyone to leave now, and I will forget that this ever happened. However, if you make a move, I will see that as an attempt on my life. For those people, I will kill without exception. Yi Futian's voice was extremely cold. If these people were serious about threatening his life, he would be merciless. As soon as I have the fruit, I will leave immediately. I only want one, the man in the void said in a cold and indifferent voice. Yi Futian's spiritual will captured and locked onto the speaker. It was a middle-aged cultivator holding a divine hammer. Thunder and lightning filled the sky aggressively and with absolute dominance. Divine light of infinite thunder and lightning of heaven and earth gathered and turned into a chain of thunder. At this time, Yi Futian looked up at the divine thunder tumbling above the sky. Bright sword light of murder shot out from his eyes, piercing the void and into the other man's eyes. When the middle-aged man saw those eyes, he felt that his spiritual will was sliced through by swordsmanship. It was glaring and blinding. You asked for it, a cold voice sounded in his mind, making him feel a very strong threat. At the same time that the voice fell, Yi Futian's body turned into an afterimage. Its dazzling sword light traversed the void and rushed into the thundering sky with extreme speed. The middle-aged man changed the expression on his face. The divine thunder was extremely violent. He raised his arm and blasted out divine light of thunder that swept through the void, but the residual shadow blinked and disappeared. Just a very slight sound emerged as the destructive thunder rolled and roared between heaven and earth, but the man's eyes showed tremendous fear. The divine implement fell from his hands. He held his neck with both hands as a crack appeared, and blood flowed out and stained his hands red. The sword was that fast. In the void, the sword in Futian's hand was stained with blood as he looked at the figure falling from the sky. This strike not only slashed the throat, but also contained the power to slash the soul, so the other was unable to save himself. Now that these many cultivators had come to suppress him in unison, wanting to leverage divine implements to smite him and take away the fruits, if he didn't make an example of him, they would most likely be undeterred. His hand made a grabbing motion in the air, and Futian captured the divine implement of the other, then took it as his own. That suffocating will of the way still shrouded the space, but no one wanted to be that bold again. It was as if they were cowed by Futian's sword. A sword traversed the void and directly slashed the throat of someone who was at the top Nirvana plane, holding the Runhuang divine implement. After having cultivated in the ancestral land of the divine palace, Futian should be even stronger than when he fought with Li Daozi. His sword was no longer confined to the fleeing years of the divine will. The sword that had been deployed just now was the ultimate fast sword. "Those who want to die, continue as you wish," Futian said as he walked forward, holding the sword with one hand. He stepped into the void, and the vast void resonated with the nether swordsmanship. It was extremely sharp. The sword will of the heavens clamored. In Linshao City, in the vast and endless area beneath the sky, countless people were shocked. Many swordsmen felt that their swords and their own sword were also resonating with that swordsmanship. It was as if all the swords of the world were about to be controlled by it. Shunjing. On this trip to the divine palace to prove the way, everyone competed for the fruits of the way, which was the opportunity bestowed by the divine palace. People of all principalities were to share the opportunity, but you snatched all the fruits for yourself. "You were selfish, and you didn't think about anybody else," said a cold and indifferent voice. The speaker was Guy Shirshir. He stood higher up in the void as the golden divine light of his body cascaded down. Futian's sword deterred all the cultivators, and no one dared to come forward. It looked like he had come out himself, but in reality, what he wanted was not as simple as the fruits of the way. After hearing Guy Shirshir's words, many felt the same sense of outrage. This Futian was indeed too domineering. He had seized many fruits of the way. He had taken advantage of the opportunity from the divine palace to prove the way. This rather selfish behavior was unjustifiable to the others. Futian glanced up at the sky, and a sarcastic smile flashed in his sharpened eyes. He said, "What a joke. If it weren't for me, other people could obtain the fruits? Don't forget who occupied the divine tree of comprehension at the time. Who had gotten it then? You were one of them. Exactly whose way did I block when I went alone to take from the divine tree of comprehension? Guy Shirshir, if you want to fight, then fight. Don't bother encouraging the others to die along with you. It's really beneath your reputation and the divine nations," Futian said sarcastically. He knew of the reputation of the Golden Divine Nation, and Guy Shirshir's talent was truly outstanding. However, his conduct was rather unbecoming. Swordsman Li Daozi of the Divine Swordly family, in comparison, was more straightforward and was not faking anything. "You asked to fight. I will oblige you," Guy Shirshir said loud and clear. His voice shook the void. As his voice fell, golden divine lights descended from the sky, seemingly transforming into many golden divine spears that slaughtered downward. A terrifying divine power descended. Giant faces appeared in the sky. They were golden faces. There were faint traces of ancient golden gods in the sky. They sighed. A mighty will of the way came down and shrouded Futian. Guy Shirshir took out a divine implement, which was a golden spear. The divine light that puffed out from within seemed to be able to break through the heavens above. Just the golden brilliance that it released was enough to hurt the eyes of those who beheld it. Guy Shirshir, at this moment, under the glory of the golden divine spear, seemed to be covered in golden armor. He looked just like a god of war would. The clothes on his body were shining and shimmering with a golden luster. How strong is the divine implement? Many raised their hands to shield their eyes. Even though they were hundreds of miles apart, the people of Linshao City felt it as their eyes were being stung by the divine light of that divine implement. The might of Wei contained there was unfathomable in its horrific power. Between heaven and earth, the golden divine light flowed and converged upon the spear. The golden divine spear seemed to be burning with the golden divine light. Yi Futian's eyes were extremely grave. What mighty power was the golden divine nation? They were one of the most powerful forces in the upper heavens realm, definitely among the top 3. Outside of the divine palace, there was no other principality that dared to say that it could crush the golden divine nation. One could only imagine what powerful divine implement the golden divine nation would bestow upon Gai Shi, who was the finest of its descendants. No other Renhuang divine implement would be comparable. At the beginning of the year, I went to Taishan Mountain to visit Lord Taishan. Even now, I am reluctant to smite the people of Taishan Mountain. If you were not so greedy and had been willing to divide the fruits equally, I might have forgiven you, Gai Shi said. There was a righteous air about him. He acted as if he was serving justice in this matter. Since when does a loser dare to be so arrogant? Yi Futian said mockingly. Upon hearing his words, Gai Shi raised the divine spear. Its might of divine light pierced the void. Golden divine light shot out from his eyes as he replied coldly, "Since you are hard-headed and refuse to come to your senses, the spear of the gods will represent the will of the gods. The divine light will wash away your sins." His voice was solemn, like a real god. Above the sky, many divine illusions let out a sigh. In an instant, the pressure of might soared to the limit. This kind of unparalleled power was unrivaled below Renhuang realm. Even those at the top of the Nirvana plane who surrounded Yi Futian were terrified. Gai Shi, at this moment, was too frightening. If he launched his attack against them, he would be unstoppable. There was also what Gai Shi had said. It seemed as if those words were from the powerful divine nation, from divine general who had served under Donghuan the Great. Only those kinds of characters could have such a vision to speak such aspirational words. The spear of the gods would represent the will of heaven, and the divine light would wash away all sins. The divine light bloomed as the divine spear in Gai Shi's hand pierced toward Yi Futian. With the sigh of the divine god, all the divine lights penetrated the sky and earth. They fell at the same time, covering the sky and shielding the sun. They slammed toward Yi Futian's body in an instant. Swords screamed in the sky. An infinite sword will of the world resonated and turned into a sword of slaughter, which penetrated the void. It collided with the divine light and collapsed and shattered together. A terrible storm of destruction manifested in the void as the endless golden divine light sprinkled down. Yi Futian felt a strong oppressive force, and those golden divine lights seemed to be inexhaustible, suppressing him. What was even more terrifying was that Gai Shi came with the divine spear through the void, and the divine spear stabbed out forcefully, intending to nail Yi Futian to the void. Looking at the dazzling figure that bathed in the golden divine light, Yi Futian had no doubt that Gai Shi would really kill him if he wanted to. His daring confidence came from the power of the golden divine nation that feared nothing and no one. The void seemed to split as the golden divine spear opened up a road of the great path. Yi Futian controlled the flow of the sword river in the great path, but everything was still annihilated and pulverized. He was unable to block the power of the divine spear. Even if Gai Shi was not able to mobilize too much of its power, as a supreme Renhuang divine implement, the spear was still extremely fearsome. Under the spear of the gods, everything would be pulverized. In an instant, it had already descended on Yi Futian. Many people endured the sting to continue looking at the battlefield. Under the dazzling divine light, it was almost difficult to see what was happening. With this blow, would the magnificent swordsman from Taishan Mountain perish? Bang! A dull sound came out, shattering the sky and earth as the divine light exploded. It swept out toward the external surroundings and turned into a terrible light screen of the great path. Many couldn't help but continue staring there. The golden divine spear did not pierce through Yi Futian's body. Around Yi Futian, an immense and sacred divine elephant appeared. It let out a booming sound. At this moment, the great path seemed to collapse and shatter. The roars continued resounding between heaven and earth. The towering divine elephant stood like a demon god. An inexhaustible demon god's brilliance flowed through the heavens. Yi Futian's whole body was shining, and the bones of the supreme elephant emperor integrated into the life spirit of the divine elephant, so that the battle form of the life spirit contained the incredible power of the demon emperor. Gai Shirshi's attack with the most powerful Renhuang divine implement forced him to resort to the power of the divine elephant. Gai Shirshir himself was one of the top geniuses in the upper heavens realm. Coupled with the great divine implement of the golden divine nation, how powerful could he be? Anyone under Renhuang could be killed. Therefore, Yi Futian could only summon the power of the supreme bones of the divine elephant emperor to counter the slaughter from the other's divine spear. Suffocating pressure of might enveloped the sky, and countless eyes were fixed in the direction of the battlefield. What was that? Life spirit. Divine elephant life spirit. Wasn't Shan Jing a swordsman from Taishan Mountain? His life spirit seemed to be more than just sword. But, at a critical point, he no longer contended with just sword alone, instead deploying the life spirit of the divine elephant. In this life spirit, it also seemed to be integrated into the magic of the demon emperor, which accounted for its incredible defense power, which could block the attack of the divine spear. This is the power of the divine elephant. I have heard that the land of the demon realm in the heavenly mandate realm is where the divine elephant clan resides. What an incredible ability! Among those who watched, there were some who were well informed. A look of surprise hung on their faces. Was Shun Jing from heavenly mandate realm? Divine elephant. Gai Shirshir also looked down at Yi Futian. His golden eyes were extremely sharp. He asked, "Who are you?" The sound of elephants trumpeting oscillated in the void, just like the sound of the great path. The sky seems to be crushed under this sonorous sound. Bang! With a loud boom, the divine elephant stepped into the sky, repelling Gai Shirshir's body with its shockwaves. Yi Futian raised his fist and blasted out. It was divine elephants split the sky. Giant shadows of divine elephants trampled across the sky. The fist aurora suppressed the void, and the divine light upon Gai Shirshir continued to shine. The divine spear in his hand continued to strike, and countless divine spears collided with the divine elephants and fist aurora. The battlefield where the two made their exchanges gave out loud rumbling sounds. So powerful. Everyone's heart trembled. Gai Shirshir had released the sigh of the divine god, and he couldn't be overpowered even with the use of such terrifying divine implements. He had even been repelled while Yi Futian continued his counterattacks. Such combative power was definitely at the top of nirvana. Few possessed such strength. The two separated. Yi Futian wore an expression of cold indifference, and Gai Shirshir looked at him as cold murderous intent flashed through his golden eyes. It seems that there are other secrets you carry. If so, the inheritance of the divine palace and the fruits of the way definitely should not be taken by you. As he finished speaking, his eyes glanced at those who were present. He asked, "What are you waiting for?" As Gai Shirshir's words fell, a force of destruction around him shrouded Yi Futian. With Gai Shirshir as the leader, then Horde was a little encouraged. But their goal was the fruits of the way, not to kill Yi Futian. If he were killed, the next task would be for Gai Shirshir. Many speculated that Yi Futian was a secret disciple of Lord Taishan. Under such circumstances, they would not harm him. Among those who came for the slaying, the cultivators from the divine capital of Xiling were also there. Luo Yuming, who was severely injured by Yi Futian in the past, was hidden in the darkness. A strong death current circulated around Luo Yuming, wrapping him within on Luo Yuming's body. A strong will of death gathered, like a god of death, with an extremely dangerous atmosphere. Those ghostly eyes stared at Yi Futian below, and there was murderous intent in his eyes. The strength of this man from Taishan Mountain was so great to the point that it made him a little alarmed. Even Gai Shirshir could not kill him when he took out the divine spear. Yi Futian looked at the cultivators from all areas. People in the Saint Plain had a stable state of mind and often acted with decisiveness, which was being demonstrated at this moment. Even though they were risking their lives and under great danger, these people still refused to give up and wanted to loot the fruits of the way. This state of mind was resolute and decisive. He had killed one of them, and it still did not deter them. "I will give you one last chance. Those who haven't attacked, I will never pursue this matter further." Yi Futian's voice was indifferent, yet it exuded an extremely dominant spirit. It seemed that even with all the powerful cultivators teamed up against him, he was still confident that he was invincible. This kind of boldness, what peerless magnificence! Countless people in Linshao City looked up into the sky. They were all quite shaken. Who would have thought that a swordsman from Taishan Mountain could be so magnificent in the face of so many powerful cultivators aiming to take his life? He was calm and confident. It seemed as if those who were around him would fall behind, so that he could face the strong enemies alone. One man faced many. What strength must he possess? It was important to note that those who besieged him were extremely fearsome characters, even including top genius talent from the Golden Divine Nation like Gai Shishir. Even so, his arrogance could not be restrained. Yi Futian's words faded, but no one moved. All those who were surrounding him for the kill were of the Nirvana plane, and they could hardly be threatened by words alone. The destructive might of the Way was still powerful, and it enveloped Yi Futian's body. It seemed that with a single thought, an attack could be launched. Yi Futian's eyes swept toward the crowd, and when he saw that no one vacillated, he knew that this battle would end in a bloodbath. It's not easy to cultivate in the Great Path. The Nirvana realm is only a step away from proving the Way. The fruits of the Way are not a determining factor, Yi Futian said. Is this necessary? As his voice fell, and the sound of elephant hollering could be heard through heaven and earth. The dazzling golden divine elephant engulfed the Way of heaven and earth. Its majestic torso was still expanding, and it was erected between heaven and earth. Bang, the divine elephant stepped into the void and deployed the divine elephant stomping the sky. At this moment, countless cultivators in Linshao City let out a muffled groaning sound. As their hearts and spirits were shaking, their blood was roiling with their breath. Whether it was their body or their mental state, they were enduring an unparalleled power of repression. It was as if the great path in the world was suppressing them, holding them there in place. They wanted to move but found that it was difficult even to lift their feet. Even their hands were trembling. Their hearts were beating quickly, and they looked toward Yi Futian, who was in the void. Yi Futian's whole body was dazzling with divine light, and there was a celestial shadow blooming behind him. It seemed to be possessed a celestial soul. With the divine elephant stomping the sky, they felt it step directly on them, leaving their flesh and spiritual soul both suppressed. At the same time, a space will of the Way was covering the endless space. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be suppressed and solidified, on the verge of stopped flowing. In the void, all eyes were fixed on Yi Futian. Everyone's expression was very grave. One step to suppress the void. This was to suppress the great path, the Way of space. Yi Futian's body moved. He crossed the void in a single step and walked toward a person. The man's eyes gazed at Yi Futian, whose figure continuously enlarged in his pupils. It was as if this far distance was within reach. His entire body started burning up, turned into a war god of flame. It broke through that suppressive force. There were flames of Runhuang grade that flowed and moved toward Yi Futian to swallow him. Yi Futian blasted out a punch. It was the divine elephant void-splitting fist, whose destructive force of the great path destroyed everything. Under the guidance of the celestial soul attraction, all spirit souls were destroyed and suppressed. Boom, an explosive sound came out, and everyone saw a ball of fire erupting. It was a Runhuang grade divine implement. It fell down from the sky. As for that cultivator of Nirvana realm, his soul and spirit dispersed completely, and he disappeared entirely. One punch destroyed everything, leaving nothing left. Those below watched this punch, and they were greatly afraid. Just how terrifying was its power. When the other cultivators saw this, their expression changed, and their hearts were pounding. They had all broken out of the bondage of the might of Way and launched a simultaneous attack on Yi Futian. Many destructive methods came toward Yi Futian, trying to entomb him. However, when the attacks descended, they seemed to get close to Yi Futian but were somehow unable to touch him. At this moment, many people had the illusion of beyond reach. Again, the utilization of space will of the Way. Buzz. The brilliant divine light of space was shining, but Yi Futian's body had disappeared from where he was. As those methods and blasted together, causing the eruption of a shocking destructive force, Futian had already completely detached himself from the attacks and appeared on high ground. But at this time, a golden divine light descended from the sky, which was the strongest among those who besieged him. It was Guy Shir. The golden divine spear penetrated the void, bringing down with it the endless golden divine light, and came straight down, aiming for Futian's head. Futian walked in the sky. The earth shook, and the sky roared as both of his fists broke through the air at the same time, blasting out infinite aurora of the fist. The radiant will of the fist punched through the void and collided with those golden divine lights that were coming at him. Just as Futian and Guy Shir confronted each other, there was a sudden intrusion of death will. Infinite light of darkness appeared around Futian, breaking through the air in an instant. It seemed to be able to lock onto his spiritual soul and move towards him, trying to slaughter him. At a glance, it was endless darkness that covered this space. This endless flow of dark death current was like countless nails, which caused a shock to his celestial soul. It seemed as if it was nailed in the void. Countless death air currents came for the kill at the same time, like countless nails that descended simultaneously. These attacks were all invisible attacks, unconcerned with the power of offense or defense. Their only aim was the spiritual soul. The celestial soul behind Futian fluttered, and there were traces of dark will that enveloped the celestial soul and flowed inside Futian's body. His eyes swept in one direction, and he saw Luo Yuming, the prince of divine capital of Xiling. At this time, his celestial soul seemed to have been peeled away from the body and turned into a god of death. This attack had precisely been released from there. Boom! Futian's celestial soul shook, and a brilliant celestial light erupted. There were actually countless air currents of swordsmanship directly blooming from the celestial soul as the celestial soul attraction stamped the sword into the celestial soul attack. There seemed to be endless swords of spiritual soul sweeping out, destroying those death currents. Simultaneously, the force of Guy Shir's attack descended again, as well as his person, carrying with him the golden divine spear and the power of the divine gods to attack at close range. Its might was unbelievably aggressive, the divine elephant stomping the sky. Futian raised his eyes and glanced toward the other. One step, and thousands of elephants rushed across, crushing the void. They slammed toward Guy Shir's spear. Futian disappeared as a sword like a brilliant streamer of light, deftly avoiding the attack that was forming the other side. With a wave of his hands in the void, suddenly, countless swords between heaven and earth were born. Many looked up at him and saw that the sword light was shining brightly. There seemed to be many sword rivers of the great path that appeared to flow between heaven and earth. Pest! His figure disappeared again and went in another direction. It was the one who had just attacked him. That cultivator's expression changed slightly. The strength exhibited by Futian was also the one that he was afraid the most. Clad in armor, his entire body burst out with an unparalleled heavy force. He walked like a war god of the great path. His body was like a Runhuang battle form. With the magnification of the divine implements, it was not any less than the true Runhuang battle form. His entire body erupted with divine light. Bang! Both fists blasted through the sky and earth, directly slamming toward Futian, who was zooming in. The void seemed to have been punched through and pulverized. Its strength was immeasurable, but Futian did not make an effort to evade it. Instead, his sword-like figure moved directly down. There was a resonance of thousands of swords between heaven and earth, and the terrible sound of elephants rumbling. The great path was won. There was an immense sense of swordsmanship in his body that turned his body into a sword. Bang! The fist was penetrated and destroyed. A sword light crossed the void, and that nirvana figure disappeared completely, save for a sword mark left in the void. Another Renhuang divine implement, which was picked up by Futian. Hunt to kill. Everyone's heart was pounding. Cultivators were hunted down by Futian, one after another. He had temporarily avoided the strongest of them all, which was Guy Shir, and escaped being tied down. He could not defeat Guy Shir instantly, but he was able to kill any others in seconds. Guy Shir's attack was unable to restrain Futian, nor could anybody else. Many people looked at the figure in the void and thought that Taishan Mountain had really produced an extraordinary genius talent. He had used his own power to contend with all the powerful cultivators. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he was hunting the others one by one. This kind of people was too terrifying. At this time, Futian standing there with his hands forming the seal, the ancient tree of the world swaying within him. The blood inside of him howled, and the will of the way tossed and turned as a majestic breath erupted from his body. Behind Futian, majestic figures akin to divine gods could vaguely be seen. Many divine elephants surrounded him, trampling wildly between heaven and earth to block the attack from outside. As he closed his eyes, his spiritual will radiated outward, shrouding the boundless space. At this moment, the swords on many people in Linshao City were trembling. Some even flew out of the sheaths. It was as if the sword will in their bodies was flowing outside of their controls. Above the sky, countless divine swords appeared, circling around heaven and earth, thus wrapping the vast and boundless space within it. Futian's body seemed to be the master of all swords, and the infinite divine sword resonated because of him. Divine swords, one after the other, ran through the void, tearing it, like a meteor sword, leaving sword marks between heaven and earth. He meant to kill them as a group? Everyone's heart pounded. Wan Shui watched from afar. His pupils contracted as he stared at the scene. He felt the real fleeting of years. Inside Futian's body, the dazzling glory of swordsmanship gleamed. Shadows of swords appeared. It was as if all the veins of his body had turned into veins of swords, and his blood had turned into a sword river. His entire body was now the sword that ruled all other swords. Sword body of the great path. Many people were trembling in their hearts. Was this an indication that the sword body of the great path was about to be forged? Thousands of swords returned against the current. It was no longer the swordsmanship that was released from Futian, but an infinite sword that was born from heaven and earth, coming toward Futian. This could only be accomplished by someone who had gathered the soul of the way, but Futian clearly had not yet reached that level of intensity. This could only mean that his spiritual will was stronger than the power of ordinary men. Countless divine swords reversed as the swords locked onto the sky. Roaring sounds of the great path came out of all the cultivators, and an amazing power exploded forth. Some raised their hands to attack, destroying the coming swords, but several other swords came toward them as they tore the void, leaving a sword mark as they continued to the target. He continued to attack, but saw more and more swords. Left and right, top and bottom, there were divine swords on all sides. It was endless. This scene caused a great disturbance in Futian's heart. It was as if he was facing the illusion of the divine wheel of the Runhuang swordsmanship. Bang, bang, bang. One sword could not execute the killing, but what about countless swords? Moreover, the sword was getting stronger, turning into a storm that countered the great path, destroying all methods. It was not just him, but everyone was contending with this imprisoning swordsmanship. A swordsmanship storm appeared in every direction, and this swordsmanship storm was resonating with one another as if to become a giant storm that would annihilate the existence of everything. The people in Linshao City looked up into the sky. At this time, there were countless divine swords. Futian was standing in the center of the storm, and those countless divine swords resonated with his body as the center. It's so strong. Everyone trembled. What had they experienced in the divine palace? Gai Shir also stared at Futian with indifferent eyes. Golden divine spears were flowing around his body and collided with the swords. The extremely holy and godlike figure stood there and could not be shaken. Such swordsmanship alone from Futian would naturally not affect him, but if this continued, the others would end up in great misery. The golden divine spear was raised, and the divine light shot out from it. However, at this time, Futian's eyes opened, and an extremely overbearing divine aura came out of them. He raised his hand, and suddenly, the sky was covered with suffocating pressure. His fist blasted toward the front, dazzling with divine light, but no one knew what he intended to do. When he blasted out the aurora of the fist, he stepped out simultaneously and crossed the void in a single step. He appeared in front of a man who was fighting against the swordsmanship, The divine spring had already penetrated the void and was charging downward. Boom! There was no hesitation. Under the shocking sound of elephant trumpeting, as thousands of divine elephants rushed by, the great path collapsed. The man's body was directly punched through as his soul scattered, and he was knocked away, powerlessly, into the distance. Dominating. Everyone's heart trembled. Under the attack of the divine sword, coupled with the power of the divine elephant, it was invincible. Yi Futian continued to step forward. He appeared in another spot in an instant. Only those cultivators who had Run Huang divine implements dared to confront Yi Futian. Therefore, even though his swordsmanship was superior, it was only able to trap them but not eradicate them. However, Yi Futian, whose body contained the bones of the supreme divine elephant emperor, had a close-quarter attack that was enough to break his opponent's defense. Bang! 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 A series of dull sounds came out, and each sound was accompanied by the fall of a Nirvana plane character, which struck fear in people's hearts. These were all people who were qualified to enter the divine palace. None of them was an easy opponent, as they were all of the strongest existence in Nirvana realm. But at this moment, they seemed to have become mediocre, which was the result of the suppression of their talent as well as the crushing of their combat power. Any genius talents would still look unremarkable in front of peerless characters. All the cultivators seemed to be reduced into supporting roles at the moment, probably just to accentuate the name of Shenjing from Taishan Mountain. Boom! It was unknown how many died in the continuous attacks. Those who were still resisting Yi Futian's swordsmanship finally felt a strong sense of fear. Yi Futian was not joking. He was killing for real. Furthermore, he also could battle. If they continued to fight, it would probably only spell death for them. Let's go. Many people thought about leaving at the same time. Although they had a tenacious state of mind and were willing to risk fighting to obtain the fruits of the way, the situation now could no longer be solved by taking a risk. Yi Futian had demonstrated superior fighting power that was enough to kill them all. Continuing to fight could only mean death. Those who had not yet perished kept pulling back, ready to evacuate from the battlefield. Yi Futian glanced at them, but the swordsmanship still attacked forward, chasing them, forcing them to continue their retreat into a distant area so that they disappeared from this battlefield. Yi Futian did not continue to pursue them. He was surrounded and attacked, and he had no choice but to kill his opponent. However, he knew that killing them would not benefit him at all. He turned his eyes in a direction, then stepped into the void. The sky oscillated as the divine elephants rushed through the sky. He walked toward a man who was retreating. The man was Luo Yuming, and this was not the first time that the prince of the divine capital of Xiling had provoked him. The Runhuang divine implement he was equipped with seemed to have the effect of attacking and destroying spiritual souls. Luo Yuming was also retreating. He had realized that it couldn't be done. Even the joint attack could not ensnare Yi Futian. The combat power exhibited by this man too terrifying. He was and stronger beyond imagination. There was indeed superior and powerful Runhuang magic in his body. Under such circumstances, he had to give up. However, at this time, he saw Yi Futian coming toward him, which caused Luo Yoming's pupils to shrink. Did this guy only pursue him? A giant figure of the underworld appeared above the sky, and the world was rendered dark and dim as the will of death shrouded the world. It seemed that there was a pair of dead eyes that stared at Yi Futian. Death will directly invaded and rushed into his eyes to corrupt all his veins, nerves, and internal organs so that they lost their vitality. However, Yi Futian not only ate the fruit of life, but also swallowed the fist of life in the land of proving the way. If the wills of the way were to be ranked, then will of life would rank the highest, as its abundant vitality seemed to turn into a sea of life inside the body, flooding and eradicating the invading will of death. Luo Yuming looked badly. His palms were waving, and there appeared to be a formation of the nether matrix in the void, with numerous dark currents shot out from the matrix. Yi Futian felt that his spiritual soul was exposed. Those dark currents, like nails, nailing onto his spiritual soul. This attack was extremely strange. It was as if the spiritual soul was not strong enough. He would have been killed directly. Yi Futian's spiritual soul bloomed. The divine elephant inside his body roared, and the divine sword was unleashed. At the same time, he raised his hand and tightened his fist as if taking hold of the nether shadow in the void. Luo Yoming's body stiffened, and he felt that his spiritual soul was imprisoned. Just as he had attacked Yi Futian's spiritual soul, the same tactic was used on him by the other. Boom! Yi Futian continued stepping forward, and each step seemed to suppress the great path, destroying the spiritual soul. Countless divine elephants trampled between heaven and earth, creating a scene that was shocking to behold. Luo Yuming felt tightness all over his body, enduring a terrible force of oppression. But Yi Futian's body is still radiant, and the will of the Wei was extremely abundant. This was something that Luo Yuming could not compare with at all. Both of Yi Futian's fists blasted out simultaneously, and explosive sounds continuously came from Luo Yoming's body. It was as if he had been pierced through while in the air, and the shadow of the underworld was also shattered in the void. Luo Yuming let out a shrill scream as his body was flying through the air. Blood came out of his mouth, and he looked terribly pale. "How dare you?" At this moment, a cold voice came from above the sky. An incredibly powerful great path descended. Its might pressed against Yi Futian's body, locking him in. Several supremely strong characters descended from the sky like divine gods. The breath released from them was the breath of Renhuang. Those who surrounded Yi Futian today all possessed extraordinary status and came from great principalities. Among them, two were the strongest, Gai Shishir and Luo Yuming. One was the strongest descendant of the Golden Divine Nation, and the other was the prince of the divine capital of Xiling. Those who had guarded them before on their journey to the divine palace had not left but had always remained inside Linqiao City. But all the cultivators had started to attack Yi Futian, so they merely watched on the side in secret. However, now that Yi Futian had threatened Luo Yoming's life, they couldn't remain on the sidelines any longer, so they walked over to reveal themselves. Yi Futian was experiencing an extremely powerful oppressive force that seemed to imprison his spiritual soul. As the death will descended, his entire body slowed down, and his mind became dim. It was then that a strong murderous intent came behind Yi Futian. Gai Shishir had not been made any attacks because he was waiting for an opportunity. Now that the Renhuang cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling had joined the fray, this was his opportunity. Careful. Yaya's expression changed as she shouted her warning loudly. Wan Shuyi, Luo Yue, and the others also exclaimed in surprise, and their faces were extremely concerned. Gai Shishir of the Golden Divine Nation was supposedly a peerless and respectful figure. Still, he had employed such a low approach to unleash his most deadly attack when the other Renhuang were suppressing Yi Futian, so that Yi Futian's attention was divided. Shameless. The disciples of Taishan Mountain were extremely angry. No matter what they thought of Yi Futian before, Yi Futian had treated them well in the land of proving the way. Coupled with Yi Futian's unparalleled and talented combat power, they had now all recognized Yi Futian as one of their own and admired him greatly. He was the representative of their generation of Taishan Mountain. He was much stronger than Junmu, as the two were not even on the same level. Presently, Taishan Mountain needed such a person to represent them to the outside world. Junmu and the others would only bring shame to Taishan Mountain and Lord Taishan. Under such a situation, they had already thought of Yi Futian as one of them. Upon seeing Gai Shishir's lowly ambush, there was great anger in their hearts. The people of Linqiao City were moved when they saw this scene. The Golden Divine Nation had flourished for a time and had stood at the top of the higher heavens realm. Gai Shishir was the talented prince of the nation. How could he have known that his reputation would suffer like this? However, he had not hesitated to resort to underhanded tricks to kill Yi Futian. But although it was dishonorable, one could see from this just how fierce he was at heart. He was fierce to others and to himself. Even though he was an outstanding talent, he did not care about his own reputation and did not care how others saw him. He only wanted to achieve his goals. People like these were truly frightening and truly deadly. For Yi Futian, Gai Shishir's surprise attack had been extremely deadly as well. Moreover, even when he saw Gai Shishir attack, the Renhuang from the divine capital of Xiling kept up his pressure on Yi Futian and did not withdraw it. It seemed as if he had no other goal than to see Yi Futian die at Gai Shishir's hands. If Gai Shishir killed Yi Futian, then Taishan Mountain would have to seek out the Golden Divine Nation to exact revenge. Yi Futian could naturally sense how threatening this situation was. He swept his cold gaze over the figure in the sky. The branches and leaves of the world tree life spirit flowed through every part of his body, and his divine light shone through heaven and earth. At the same time, the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor were activated, and an elephant's trumpeting sound rang out through the air. There was a loud boom as the illusions of countless divine elephants wrapped around him. At the same time, the image of a lordly divine elephant covered his body. He did not have much time to react, so he could only use his most powerful defensive techniques to block Guy Shirshir's attack. Boom! There was a loud noise that made the heavens and the earth shake fiercely. Guy Shirshir drew in close to attack, and his golden divine spear pierced through countless illusions in an instant, while also twisting wildly. A beam of brilliant golden light that could destroy everything pierced through the body of the divine elephant, shattering it to pieces as it wrapped around Yi Futian. Bang! The beam of golden light slammed into Yi Futian's back, its power making him stumble forward. At the same time, the Renhuang's pressure that had been oppressing him finally disappeared, but he was startled when he saw the blood staining his back. He moved forward, flying off into the distance with blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. But his eyes were still incredibly cold. And Guy Shirshir's attack was not finished yet. He continued to pursue. He could leap through space just like Yi Futian, and he was incredibly fast. He thrust out with the golden divine spear again, and beams of golden light pierced through the air, turning into more golden spears. They sought to destroy the whole area, so there was nowhere to go to avoid them. Boom! Yi Futian stepped through the air, making the sky tremble. He did not try to evade. The 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor let loose an intense radiance, and his world tree wrapped around his bones, making it all the same kind of power. At that moment, all the will in his body transformed into divine elephant power. It was not that divine elephant power was the strongest power that he possessed, but it was his strongest treasure. Therefore, he would use the divine elephant power so that he could use it to its fullest potential. The deed of thought comprehension glowed brilliantly as his body transformed into a divine furnace. His divine elephant life spirit burst forth as well, merging with his bones. In a flash, he seemed to transform into the inheritor of the divine elephant emperor. He formed an elephant law body that could crush the very heavens. His body became golden, and divine elephant light wrapped around him. Everyone felt their hearts tremble as they beheld this scene. The attack had not managed to seriously wound him. How powerful were this guy's defenses? He must have a law body. Otherwise, an attack of that magnitude would have destroyed him. He would not have been able to recover in so short a time. Bang! 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 Golden light shining with divine radiance slammed into him, but could not break through his defenses. Guy Shirshir's power descended upon him as he floated high up in the sky, looking down. He was like a celestial prince as he thrust out with his spear again and again. His attacks still did not cease. The divine light shot forward wildly, making terrible booming sounds every time it hit Yi Futian. If he were just an ordinary Nirvana-level cultivator, he would already have been destroyed by this attack. But he was not. He stood rooted firmly in place like a divine elephant. He would stagger slightly every time the spear hit him and pierced through him, making it pierce through his afterimages as well. The dazzling light arced in front of him. This level of power was enough to destroy a Nirvana-level cultivator, but Yi Futian reached out with both hands and grabbed for the spear. Guy Shirshir frowned. Endless light shone from the golden divine spear as it shot towards Yi Futian. Was he trying to grab his Renhuang implement? A burst of incredible force hit Yi Futian. It was so strong because it had come from such a short distance. Yi Futian was only able to withstand it because he had formed a law body and activated the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor. Bang! There was a loud noise, and Yi Futian's hands shook as he was sent flying backward. He had not managed to grab the spear. The endless light shot towards, putting him under even greater pressure. But this time, Yi Futian faced Guy Shirshir directly. He stopped moving backward and gazed at his opponent. Guy Sure was like a divine general, ready to conquer the world. The golden divine spear shot out, endless light flowing out of it. But unfortunately, Guy Sure was not strong enough to bring forth its ultimate power. Futian grabbed for it with both hands again, and the mighty figure of a deity appeared behind him like a lord of the great path, suppressing everything before it. He stared at Guy Sure, then stepped forward. Countless divine elephants charged with him, colliding with the oncoming beams of light and destroying them all. Boom! He stepped out through the air, and images of celestial worthies and elephants appeared as he walked towards Guy Sure. Everyone felt their hearts trembled as they watched this. Did he want to get into close combat with him? Guy Sure gripped his spear. His attack power was so strong, and yet Futian still wanted to fight him at close range. Perhaps it was because he knew that he had no way to destroy his opponent from a distance due to his Renhuang implement, so his only choice was to get in close. Brilliant divine light shot out of Guy Sure's eyes. As the light fell towards the ground, he raised the golden divine spear and thrust it out once again, right towards where Futian had appeared. Countless divine elephant images were charging towards him, and they collided with the spear. Futian threw a punch, and the divine elephants cracked the very air. It seemed like they could destroy anything. Bang! In the instant that their attacks collided, space itself was distorted. The people below them could no longer see the two combatants as the light of the great path pierced their eyes. As Futian lashed out with his fist, the divine spear shook, and he moved in quickly from the side, striking at Guy Sure's body directly. Before the fist reached him, Guy Sure felt that his life spirit was under fierce attack. The fist was not just attacking his flesh. His face grew dark, and golden light shot out from his eyes. He swept out with his spear as he flew through the air, trying to evade Futian's attack. But Futian's thoughts had locked onto him, and he moved through the air with him. Guy Sure could not escape. Bang! Futian's fist split the air as it crashed into Guy Sure, while his golden divine spear slammed into Futian at the same time. Futian seemed to have done this on purpose. He had allowed his opponent to strike him so that he could get his attack in. Guy Sure was sent flying backward, his life spirit shaking. His golden body had been badly damaged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The body was breaking apart, and golden blood flowed from it. Futian groaned as well, but his aura was still solid. In a flash, he was moving forward again, crossing a great distance through the air. Most of the people watching down below were shocked by this. Guy Sure was in trouble. His attacks with his Renhuang implement were incredibly strong, but his defensive power was nowhere near as strong as Futian's. He could not withstand Futian's powerful attack. Futian continued forward. In a flash, he had launched yet another attack. This time, as the air-splitting divine elephant fist lashed out, countless elephant images charged along with it towards Guy Sure, who had already been wounded. He raised his spear to block them, but Futian continued to lash his fists out, and more elephants charged, making Guy Sure's life spirit shake uncontrollably. He groaned many times in succession as golden blood flowed out of him. Bang! Finally, there was a loud noise as a fist landed directly on Guy Sure's body. The spear was knocked out of his hands, and he was sent flying downwards. His face had gone pale. He still lost? Everyone trembled at this. Even with a surprise attack, he had still lost to Futian. Futian reached out and grabbed the golden divine spear, gripping it in his hand. He stepped forward, looking down coldly at Guy Sure, who had fallen to a lower part of the sky. There was murderous intent in his eyes. Boom! He stepped downwards, holding the spear. Everyone trembled as they beheld this scene. Was Futian going to kill Guy Sure? Futian transformed into a beam of light, but at that moment, another burst of the power of the great path descended. Endless golden divine spears fell from the sky. Futian looked up and saw golden stone pillars descending from above, giving off a fierce roar. Boom! 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 The golden stone pillars fell, forming a golden cage around him that locked him in place. Everyone looked up into the sky and saw a group of gold-armored Renhuangs descending from the sky. It seemed that Guy Sure had some Renhuangs protecting him. The golden-armored Runhuan cultivators were like gods. The brilliant light that shone from them lit up the whole area. They stared at Futian with sharp eyes. They had been watching the battle in secret. Since it was a battle between people on the same level, it had not been easy for them to interfere in favor of their prince. Besides, this battle was a kind of training for Gai Shir. Unfortunately, he had been defeated in the end. However, the man he was fighting was truly powerful. He possessed many different abilities. He had the ultimate technique of the divine elephants of the heavenly mandate realm, and he seemed to possess the mystical ways of the celestial gate of vast heaven. In addition, he had Lord Taishuan's fleeting divine sword and the ultimate technique of the divine palace. He was skilled with them all, and roared throughout his body with mighty power. He had a body of the great path. In addition, his divine spirit was extraordinary. From his body to his spirit, from his attacks to his defenses, there was not a single weak point. He was almost perfect. Thus, the talented genius prince of the golden divine nation, Gai Shir, had lost to him. If this man did not die, he would become a great figure in the future. With the talent and strength that he had displayed today, he would not have to prove himself worthy to become a Runhuang. It would only be a matter of time. Although it was difficult to break through to this level, truly great figures could not be stopped from reaching it. Futian looked back at them with an ugly look on his face. More Runhuang-level cultivators. These top figures whom he had originally seen off had apparently stayed in Linshao City, waiting for the Divine Palace's journey to end. The divine capital of Xiling was just like this, and so was the Golden Divine Nation. The golden pillars locked him in place, forming a golden cage around him. He could not leave. There was an extremely ugly look on his face. He rushed forward and thrust the spear he was holding directly forward, slamming it into the golden pillars and shattering them. He continued rushing forward. He had broken through a prison created by Renhuang-level cultivators. Everyone watched the scene unfold in the air. This guy was truly strong. In fact, he could be said to be an absolute hero. He had defeated so many cultivators in this battle all by himself. No one was a match for him. Gai Shir and Luo Yuming had been defeated. In fact, they had been crushed. However, he could not crush Runhuang-level cultivators. One of them glanced at his spear, then stepped forward, reaching out his hand. Suddenly, a terrible golden divine wheel appeared in his hand. In a flash, many beams of divine light shot forth from the divine wheel, transforming into chains that shot towards Futian. Futian's expression changed when he saw this. There were golden chains everywhere, and the divine wheel lit up the whole area. It was using all the will in the area, creating a prison with a single thought. This was the power of a Runhuang-level cultivator. He had forged a divine wheel that shone with the sun and the moon. A crashing sound rang out as the endless chains descended from the sky. Futian rushed through the air in a certain direction. Divine elephants charged all around him, trampling through the air, but the chains seemed to be divine. They ignored all defenses. Bang! A golden chain lashed against him. At that moment, Futian could feel the great path collapse. He groaned, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Then, endless chains wrapped around him, and another chain wrenched the spear from his hands. He did all he could to hold on to it, but the chains lashed against his arm and swept the spear firmly away from him, pulling it into his opponent's hands. And his body was held in place by the endless chains that were seemingly attached to the air itself. How could he withstand the power of a Runhuang's wheel of the great path? The Runhuang cultivator began to pull slowly, and the chain that had wrapped around Futian began to pull him forward. He looked at his opponent with a cold expression. Are the Renhuangs of the Golden Divine Nation so cruel? Wan Shui stepped forward, and not only him, but the cultivators of Taishin Mountain and Yaya did as well. They had dark looks on their faces. This was simply too much. Everyone had seen clearly that in the last battle, Gai Shir had attacked Futian in order to steal his fruit of the way and had even not hesitated to launch a surprise attack. Futian had been defending himself, and once he had won, the Renhuangs of the Golden Divine Nation had interfered. The Runhuang of the Golden Divine Nation swept his gaze over them. Piercing light shot out of his eyes. He said nothing and continued to pull Futian towards him. Below them, Guy Shir had risen as well. He had been wounded badly, and he was covered in blood. He looked coldly at Futian. He rose slowly into the air. The Run Huang tossed the golden divine spear to him, and he reached out to catch it. At that moment, brilliant light shone down from the heavens. The Run Huang from the golden divine nation's expression changed, and he looked up into the sky. At the same time, someone raised his hand and brought out a huge golden palm print into the air, where the light seemed to be coming down from. Bang! The palm print was instantly destroyed, and there was another roaring sound. Everyone saw Guy Shir, who had been rising upward, disappear from his original place. Boom! There was a loud noise that made everyone's hearts tremble fiercely. They looked up, but the ground below them cracked, and fault lines spread out in all directions. Guy Shir was thrown back to the ground. This time it was worse. He was trampled to the ground by a foot, and the Run Huang implement known as the Golden Divine Spear did not return to his hands. It was snatched away as it flew to him. The one who snatched it was the one who had trampled him to the ground. Everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. Had someone else come? Moreover, they had managed to crush Guy Shir underfoot. What kind of person was Guy Shir? He was the most talented young cultivator of the Golden Divine Nation, and the nation's hopes were placed upon him. He was likely to be their future ruler. He could be defeated, but to be trampled to the ground was an incredible humiliation. How could someone be so casual? It was crazy. Did they not fear offending the Golden Divine Nation? Everyone stared over there. They saw that the one who had trampled him had a pair of thin legs, so thin they seemed to not have any bones. It was a woman. Though her legs were thin and weak-looking, she was filled with explosive power as she trampled Guy Shir. She was incredibly beautiful and wore a fiery red robe. She had a heroic and valiant bearing. As she stood there tall, she was not only beautiful but also had an air of nobility about her. It was the aura of an empress. There was a hint of laziness amidst all this nobility, though. There was a cold smile on her fiery red lips. Who was she? Guy Shir looked up at the woman. He looked very embarrassed to have been trampled by a woman like this. She had purposely humiliated him. Golden light exploded from him, but he was completely unable to break free. He stared at the woman who was stepping on him. He recognized her. He had seen her at Futian Mountain. This is a good spear. She held up the golden divine spear and looked it over. Terrifying divine light shone from it. She lifted it up and aimed it at Guy Shir, making his face turn pale. How dare you? The Run Huang from the divine golden nation's face turned ugly as he gazed at the woman coldly. She had humiliated Guy Shir so badly. He was the strongest young person in the golden divine nation. How dare I? The woman smiled coldly. Thrust the spear down towards Guy Shir's brow. It seemed like if she put even the slightest bit of pressure on it, she would pierce Guy Shir's head. This is a good ritual implement, she said with a grin, but her voice had a hint of murderous intent to it. At that moment, Guy Shir did not dare move even an inch. His face was deathly pale. His very life was in danger. He had heard about this woman back in the Golden Divine Nation. She was crazy, extremely crazy. There was nothing that she would not do. What are you going to do? The Ren Huang level cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation's expression had changed as well. What am I going to do? There was a hint of mischief in the woman's eyes as she looked at him. I should ask you what you are doing. Do you think that Futian Mountain doesn't exist? Or do you think that the Golden Divine Nation is invincible, letting you do whatever you want? Fourth Miss, called Wan Shuyi and the others from Futian Mountain. They were relieved of the worries that they had had previously. Now that Fourth Miss was here, nothing bad would happen to Futian. The Golden Divine Nation had gone too far today, so it was no wonder that Fourth Miss's anger had moved her to take action. She had dragged Guy Shir out of the air. She was naturally the fourth disciple of Lord Futian, the housemaster of Futian. She had been the one to bring Futian to Futian Mountain. Futian was locked down and could not move, but he watched the housemaster of Futian with mouth and eyes wide open. This beautiful empress really had such a violent side to her. Her foot it was very beautiful, just as beautiful as the rest of her. Futian realized that she was more beautiful than he had first thought. Let us both release our captives, said the Run Huang from the Golden Divine Nation to the housemaster of Taishan. The housemaster of Taishan smiled sarcastically and said, "Then let him go." Her opponent frowned as he stared at her. "We'll let them go at the same time." "You're trying to set terms?" The housemaster of Taishan pressed the spear down, piercing Guy Shirshi's forehead down to the muscle and making a stream of blood run down his face. Guy Shirshir went even paler, but he kept his eyes open, staring at the woman. There was a cracking sound as the chains tightened, putting pressure on Futian's bones, making him groan in pain. It seems as if Guy Shirshir is not important to the Golden Divine Nation since no one cares if he lives or dies. The divine spear continued down bit by bit. It seemed like it would soon pierce into the center of his head. "Stop!" called the Run Huang from the Golden Divine Nation angrily. "Don't you care about his life? He is just a musician at Taishan Mountain. If you don't care about Guy Shirshir's life, then I don't care about his," said the housemaster of Taishan. Futian's face darkened. She was heartless. "Such a talented musician," said her opponent coldly. "He must be a personal disciple of Lord Taishan." "It doesn't matter if you believe me," said the housemaster of Taishan. "I will count to 3, and if the chains have not been removed, then the strongest youth of the Golden Divine Nation will die here today. 1, 2. She did not wait for her opponent, but immediately started counting. There was a clanking sound as the chains on Futian's body were suddenly retracted. A look of surprise came over everyone's face. Everyone had seen that the housemaster of Taishan had intervened for Futian's sake, but she had been right to guess that the man from the Golden Divine Nation would not dare gamble with his prince's life. The fourth great disciple of Lord Taishan was a difficult person to handle. After the Run Huang of the Golden Divine Nation had let Futian go, he said to the housemaster of Taishan, "Will you let him go as well?" The housemaster of Taishan moved the spear away from Guy Shirshir's forehead, then looked at the Run Huang with a smile. "Don't worry. I am not as underhanded as you. I won't kill your junior." As she said this, Futian flashed over to her side and said, "Housemaster." The man from the Golden Divine Nation looked at her, waiting for her to let Guy Shirshir go. She handed the Golden Divine spear to Futian and said, "Take it." Futian hesitated, but in the end, he still took it. The housemaster of Taishan laughed and said, "The battle between the two of them is not over. It was interrupted. Continue." Futian was stunned, and a look of surprise came over his face. Golden light shot out of the Run Huang from the Golden Divine Nation's eyes, and his aura swept out, covering the area. "Since the Prince of the Golden Divine Nation has entered into a life and death contest with you, launched a surprise attack on you, and had his Run Huang interfere, there is no need to be polite. The battle is not yet over, so you can do whatever you want. You can even kill him," the housemaster of Taishan said to Futian with a smile. Futian looked at her stupidly. He could even kill him? He could not tell how much of what the housemaster of Taishan was true and how much was false. "Empress Yin," said the Run Huang from the Golden Divine Nation. Empress Yin was the housemaster of Taishuan's title. Few people knew her real name, which was Yin Muxue. After all, few people called her that, but many people knew her as Empress Yin. Although there are not many people in Taishan Mountain, we still cannot allow this kind of bullying. "Big sister is here, so there's no need to be afraid," said the housemaster of Taishan with a smile. There was a hint of wickedness in her smile. She had called herself that again. Futian's face darkened, but he still nodded. He walked in front of Guy Shirshir, still holding the spear. Guy Shirshir had indeed come here today, seeking Futian's life. He had broken out of the cultivator's encirclement, used the Golden Divine Spear to attack him, launched a surprise attack, and then had a Ren Huang-level cultivator interfere. All along the way, he had fought with killing force. All of this had been done to kill him. He had not shown any mercy. The Prince of the Golden Divine Nation had done all of this without any scruples at all. He lowered his head and looked down at Guy Shirshir. The cultivators watching this scene from a distance felt their hearts tremble. They had all thought that Empress Yin would let him go. They had not thought that she would not act, but would let Futian continue their previous fight. Previously, Guy Shirshir had already lost, and his Run Huang implement had been taken. If they continued, he would most certainly be killed. It would be just like before. That was how the situation was shaping up before the Runhuang had appeared. Now, things were back where they had started. Blood trickled down Guy Shirshi's forehead. Brilliant golden light shone in his eyes as he stared at Yi Futian. Powerful will blazed in those eyes, as if he were warning Yi Futian. He was the prince of the golden divine nation, the most outstanding young person there. He did not believe that his opponent would dare kill him. I really don't care whether you live or die, even if you are the strongest member of the younger generation of the golden divine nation. But if I let you go after all the things you've done, I won't be able to forgive myself. So, what do you think I should do? Yi Futian asked Guy Shirshir. The things that have happened here today have canceled each other out. Let us return to our homes and cultivate, never to bother each other again, said Guy Shirshir. Whoosh! As he said this, Yi Futian brought his arm down. Guy Shirshir twitched fiercely and gave a terrible groan. He stared up at Yi Futian, then looked down at his chest. The divine spear had been inserted right next to his heart, and terrible will was surging through his body. It seemed as if it could destroy his flesh at any moment. Everyone who was watching felt their hearts tremble fiercely. This was so cruel. Yi Futian had actually stabbed him. You're funny. Yi Futian moved the spear. His expression was still calm and undisturbed as he watched Guy Shirshir. The things that had happened here today had canceled each other out. Finally, things are getting interesting. Yi Futian looked back and saw Empress Yin smiling coldly. She seemed very satisfied. When someone from Taishan Mountain had been abused like this, it was not something that could be resolved with words. The master had broken through to the next level not long ago, and the golden divine nation still dared to look down on them? Who were they kidding? If Yi Futian had been defeated, she would not have been able to say anything. If he couldn't win, then how could Renhuang-level cultivators get involved? Golden blood flowed, staining Guy Shirshir's golden robes. Everyone watching from a distance was shocked by this. Even the cultivators from top forces and those who had fought Yi Futian before felt their hearts tremble. Guy Shirshir had tried to kill Yi Futian today, but now the prince of the golden divine nation had been mistreated by two people in a row. It was complete humiliation. It was quite awful. Of course, this was the price that he had to pay for what he had done. Empress Yin, came a cold voice. Golden light fell from the sky upon Empress Yin and Yi Futian. It was filled with terrible power. It seemed as if Empress Yan's fragile body could be pierced by this golden divine light at any moment. Are you trying to start a war between the golden divine nation and Taishan Mountain? Said the Renhuang coldly. Are you trying to scare me? Empress Yin looked up into the air. When you first interfered, how did you not realize this would happen? Did you think that if the golden divine nation struck the first blow, Taishan Mountain would not dare respond? She rose up into the air slowly. A burst of incredibly powerful will swept out, filling the whole area. Now, we must repay you for the harm that you have done to Taishan Mountain. Empress Yan's smile was still beautiful and mischievous, but there was a coldness to it as well. A burst of radiant light bloomed from Empress Yin. At that moment, she seemed even more divine and noble. It was as if she was the empress of the whole world. Billowing will surged through her body. Whoosh! Everyone saw brilliant beams of light flash into life. In the next moment, a pair of wings appeared behind Empress Yin, shining with dazzling golden light that covered the earth and filled the sky. Her body transformed as well. Divine light covered her, transforming her into a goddess. The illusions of countless divine wings appeared, and endless will descended from the heavens, resonating with them. It seemed as if all of this was happening due to her power. A storm of the great path whipped through the area. It blew through Linshao City, and everyone felt as if their flesh would be torn apart. Everyone looked up at the Empress in the sky, and their hearts trembled unceasingly. Would a battle between Renhuangs break out in the sky above Linshao City today? The three Renhuangs from the Golden Divine Nation stood in 3 different places. One was in front, and 2 were behind him. The Renhuang in front could naturally feel how powerful their opponent's aura was. He knew that he was the only one who could fight this battle. Incomparably brilliant golden light exploded from him, hurting everyone's eyes. There was a clanging sound as golden chains shot through the air, covering the sky. They were trying to enclose the whole area. How should this debt be settled? Said Empress Yin with a smile as she stood there in the air like a goddess. As she said this, she flapped her wings, and suddenly, the storm that was whipping through the sky knocked over the people watching down below in Linshao City. What was even more frightening was that countless divine wings slashed out, cutting through the golden chains and then moving on towards the Ren Huang from the golden divine nation. Every single wing was like a falling sky sword. The Ren Huang of the golden divine nation shone with incomparably brilliant golden light, and it seemed as if a divine wheel had flashed to life within him, its golden pattern giving off an incomparably dazzling radiance. Endless golden chains shot through the air, locking down the entire area. Whoosh! A wild wind blew, and the frightening storm made it so that the saint-level cultivators could barely stand. In fact, they were blown away. Even Yi Futian, who was standing behind Empress Yin, could clearly feel how powerful the wind was. He was firmly planted in place, 1 foot upon Gai Shishir. If Gai Shishir's body was not so strong, Yi Futian's foot would have crushed him. But even so, Yi Futian was putting a lot of pressure on him because he wanted to stay in place, which was making Gai Shishir bleed even more. His expression was full of murderous intent. This was a great humiliation. Yi Futian looked back and saw the storm heading far away, carrying away several renhuangs. He still saw Empress Yin flapping her wings, seeming to split the sky in two and cutting through the golden chains. The house master of Taishan was so strong that those renhuangs would probably not survive. After all, she was one of the 4 great disciples of Lord Taishan, even if she was the youngest of them. Yi Futian looked back at Gai Shishir and said, "Have you thought it through?" Gai Shishir looked at him with humiliation and anger. He had once set foot on Taishan Mountain, seeking to become a disciple of Lord Taishan, but he had been refused, which had made him unhappy. As a prince of the Golden Divine Nation and the foremost young talent, joining Taishan Mountain as a cultivator would be a confirmation of their strength. And yet he had been refused at the gate. Thus, he had targeted Yi Futian. However, how could he have known that a day would come when Yi Futian would be stepping on him? Yi Futian still looked indifferent when he saw Gai Shishir's expression. Gai Shishir was naturally talented and was a prince of the Golden Divine Nation. He was even said to be a candidate for the future ruler, so he was incredibly arrogant. When he acted, he gave no thought for the consequences. With such a high status, he was not afraid of anything. So, he had tried to kill Yi Futian. Even up until now, he did not realize what he had done. It seems like you have not given it enough thought yet. Yi Futian lifted the spear and thrust it down. This time, he thrust it right into Gai Shishir's heart. Gai Shishir was incredibly powerful. Even though the spear pierced his heart, it would still not be easy for it to kill him. After all, he had a body of the great path. But in the instant that the spear came down, his heart stopped beating. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Yi Futian. Gai Shishir seemed to realize that he and the man who was looking at him were very similar. He may have called himself a simple musician of Taishan Mountain, but when he was angered, he also did not care about the consequences. The golden blood seemed to stop flowing within him as if it was congealing. His life aura began to flow away from him. It would be difficult for this spear piercing his heart to kill him, but if Yi Futian kept on like this and did not give him a chance to recover, his life energy would all be used up and he would die. "What do you want?" he asked. He had already realized that Yi Futian might not want to kill him, but also did not want to let him go. So, he must want something. Yi Futian looked at Gai Shishir with a cold expression. "The sigh of the divine god cultivation spell," he said. He was more interested in increasing his own power than taking Gai Shishir's life. This was the only thing that had surprised him in his battle with Gai Shishir. It was like a god descending to earth and then giving a sigh that could increase one's combat ability. It had increased Gai Shishir's already formidable combat ability to the next level, pushing him to his limits. His combat ability was already incredible, but who would not want to become even stronger? If he cultivated the sigh of the divine god, how powerful would his attack power become? People said that Gai Shishir was an incredible talent and that he was the future heir of the Golden Divine Nation, but he had been defeated. So what was the harm in letting him live? If he could crush him once, he would always be able to do so. A life for a spell. Guy sure stared at Yi Futian. It would be too great a threat for you to kill me, but if you get the spell of the golden divine nation, are you sure you will be able to handle it? The sigh of the divine god was the ultimate technique of the divine golden nation, and only the royal family had the right to cultivate it. Some of the Ren Huang level cultivators had never cultivated this spell. Among the top powers, an ultimate technique like this would not be permitted to pass to the outside world. If someone stole it, they would have to be killed. Did Yi Futian think that he would be free from danger if he learned this technique? You set a life for a spell. This is very fair, said Yi Futian. Guy sure stared at him, then said, Fine, I will give it to you. I would have thought that the prince of the divine golden nation would have struggled at least a little bit to protect his nation's ultimate technique. It seems that you fear death even more than I thought, said Yi Futian mockingly. He did not care about the consequences when it came to killing others, but he feared his own death. He was cruel to others and merciful to himself. Lines of golden light bloomed from Guy Shure's forehead. This was the power of his divine spirit. Yi Futian did not block them, but let them enter him. Under these circumstances, Guy Shure could not play any tricks, as he could end his life at any time. The lines of divine spirit transformed into memories as they entered his mind. Yi Futian did not immediately let Guy Shure go, but instead spent a moment sensing. The memories evolved in his mind. He could picture a divine god descending to earth. He knew that this was a true law power. Guy Shure did not want to put his life in danger. After all, the spear was still in his heart. Those who were watching saw all this happen with their own eyes, and their hearts trembled. Yi Futian had stolen the ultimate technique of the golden divine nation, the sigh of the divine god. This guy was incredibly cruel. He actually dared to do it, Wan Shui thought to himself. Even though Fourth Miss had interfered and told Yi Futian to do whatever he wanted, it still took a lot of guts to face the heir apparent of the divine golden nation and do what he had done. With this, Yi Futian had offended the entire divine golden nation. But he could understand why Yi Futian had done this. Guy Shure had tried to take his life again and again. So how could he put an end to it by simply letting him go? The enmity between them was already set. Thus, Yi Futian had taken the sigh of the divine god, as it would be very advantageous for him to have the ultimate technique of a powerful force. A terrible storm of the great path was still raging through the air. Yi Futian turned and looked up into the sky, where he saw 4 great Renhuangs fighting amidst a dazzling light. Empress Yin was facing 3 Renhuang by herself. She was bathed in divine light and had transformed into a goddess. She was tall and mighty, and her wheel of the great path seemed to be formed of divine wings. It was as if it had evolved out of her life spirit. Her wings covered the sky, and they cut through the air ceaselessly as she fought. She had learned the sword arts of Lord Taishan as well, and she was using her wings as swords. 2 of the Renhuangs of the Golden Divine Nation had already been injured. Many ancient golden gods appeared around the Renhuang who had attacked Yi Futian before. Countless golden pillars fell from the sky, but this time he was not using them to attack, but rather to defend. These giant pillars formed up around him, forming golden divine gates that revolved around him, seeking to block the attack power that was coming towards him. Countless divine wings fell from the sky, every feather containing incomparable slicing power. When they fell on the golden divine gates, an ear-piercing sound would ring out, difficult for those watching from below to bear. The golden gates split open as cracks appeared in them. The wings cut through them. The Renhuang within the gates looked surprised. His divine will surged with power, and endless beams of light covered him. His giant body turned golden. It was as if it had been forged of pure gold. As his wheel of the great path surged, the incomparably brilliant golden pattern shot forth golden chains. They raced through the air in an instant, then latched onto the onrushing divine wings, seeking to stop them. But at that moment, the people below saw incomparably brilliant divine light covering Empress Yin. Even more divine wings burst from her. She was bathed in the light of the great path as she stepped forward. Everyone could only see a beam of light crossing through the sky. They could not even tell how fast she was moving. In the next instant, they saw a burst of powerful light explode as the light of the great path descended from the sky, hurting everyone's eyes. Even the saint-level cultivators had to close their eyes and sense things with their divine spirits. But even their divine spirits could sense how powerful this was. Even though the fighting was taking place far away and high up in the air, their bodies still shook. Many buildings within Linqiao City collapsed and shattered, or were split open. Cracks appeared in the ground. They could not bear such a powerful aftershock. Amidst their daze, they seemed to be able to see Empress Yin rush towards her opponent. He thrust her slender hands forward, and light wrapped around them. An incredible destructive power burst forth from them, destroying the endless chains. The brilliant golden pattern shattered as well. When the attack struck her opponent, it made cracks appear in the Renhuang's wheel of the Great Path, and it smashed a hole into his body, sending him flying back. Cough! A mouthful of golden blood fell out of the air. The Renhuang's blood was the blood of the Great Path, and every drop contained the power of the Great Path within it. Even those who had not cultivated to high levels could feel the will within it. But it was rare to get to see it, since battles between Renhuangs were so rare, and one of them being wounded was even rarer. But a battle of this level had broken out at Linqiao City today. Is there anyone else here today who wants to attack a disciple of Taishan Mountain? The house master of Taishan swept her gaze over everyone. She also looked down at the Renhuangs from the divine capital of Xiling. Old Demon Luo of the divine capital of Xiling had once personally launched a surprise attack against her master at Taishan Mountain in order to stop him from breaking through to the next level. He had been defeated, wounded, and forced to flee, and her master had broken through to the next level. Ever since, Taishan Mountain's status within the higher heavens realm had changed. It was very rare for a top-level figure to break through to the next level. Who would have thought that even after that defeat that the people of the divine capital of Xiling still hadn't had enough, so they would covertly send Renhuangs to interfere. If her master had not told her to rush over here, the consequences would have been serious. Yi Futian would probably have been crippled by these people. Whoosh! She flapped her wings, and a storm of the great path whipped up. The terrible light from her wings shot towards the Renhuangs from the divine capital of Xiling, ignoring the distance between them. But at that moment, the housemaster of Taishan frowned and looked off in a certain direction. There she saw divine golden light descending. It looked like there were two golden roads extending, and two figures descended upon them. The two figures were suffused with radiance and looked like they were made of gold. They were at the Renhuang level, and the one in front had a particularly powerful aura, with sharp eyes that seemed to pierce through the air. The Golden Divine Nation. It is Gai Shir's brother, the prince of the Golden Divine Nation. Everyone's hearts trembled. Afterward, more powerful auras came over towards them, and several more Renhuangs appeared. But they were not from the Golden Divine Nation. They had come from another force. The Renhuangs of the Divine Swordly family. The Renhuangs stood high in the air, ready to fight at any time. Everyone could feel their surging sword will. It seemed as if their swords would be unstoppable. What is going on? Everyone's heart beat wildly. Although there were many Renhuangs among the various forces, this was limited to the top forces only. For the countless souls in the higher heavens realm, the Renhuang Plain was the absolute pinnacle for cultivators. The truly great people were those who could start their own force and teach people. The greatest of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were not like this, but in the smaller realms, Renhuang would rule over the entire realm. But now, many Renhuangs had appeared here in Linqiao City due to this battle. What was going to happen? They could not have come from many different forces. Their appearance could only mean one thing. They had already been within the city, and thus they had been able to rush here. The previous cultivators had all come from the Divine Palace. Could it be that these Renhuangs had come from there too? This battle had attracted the attention of many Renhuangs. Yi Futian frowned as he watched the scene unfolding in the air, and a doubtful expression came over his face. Why had so many Renhuang-level cultivators come? Moreover, while more Renhuangs from the Golden Divine Nation had appeared, the housemaster of Taishan was still all alone. Would she run into difficulty? However, her expression was still calm, and she did not seem surprised by this. She had come from the Divine Palace, so she knew that there were many Renhuangs there. Moreover, he did not have any fear of what was happening back home. Her master was there, and everything that was happening was taking place within his field of view. It's still the same. You can't beat me, so you send more people after me. The divine golden nation gets weaker generation after generation. The housemaster of Taishian stared at the prince of the divine golden nation as he came towards her. His name was Gai Jiotian. The names of the princes of the divine golden nation were each more arrogant than the last. Gai Jiotian's name meant, cover 9 heavens, and Gai Shishir's name meant, cover 10 worlds. How overbearing. Perhaps they meant to inspire the younger members of the divine golden nation to cultivate harder with these names so that they could live up to them. Gai Jutian stood in the air, his golden eyes staring at the housemaster of Taishian and Futian. He naturally saw Gai Shishir as well. His little brother, a prince of the divine golden nation, had been beaten so miserably. Was Taishian Mountain really going to be so arrogant just because Lord Taishian had broken through to the next level? Whether or not the divine golden nation is weakening is not for you to judge, said Gai Jutian icily. A burst of monstrous great path power burst from him. His wheel of the great path appeared indistinctly, making his body tall and powerful as he transformed into a golden god of war. The wheel of the great path that he had forged took the form of a statue of a golden ancient god. It seemed to have been cast from pure gold, and endless will had been carved into it. Once it was activated, the figures of countless golden gods appeared in the air and descended, filling the sky. Everyone could feel a burst of tremendous power coming from them, which made it difficult to breathe. It was said that the princes of the divine golden nation were descended from ancient gods. In this generation, they were all extremely talented and widely famed. Gai Shishir was said to be the best of his generation, and word of his talent had spread throughout the world. But his brother was extremely powerful as well, and the blood of ancient golden gods flowed through his veins too. When these incomparably brilliant golden gods flashed into being, a divine melody seemed to fill the air. It was as if they were singing. Their song contained incredible power. Endless golden light shone from them as they descended from the sky, making it so that people could not help but kneel on the ground in reverence. They're so strong. The cultivators in Linshao City trembled slightly as they looked up. The figures in the sky seemed like actual gods. The man who had just arrived was far stronger than the previous Renhuang. After all, the previous Renhuang had not truly been an heir of the golden divine nation, and the blood of gods had not flowed through his veins. And now, Gai Jiotian was here. He, on the other hand, truly was an heir of the divine blood of the golden divine nation. As the gods descended, everyone felt the urge to lay prostrate. Their power and their brilliant radiance made it seem like gods were truly coming down to earth to purify it of all sins. This time, the housemaster of Taishian could feel the pressure too. The opponent before her was much more powerful than the previous Renhuang. And it was not just that he was stronger. He would probably not be easy to deal with. Her divine wings covered the sky, casting endless light. A storm of the great path whipped up. The extreme majesty of the Empress standing there in the air made people want to bow down as well. Gai Jiotian formed a seal with both hands, and the sound of heavenly singing filled the air. Many divine figures materialized, and endless golden light covered the area. There was nowhere to go to avoid it. It covered everything. Boom! A low sound rang out as Gai Jiotian thrust out his golden hand. And it was not just him. The descending gods thrust out their golden hands all well, filling the sky with fists that shot towards Empress Yin. Bang! Futian could feel an extremely heavy pressure, making him put his feet back on solid ground, leaving a footprint. It was not just him. All the other cultivators found it hard to stand under such pressure. Their legs bent, and they squatted down on the ground. Many people in Linshao City were knocked over. Empress Yin flapped her wings, and the images of many more brilliant divine wings appeared in the air. They cut through the sky, colliding with the oncoming fists. This created a terrifying storm of the great path. Gai Jiotian took a step down. He had not thought that a single blow would be enough to defeat Empress Yin. Lord Taishian only had 4 great disciples, and all of them were famous. Although Empress Yin was the youngest and the weakest, her talent and combat prowess were undeniable. The power of the great path surged through the sky, and even more images of golden gods appeared, then shot towards Empress Yin in a flash, trying to engage in close combat with her. When her wings lashed out, the golden gods stretched out their hands to block them or exploded as they slammed into them. Guy Jutian transformed into a beam of golden light and descended in front of Empress Yin. Calling upon the sigh of the divine god, he reached out with both hands. A golden light shot through the sky and sought to pierce through Empress Yin. However, everyone saw Empress Yin rush towards the opponent, not trying to evade at all. She was bathed in the light of the great path as she lashed out with her fist. Incomparable power burst forth from her beautiful and delicate body, enough power to break the air itself. The Renhuangs who were standing around them were not surprised when they saw her lash out. She had cultivated the ways of space, storms, and swordsmanship. She had been very violent in her youth, and thus her attack power was incredible. Before she had reached the Renhuang plain, she was already very famous. Although she was a woman, she fought viciously. Even when facing Guy Jutian, she did not have any desire to evade, and instead, she met him head-on. When the two of them collided, brilliant light dazzled everyone as it filled the air. People who were only at the St. Plain could not see what was going on inside. They could only hear dull thuds. It seemed like they struck each other many times quickly. Each blow made the people watching from below feel the blood surge in their veins as the will within them screamed. Many buildings swayed and shook, then collapsed. More and more cracks appeared on the earth. It was as if an earthquake had started. But these were just the tremors caused by the battle up in the air. The other Renhuangs from the Golden Divine Nation stepped forward as well, shining with brilliant light. It seemed like they might intervene at any point. And the other Renhuang, who had been wounded by Empress Yin previously, stepped forward as well, looking at Futian down below him. He still had Guy Shir in his clutches and had wounded him badly. In addition, Futian had forced Guy Shir to teach him the ultimate technique, known as the breathe of the divine god. This man could not be allowed to live. Futian frowned as he felt a terrible pressure on him. He glanced at Guy Shir and put the golden divine spear to his throat. If the Renhuang did anything, he would stop being so polite. "You already have what you want. Why have you not let him go yet?" said the Renhuang. Futian's expression remained cold. This matter was not over yet. If he let this man go now, it would surely lead to his doom. The Renhuang continued forward, and terrible killing light flashed out of his eyes. Futian could feel it infecting his thoughts, and his divine spirit trembled. He put a little bit of pressure on the spear, piercing into Guy Shir's throat. A drop of blood appeared on the spear's tip. Boom, boom, boom. Golden pillars fell from the sky once again, sealing off the area and trying to imprison Futian within them. The Renhuang continued forward, his golden light still terrible. He knew that Futian would not dare kill Guy Shir, lest he was killed himself. Once he had killed Guy Shir, he would have nothing to protect himself with and would be killed for sure. At that moment, they heard a phoenix's call from off in the distance. The heavens and the earth shook. A look of surprise came over little Phoenix's face as she watched from below. She looked in the direction that the phoenix cry had come from and whispered, "Mother and Father." And indeed, once she said this, brilliant divine light bloomed in the sky. Two divine phoenixes appeared, rushing towards the battlefield. They circled Guy Jutian and Empress Yin, guarding against the Renhuangs approaching from the side. A heroic-looking middle-aged man appeared in the air above Futian and floated there. As he stood there, he swept his gaze over the Renhuang, who was approaching Futian. He had a cold expression on his face. String Emperor. The Renhuang's expression changed. A brilliant light shone from String Emperor, and a brilliant divine Guqin appeared. An invisible force swept out, and in an instant, countless Guqin strings appeared all around them. String Emperor stretched out his pale-fingered hand. He plucked the strings in the air, and at that moment, the strings of the worldly great path trembled. Endless beams of light shot out, striking everything. The Renhuang groaned. It was as if he had been pierced by one of the beams of light. His divine spirit trembled fiercely, and his face grew dark. String Emperor continued plucking strings. Endless notes of the great path flowed through the air, and many beams of light flashed, shooting towards the Renhuang and ignoring his defenses. The Renhuang tried to retreat, his face growing pale. His divine power seemed useless at that moment, as the note's attack power continuously infected his divine spirit. He groaned again and spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone felt their hearts tremble as they beheld this scene. This was String Emperor, the third disciple of Lord Taixian. He was at a higher level than Empress Yin, and so it was only natural that his opponent could not withstand him. He is using the Great Path as strings. Everyone trembled. This was the power of a Runhuang-level musician. The wheel of the Great Path that he had created was a string wheel, and he could use the worldly Great Path as his Guqin strings. Yi Futian looked at String Emperor and saw that his body was shining brilliantly. A Guqin appeared in his hands, full of the light of the Great Path. Moreover, it resonated with the worldly Great Path, making many huge Guqin strings appear in the air. Every string was a part of the Guqin. So, this is a wheel of the Great Path? Yi Futian said to himself. When a Runhuang-level cultivator forged a wheel of the Great Path, they shone with the sun and the moon, and could use all of the worldly Great Path. They could use their life spirit to change in an evolutionary manner. Runhuang-level cultivators had the Great Path etched onto their very bones and immersed in their veins once they forged their wheel. Thus, their descendants could directly inherit their divine will life spirit, giving them outstanding power. Once they reached this level, their every movement was filled with will. Their divine wheels were even more powerful than ritual implements, and thus ritual implements of their level were, in fact, useless to them. Only those ritual implements that transcended their level were of use to them. At that moment, String Emperor strode through the air with incomparable power. He stretched out a hand and waved his fingers through the air. The strings of the Great Path crossed over each other as they danced through the sky. Many of the cultivators in Linshao City covered their ears, but they still could feel their spirits tremble. It was incredibly difficult to bear. But this was not directed at them. It was directed at the Runhuang from the Golden Divine Nation. The countless strings of the Great Path resonated with the Runhuang's body, and he trembled violently in conjunction with the strings. It seemed like his spirit was being pierced through again and again. His face grew more and more pale, and his aura grew weaker. Other Renhuangs from the Golden Divine Nation tried to rush over to help, and their will bloomed as they charged at String Emperor. But String Emperor reached out his other hand and moved his fingers. The Great Path flowed backward, and countless rays of formless light shot towards the Renhuangs. It seemed to pierce right through them, and it bound up their will. Moreover, the vibrating strings intertwined into a piece of music. It was one of the 6 famous songs of String Palace, Worldly Judgment. The destructive storm grew more and more powerful, and the Renhuangs were put under great pressure as they were shaken by the vibrating strings. He's so strong. Below them, everyone who was watching felt their hearts tremble. The Renhuangs who had come from all the great powers saw this as well. They were not surprised. This is what they had expected to happen. String Emperor was at a high enough level to crush several of the Renhuangs from the Golden Divine Nation. And this was why String Emperor was actually being merciful. Otherwise, these Renhuangs would be suffering more injuries than just being bound up by the music. Bang! A loud noise rang out. Gai Jiutian and Empress Yin flew apart and floated in the air. The 2 phoenixes were still guarding them as they circled around, making an ugly look come over Gai Jiutian's face. At the same time, String Emperor plucked the strings again, and a high-pitched sound rang out. Several of the Renhuangs from the Golden Divine Nation groaned and spat up mouthfuls of blood. Their auras grew weaker. It was clear that they had been badly wounded. The next time I see you bullying a junior from Taixian Mountain like this, I will not be so polite, said String Emperor calmly. He was usually gentle and merciful, but now his tone carried a hint of coldness. It was obvious that he was showing as much mercy here as he ever would. I have long heard your name spoken, String Emperor. You have learned much from Lord Taixian, and you are truly a master musician, said Gai Jiutian. However, your junior here has stolen an ultimate technique from the Divine Golden Nation. What do you think of that? That is an easy problem to solve. Gai Shishir sought to kill him previously. So, let us first let him kill Gai Shishir, then we can talk about him stealing your ultimate technique. How does that sound? Answered String Emperor. Golden light flashed in Gai Jiutian's eyes. You people from the divine golden nation have no spine, said Empress Yin mockingly. He traded your ultimate technique for his life. How about we clean this filth away for you, and then we will return your technique. Also, the prince of the divine golden nation launched a surprise attack on our disciple, and you have not said a word about how your Renwangs got involved, too. What is the meaning of this? She could not believe that he still wanted the ultimate technique back. It had been seized, and so it was seized. Guy Shir had chosen to trade it for his life. If they had not been there, Yi Futian would have been killed. Would the people of the Golden Divine Nation have slain Guy Shir to pay for his life? The people of Linxiao City were watching everything that was happening. The battle between people at the peak of the Saint level had led to many Renhuangs appearing. A battle had broken out between the Renhuangs of Taishan Mountain and the Divine Golden Nation. Moreover, considering the situation, the fact that String Emperor was here meant that it was highly likely that there were even more powerful figures from the two great powers present. It was very likely that they were within the Divine Palace. All of them had come from that direction. No one knew what this conflict would evolve into. At that moment, a terrible airflow descended from the sky. A group of figures appeared, all of them cultivators from many different powers. Many of them were at the Renhuang level. Yi Futian noticed some of the talented individuals who had traveled to the Divine Palace with him among them. The Divine Swordly family, the Changfeng family, the Sky-Burying God clan, and more were all there. The Divine Palace itself had even sent cultivators. The Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace had come personally. Some of the top figures of the Divine Capital of Shieling had come as well. He saw the Prince of the Divine Capital of Shieling, who had come to Taishan Mountain to make trouble. His aura was mighty, and he gave off a powerful pressure. There was another familiar figure as well. It was the Divine General from the Golden Divine Nation who had brought Guy Shir to Taishan Mountain. His body shone brilliantly with light that incomparably beautiful. He looked at Yi Futian, making him feel as if he could not breathe. He had brought Guy Shir to Taishan Mountain to seek to become Lord Taishuan's disciple, but he had been refused. Now that he watched this battle, he could tell that the man who had resonated with the character that read the way and used the fleeting divine sword was the young man before his eyes. He clenched his fists. Suddenly, Yi Futian involuntarily released the spear in his hands, dropping it. If he hadn't, his whole body would have followed it. The golden divine spear fell directly into his opponent's hands. A burst of golden light covered Guy Shir's body. Yi Futian narrowed his eyes, but he couldn't stop it. He could only watch as his opponent took Guy Shir away. But in this current situation, there was no longer any use for him to continue threatening Guy Shir. The great figures of both sides were all here. There was no more point in people threatening each other. Guy Shir returned to the sky, but he was still badly wounded. He looked down at Yi Futian, his eyes full of murderous intent. His mission to kill Yi Futian had failed miserably, and he had lost a lot of prestige and respect. He had launched a sneak attack, not caring about what others would think. If he had won, he would have been called a king. If he lost, he would be called a fool. He only cared about results. But in the end, he had been defeated and humiliated. Yi Futian had made a mockery of everything he had done. The divine general of the Golden Divine Nation looked down at Yi Futian, but did not do anything against him. He had seen everything that had happened before. In reality, both sides of this conflict had their own plans. It seemed like this man had a very high position within Taishan Mountain. Could he be Lord Taishuan's secret disciple? There definitely seemed to be some secrecy about him. Your cultivation methods seem to be from the heavenly mandate realm. We would at least like to know where this man who has stolen our ultimate technique hails from, said the divine general to Yi Futian. His power descended. Yi Futian knew that he could not withstand him. In the previous battle, many cultivators had used Renhuang implements to attack him, so he had needed to use up a lot of his power. Of course, maybe Lord Taishan had already noticed what was going on, but he had not come to investigate. There was no point in hiding his identity any longer. The flesh of his face transformed, and his dark hair turned silvery white. A more handsome face appeared. Everyone's eyes fell upon Yi Futian. So he had been using the art of disguise. Moreover, this heroic figure, with his handsome face, his snow-white hair, and his dark eyes that were so deep they seemed to be without end, seemed to be full of stories. This man may not have the outstanding family background that Guy sure had, but he had much more experience than him. "It's you!" came a cry from beside the palace lord of the Divine Music Palace, full of shock. It was Yen Sui, the disciple of the Divine Music Palace. He had been badly beaten by Yi Futian at the Divine Palace. Now that he saw his true face, and knew that this was the young man who had fought Yi Tianyu at Xintian Pavilion, how could he not be shocked? He had become incredibly strong, and what was worse, he had come here to the Divine Palace, Yen Sui's home ground. "You know him?" The palace lord of the Divine Music Palace asked Yen Sui. Yen Sui nodded, and his face became ugly. "I am Yi Futian. I am here on a journey from the Heavenly Mandate Realm." As he said this, the whole area became incredibly quiet. This man had come from the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Moreover, he was a casual cultivator. Yi Futian had once traveled with the celestial gate of vast heaven, but he was not their disciple. He had learned the ultimate technique of the divine elephants, but he was not a member of their clan. He was indeed a casual cultivator. He had not truly joined any power. The palace lord of the Divine Music Palace looked at him. He already knew that when Yi Tianyu had returned to the Heavenly Mandate Realm, a battle had broken out there. He was not the only one who realized this. Many others knew it as well. A cultivator from the Heavenly Mandate Realm had defeated many outstanding cultivators from the great forces of the Higher Heavens Realm, including at the Land of Proving the Way, and now he had defeated Guy Shur and others. In addition, he had come to the Divine Palace. This was magnificent. This must be the most powerful member of the younger generation of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. What was even more amazing was that he had learned the ultimate techniques of so many great powers, but he was just a casual cultivator. Yi Futian looked at String Emperor and Empress Yin and said, "Before I came to the Divine Palace, I went to Taishan Mountain, and it was indeed to seek the way. I only hid my identity because there are those who wish me harm." Not far away, Wan Shui heard what Yi Futian was saying, and suddenly, many things made sense. No wonder he had been so restrained at Taishan Mountain. He had put all of his energy into seeking the way. He had not wanted to stir up trouble at all. If he had not been attacked by Guy Shur today, he would still not have revealed his identity. He would have returned to Taishan Mountain to cultivate quietly. "I was the one who brought you to Taishan Mountain to cultivate." "I don't care who you are," said Empress Yin. If she cared, she would not have brought him there. She had known what kind of person he was when she had heard his music. She had known that he was extraordinary, but she had not thought that he would be this outstanding. "No matter who he is, since he came to Taishan Mountain, he is our disciple," said String Emperor. Now, the Golden Divine Nation looked at Yi Futian as an enemy, and it seemed that there were those who had already borne ill will against Yi Futian. They naturally needed to protect him. Yi Futian was filled with emotion as he remembered the first time he had met the housemaster of Taishan and String Emperor. The first time he had met the housemaster of Taishan, he had played her a song, and then she had brought him to Taishan Mountain. He had met String Emperor at String Pavilion, where he had given him a famous guqin and told him he could take anything within String Pavilion. At that time, he was just a musician, not a disciple of Taishan Mountain. But the two of them had not cared about who he was. It was just the same now. No matter who he was, as long as he was cultivating at Taishan Mountain, he was their disciple, and they would not let the Golden Divine Nation hurt him. A look of surprise came over the faces of the people of Linshao City. String Emperor and Empress Yin had not even known Yi Futian's true identity. It seemed like he was not Lord Taishuan's secret disciple then. He was incredibly talented. He had come from the Heavenly Mandate Realm and was probably one of the most powerful cultivators there. Yin Sui seemed to recognize him, and the Renwangs from the Great Powers seemed to know a little bit about him as well. With so much talent, there was no way that he was unknown in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. How could a casual cultivator be so talented and so powerful? Now, it seemed like Taishan Mountain would certainly protect him. The Renwangs of the Golden Divine Nation could naturally see this as well. String Emperor and Empress Yin had both shown that if anyone wanted to hurt Yi Futian, they would do their best to make that impossible. This was their attitude, and it was also Taishan Mountain's attitude. Both of these disciples of Lord Taishan were powerful, and they represented the will of Taishan Mountain. In the past, the Golden Divine Nation would have needed to worry about the will of Taishan Mountain. But now things were different. Once Lord Taishan had broken through to the next level, everything had changed. Taishan Mountain's status would never be the same. I was a rare opportunity for Lord Taishan to receive an invitation to a sparring session at the Divine Palace, and for his juniors to take part in the journey to the land of proving the way. He certainly did not want to miss the chance to test himself against others, and to see the great figures among the youth of the higher heavens realm. Came the Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace's voice. He is a guest in the Divine Palace even as we speak. All of the great forces have people here. So what use is there in disturbing this harmonious atmosphere? Why don't we let the Divine Palace keep some face and end this here? The situation had reached a stalemate. No one wanted to act. The Golden Divine Nation was clearly in the wrong here, as Gai Shir had attacked Futian, but they had not succeeded and had instead suffered great losses and been humiliated. Their ultimate technique had even been stolen. It could be said that they had paid a heavy price for what they had done. If Taishan Mountain did not protect him, then Futian would die. But Taishan Mountain was taking such an aggressive stance that if the Renhuangs continued fighting, then Lord Taishan himself would probably come. The Golden Divine Nation had to accept this humiliation. Gai Shir had simply not been good enough. The Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace was playing the peacemaker. The Divine General of the Golden Divine Nation knew that things could not continue like this, and so he looked at Futian and said, "I do not wish to see our ultimate technique in your hands, and I do not wish to see it fall into anyone else's hands. Think about this." Brilliant divine light pierced Futian's eyes, and the Divine General's voice carried a hint of threat with it. The Divine General continued, "Since the Lord of the Divine Music Palace has spoken, we will end it here. Let's go." On saying this, he turned and walked away. The cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation glanced at Futian, then turned and followed him. Dazzling golden light flashed in the sky as they all disappeared. At that moment, the Prince of the Divine Capital of Shilling looked at Futian and said in a cold voice, "I look forward to our next meeting." Then he and his people turned and left as well. "What a pack of rats," said String Emperor mockingly. He had always borne a grudge against the Divine Capital of Shilling for their surprise attack. At that time, the master had only punished them lightly and not pursued the matter, but if it had been him, he would not have let it go. He would have taught all of the Divine Capital of Shilling a lesson that they would not soon forget. There were many people here from all the great powers, and many of them were at the Renhuang level. They looked at Futian. This proud son of heaven, who had come from the heavenly mandate realm, had entered the Divine Palace. In the future, he would probably become like Huangzhong. Empress Yan's aura disappeared, and she walked over to String Emperor's side. "Should we return to the Divine Palace?" she asked, "or return to Taishan Mountain?" "Let's go back to Taishan Mountain. The master will naturally return himself at some point," answered String Emperor. Dazzling divine light flashed, and the phoenixes alighted before him. He turned to Futian and said, "We are heading back to Taishan Mountain." Futian nodded. "Very well." Empress Yin turned and looked at Wan Shuyi and the others from Taishan Mountain. "What are you waiting for?" They all finally reacted. They all mounted the phoenixes. With a cry, the phoenixes rose into the air and flew away. All of the cultivators left. The great battle that had just taken place had devastated the area, making them all sigh. This battle had been started because of someone pursuing Futian, but from this, they had all seen the disunity between the great powers. There would certainly be some trouble in the future. Upon the phoenix's back, Empress Yin looked at Futian with interest. He narrowed his eyes when he saw her looking at him. "White hair, white clothes, and a noble bearing," she said appreciatively. "You are much more handsome than the stranger you were before." Futian's face darkened. He looked furtively at String Emperor beside him. He had realized that although Empress Yin was a woman, she was most improper. Wan Shuyi and the others were embarrassed as well. Fourth Miss was up to her old trick again. However, Futian was indeed much better looking now than he had been as Shunjing. His aura was also far more outstanding, and his silvery white hair made him much more charming and heroic. "Don't worry. I'll look after you from now on." Empress Yin patted his shoulder. Yi Futian feared that String Emperor was going to hit him. Heaven only knew what the relationship between those two was. In any case, it was not simple. Housemaster, is Lord Taishin at the Divine Palace? Asked Yi Futian. He was changing the subject as he had a strong desire to keep living. Yes, the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace invited him for a sparring session. Many people have gone to watch, including Rinhuangs, from all the great powers. That is why you saw so many Rinhuangs there, answered Empress Yin. Did you really enter the ancestral land in the Divine Palace? The Divine Temple of the Ancestral Land? Yi Futian looked at her and then nodded. What was in there? She looked at him in eager anticipation. She seemed very interested in the temple. All of the great teachings owe the Divine Palace, said Yi Futian. That's all? Yi Futian's answer had clearly not satisfied her curiosity. Of course, the great teachings had been there. But was that all there was? Why were they so serious about hiding it then? There were so few people who could enter the Divine Temple of the Ancestral Land. She did not believe that there were no secrets. Yi Futian felt a bit helpless. Housemaster this? He could not be so casual about revealing the Divine Palace's secret. Sister, said String Emperor, it was Yi Futian's luck to be able to enter the Divine Temple of the Ancestral Land, and so he is keeping their secret for him. We should not force him to be dishonorable. Empress Yin looked at him, then seemed to lose interest, saying, so boring. But she did not pursue the matter. She walked over to one side and sat down. The ancestral temple of the Divine Palace naturally is connected to cultivation. Yi Futian smiled and said no more. He really could not reveal anything more. Even though he wanted to, this was a major secret. The Divine Palace had not prevented him from entering, and so if he gave up their secret so easily, it would be quite dishonorable. Empress Yin had evidently realized this as well and did not want to make him dishonor himself, so she did not ask anymore. The phoenixes flew quickly, shooting through the air towards Taishin Mountain. Within the Divine Palace, the things that had happened in Linxiao City spread quickly. Once Yin Sui returned, he sought out Yi Tianyu. At that moment, Yi Tianyu was standing before a palace hall. When he heard that Shenjing was, in fact, Yi Futian, he did not know what to feel. He had appreciated everything that Shenjing had done at the Divine Palace. He had been outstandingly talented and very prideful as well. Although he had not let him keep face, how could he blame him, who did not have some arrogance in his heart? And now he knew why. So that was why he had advanced so quickly. He had reached nirvana, entered the ancestral temple of the Divine Palace, and comprehended the 81 swords. At that moment, he felt like he was under pressure. Li Daozi and Gai Shishir had both lost to Yi Futian. If he and Yi Futian fought now, what would the outcome be? For that day would come sooner or later. What are you thinking about? Whispered Yi Man beside him. I must go into seclusion and continue cultivating, said Yi Tianyu. Yi Man nodded. I will go with you. Excellent. Yi Tianyu turned and left. He needed to reach the Runhuang Plain more quickly. Once Yi Futian returned to Taishin Mountain, he continued cultivating at String Pavilion. Although he had caused a major disturbance, as far as he was concerned, nothing had changed. He needed to keep on like before and cultivate without drawing attention to himself. Now, his identity had been revealed. Although Taishin Mountain was protecting him, he had offended the Golden Divine Nation, and he needed to reach the Runhuang Plain eventually in order to be able to protect himself. Many of the people on Taishin Mountain were discussing all that Yi Futian had done. He had quickly become a legendary figure there, and many people went to String Pavilion to visit him. But Yaya, who had come back from the Divine Palace with him, turned them all away. She gave them all the same answer. Yi Futian was cultivating in seclusion. Everyone was saddened by this, but they realized that it was the right thing for him to do. A man this legendary had the right to be proud. Lord Taishin returned to Taishin Mountain as well, but he did not seek out Yi Futian. He busied himself with his own cultivation as if nothing had happened at the Divine Palace. Everything went on just as it had before. Moreover, this time Yi Futian planned to be in seclusion for a long period of time. Yi Tianyu, and even the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, would soon hear news that he was at Taishin Mountain. Under this situation, he could not leave the mountain whenever he pleased. So, There was only one thing to do: cultivate. He planned to forge a body of the great path and a soul of the way for himself. If he could directly become a Runhuang, that would be best. If he couldn't, he wouldn't come out until he couldn't go any farther. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.